What is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints? Beautiful, blasphemous bastards. You non-Hovind justifiers and apologists. Maybe we'll have a couple, Hovind apologists in the side chat tonight. Maybe Praise will be in the side chat tonight. It's going to be a long night. I've got so much to cover. As I just put in the side chat, I've got like 3 hours of shit to look at. I'm going to be going fast through some parts. The flip-flopping was real yesterday, y'all. The flip-flopping was real yesterday, y'all. So my day, I didn't stream last night. I was considering it, and I'm glad I didn't. I was considering it like I was, starting to hear about like the UFOs shot down. We've shot down like 3 or 4 of them now, and decided not to do that. Not to, speculate aliens, not aliens. I think. Occam's razor would suggest, it's probably some more spy shit from China or some other country. I'm not saying, there's some weird shit out there. There's some weird UFOs out there, but I don't think any of these had, propulsion systems that we, didn't make any fucking sense to us. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I still haven't seen everything about it. But I decided not to. And the main reason I decided not to, because I was in a room for a few hours yesterday. As soon as I got out of work, well, not as soon. I got home about 3:30 yesterday, and I had seen, I think on my lunch break, Brett Keane was going live, and he had a challenge for standing for truth, for Praise I Am, for Missing Mod, for a lot of these Hovind apologists. Come on his channel. Tell him how he's wrong. Tell him why they're right. And I'm like, I thought Praise was working some really weird third shift. At least that's what he told me when I asked him why he streams so late. He told me he had this really weird work shift. So I didn't think Praise would show. But then Praise showed. So I'm like, as soon as Praise showed and went in there, I'm like, I got to go the fuck in there. So we're going to be looking at that first. But then, man, I tell you, today I got out of work. Well, before I even went to work, I saw what I predicted happened. That Praise flip-flopped for the 3rd time in a single fucking day. It happened. Fuck. Maybe it was the 2nd time official, but the flip-flopping is real. And then when I got home today, I had to work a little late. So I initially set the stream for 8 because I didn't think I'd be streaming all fucking night tonight. I was mainly just going to watch a little bit of the stream I was in yesterday. And then just a little bit of the other stream that we're going to watch tonight. But then I started watching that other stream since I had been home from work. And holy fucking shit. I got to cover 2 hours of that shit. No shit. I got to cover 2 hours of that shit. Fucking crazy. Dumpster fires. Olive done lost her goddamn mind. I mean, wow. Wow, P-Town gonna get just nasty as fuck if I can make it all the way to the end of where I want to go. Just get nasty as fuck. All right, I'm gonna stream take it down in 3, 2, 1. I started cursing too soon. Fuck, we're fucked. So I commented in the stream that I watched today. I'm like, oh, Praise. When I first started watching, I'm like, oh, Praise. I predicted this. I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet. I can see the future. And then about an hour into it, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm going to have to go hard at Olive praise. I warned praise. That might be why he's mad and he's putting up this. Jay just made me aware of this. He put this up 2 hours ago. About the time I posted, I'm like, Olive, I'm going to have to go hard at Olive. And what kind of fucked up, crazy anarchist is she? Praise says, oh, poor baby. Waging atheist didn't get his way with Kent Hovind. Now, this just proves that Praise doesn't get it at all, because what I'm doing has nothing at all really to do with Kent Hovind. I pretty much rejected and dismissed Kent Hovind, refused to have an evolution debate even when he asked, way before I learned out about all this Como loving shit. I'm here for praise. That's what I've been covering. I've been covering praise. Praise. Who likes to post shit like this? If morals exist, they can only come from God, because evolution or the cosmos care about morals. In fact, it's a reification fallacy. Atheists might as well believe morals come from magical waterfalls. With the picture, morals are imaginary if you're an atheist. I mean, that's why I care about this, because praise claims to have some kind of fucking morals. And we, let me go up here real quick, we as atheists do not. All right, I can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. I got a lot of tabs open. That's why I'm talking about this shit. Kent Hovind is a Como-loving douchebag. All right, we can wrap it up with Kent now. Let's talk about praise. Praise, I defended and justified Smokey Saint's sexual abuse of a 14-year-old little girl. That praise, that very same praise. Let's talk about that praise who justified that shit, talking about the morals and atheists. Let's talk about that praise. The praise I am that was so backed into a corner that he eventually had no choice but to change his cowardly fucking position when it became more than apparent that he's been supporting a fucking sick fuck. That praise. That's the one I cover. The praise I am who's now more than willing to just not only justify Kent Hovind's enabling of a pedophile, but justify the pedophiles themselves. That very same praise that goes on so about how atheists can have no foundations for morality. Well, I think it's time to put your money where your mouth is, praise. So let's see what happened yesterday. Now we started, and I've been covering, praise has been just all over his channel, allowing Kent Hovind to come on his channel and lie about people, tell lies. You know what? I think Brett Keane had this really good montage, and I'm not going to show the montage. I'm going to show a part of it that's going to be really relevant to the stream that we're going to watch tonight. So let's check out this. It's only like I'm only going to show a minute, but it was the whole montage was just spectacular. But I'm just going to watch this little nugget of this montage Brett Keane put together. I think Brett Keane put this together anyway.
By now, we are all aware of the recent conviction for domestic violence. Warning, the audio here can be disturbing.
Get out! Get out! Get out! This is my house! Damn phone!
What are you doing, Cindy? Why would you jump on me and grab me?
This isn't the first time that Hovind has been in trouble for domestic violence. On August 15th of 2002 in Escambia County, Hovind was arrested for burglary, assault, and battery. What do all these have in common, you might ask? Anyone who's paid any kind of attention to Kent Hovind has heard him often proclaim that he's innocent of all charges and that he's been unfairly targeted by the government. Hovind went so far as to sue the federal government for $500 million, which was summarily dismissed with prejudice. Hovind also claims that the altercation with his third wife was self-defense. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a man who has a difficulty accepting responsibility for his actions. Keep that in mind. Let's pause the Hovind issues for a moment and take a look at Chris Jones. Christopher L. Jones is a convicted sex offender who Kent Hovind has stated several times is innocent of the crimes that a jury of his peers convicted him. Hovind says it's a tactic to discredit Jones by the Hollywood elite. Without getting into too many details, Chris Jones was convicted on March 12, 2008 of 4 out of 7 counts. 1 count lewd or lascivious acts with a minor and 3 counts lewd or lascivious acts with a minor under the age of 14. According to the appeal filed by Jones, the court found that these charges were, and I quote, supported by substantial evidence. The appeal decision further explains that ample evidence showed defendant constructively touched the boys during the strip poker game. Defendant instigated the strip poker game, coerced them into playing by promising them they could watch a movie, and directed them to undress during the game. Furthermore, substantial evidence also shows defendant orchestrated the strip poker game with the specific intent to gratify his sexual desires. Now, many would think that this in itself would be enough to convince anyone of a person's guilt. Not Hovind. In fact, Hovind had this to say about Chris Jones.
However, Chris Jones has been a friend of mine for many, many years. I've known he was railroaded completely by the system because he knew things about what happened at the jail. They threw him in jail for absolutely no reason. The guards beat him unconscious.
Anyways, it was 13 years ago. Even if I am guilty, hopefully the blood of Christ works. At least you're not questioning that. Blood of Christ works, then we're all forgiven and cleaned up. And anyway, we don't have to be friends, but I hope, my association with Kent should carry no animosity on that direction. Anyway, wish you all the best. Go on.
That last part there was Chris Jones, and he said, it was 13 years ago, and even if I was guilty, the blood of Christ has pretty much healed me. It has made me better, and that's how the blood of Christ works. That was Kent Hovind saying, he was set up. He was beaten when they put him in prison. You know how many people get beaten when they get thrown into prison and never know pedophile charges popping up? Like, what the fuck, dude? All right, so that's all on Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind's going to have to face his maker. Not really. But honestly, Kent Hovind's gonna probably have to face charges. He's going to face public opinion on that. He makes his own decisions. I'm here to talk about the decisions that Praise I Am makes. Now, nobody makes perfect decisions. Not everybody's perfect. But I would accept or expect, anyways, that if you're going to go around and you're going to talk about how atheists can have no morals and atheists are a bunch of immoral fucking whatever expletive word you want to put in there along with it, then, well, you better be displaying some really outstanding fucking morals, right? Like, you better be like, I don't know, Johnny on the spot, Johnny fucking Appleseed here on YouTube, and we all know Praise ain't that. We'll probably be, let me get back to where that starts, because we'll probably be going back to that at a point or two in the stream tonight. So we're going to get into it. I haven't recognized the chat. I thank you guys for being here. Anybody that's going to join us as we go through this. I want to thank Pat and James for their donations last weekend. I needed a little bit more, and I got a little bit of help from my family. Lights are on, as you guys can see. So I want to thank them so much for that. Anybody that's supported me, check out my links. If you like the content, thumbs up, subscribe. I need to be a better YouTuber. But we're going to get right into this because I got so much to look at. I'm sure that a lot of people that saw the Praise stream last night hasn't seen what I'm going to show you. which happened roughly about 6 hours earlier. 6 hours! Praise. 6 hours, dude. Like, what happened in those 6 hours? Praise. I don't know. And like, trust me, like the second stream is so fucking crazy. I just want to go to that, but I'm like, no, I gotta show the full context here. So like I said, Brett put out his challenge, and Praise, eventually he showed up for it. So I believe I should be right near the beginning of that. Let's begin.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Will, as well as Mr. TTOR and Rage, here's the link to the clip right there. I didn't hear one time you say anything about property. I didn't realize you had an atheist trying to burglarize you because you didn't mention that in the recording.
Well,
Praise,
if you knew the background context of it, Brett, instead of assuming things, just like you do with Kent, then maybe you would understand things more before you
tell us
go.
why you wanted to
shoot people randomly walking across your lawn.
If I was Praised, I would have came in hot on, well, you know, I did apologize publicly several times for this, and, you know, like, Praise, that's really what
I even apologize.
So somehow I'm starting before I actually want to start. I mean, I don't have to go back. Let me see, 51. Yeah, I started. All right, yeah. I started 5 minutes too early. All right, let's start over. Let's start where I should start.
Odyssey.
Oh my God, you're so old.
I started at the point that I really need to stop.
Jesus.
It's a YouTube alternative. As a matter of fact, Praise I Am, if you start an Odyssey channel today and you sync your YouTube channel to it, every time you manually upload a video to your YouTube channel, it will auto-import to Odyssey so that you don't have to do the work of manually uploading there as well.
It's not just that, it also uploads all your old videos in a map.
All right, so I think we missed just a little bit. So Praise comes in, and Brett asked him, so what did you think about my Odyssey video? And the Odyssey video is basically the recording of Praise telling Jay that if he sees Nikolai, he's going to blow his fucking brains out. You guys remember that shit. If you don't, I might have a surprise here in a minute.
Matter of an hour, so it's nice. Here we are sitting there promoting Odyssey. We ought to get some money.
Isn't it the third most popular uploading video site?
It's number 2 currently as far as similar web goes in the.
I thought Rumble was number 2.
Rumble's number 1 by a country mile. They get over like 100 million.
Oh, you mean alternatives? Month. Okay, yeah. I meant all of them. Yeah.
Odyssey gets about 27 to 30 million site views or visitors per month on average, which is a little more than BitChute now gets, and then all the others are well below BitChute.
I opted into BitChute super early. If you look me up, you can see I got I think it's a 5-year badge now or something.
Yeah, I did too. I got in there towards the end of their first year of existence, and my subscriber count there and my video view count, like for total video views, is actually so high.
I'm petty enough that I'm going to point that out. I am more important than Praise because, you know, Praise was on top of me and I was being hidden by all of Brett's shit there. But you know, he moved me up and put Praise down. Like, that's where you go, flip-flopper.
But I'm convinced I'm still in the top 6-7% of BitChute channels on the whole site in terms of subscribers and video
giving
views.
Sticks a run for his money over there.
We got the Raging Atheist in here. By the way, Raging, you went on the radio with the whole Darth Dawkins thing. Good stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so it's been pretty popular on my channel.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. You got Praise in here. You guys got questions for him?
Well, I mean, first I want to respond to this, this Odyssey supposed death threat. First of all, I said to the person in question, if I ever seen you on my property, I would do that. That is not against the law. In fact, my state allows the ability to protect your own property. It's called protect your own lawn or something like that.
You can't just shoot people that come on your lawn. Protect your own lawn.
That's not how stand your ground works. It has to be an imminent threat.
If people invade your property,
like somebody just comes on, prays his law, and he has the right to fucking just blow their brains out. That's all he was saying. And no, you don't, dude. Like,
well, you can fucking protect us. Shut the fuck up.
It wasn't.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, secular pagan mom. I had to start early because I just got more and more shit that I got to cover. I'm going to be here for hours. Praise.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
It's been a while since
that allows that.
The Christ-like behavior flows through it.
It's been a while since I listened to it, and I've had fun with the video on you. You know I have a couple times. But it's not necessarily if he comes to your property. It's if you see him in public, right? Like that's how.
I never said that. I never seen him in public. I never said anything close to that. I said if I.
All right, so yeah, praise is just straight up lying. He's trying to like change history right here, but we'll get into it.
Ever see you, meaning my property? That's what you guys assumed that it was in the public.
You didn't say your property, so you implied that you.
That's what I did imply, though. That's what I meant when I said that. So I'm giving you context.
That's what I meant when I said that. I'm only waiting like 3 years later to say that. Like, what the fuck, praise? Like, what the fuck? That's not what you said. Here. All right. I got what you said, praise. I got what you said. Let's listen to what praise actually said.
Douchebag.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect from bums? You're a fucking bum, Jay. Fuck you, and fuck this other fucking Nikolai guy, too. You know what? If I was an atheist, I'd fucking put a gun in your fucking throat and blow your brains out.
Bray, come on.
You. Fuck Jay, too. Yo, fuck you, Jay. And if I ever fucking see you, I swear to God, I will fucking kill you. Yeah, eat.
Where was any implication of, if you come on my property, like, who's talking about coming on your property? You said if I was an atheist, I would fucking shoot you in the fucking head. If I see you, I will fucking kill you. That's your exact words. Now you're going to try to change it all later? Like, don't you realize that the times that you did actually apologize for that, if there were any, I think I kind of like bring that up, and I'm not even sure if there were any, but if you did like apologize for it, don't you realize that by lying about it now, you completely wipe out any fucking apology, any merits to any apology you might have made about said comments? Like, praise, like, what the fuck, dude? Like, just be honest. You said the shit. You said the shit. Be honest about it. But all right, let's continue.
That's what I said. So you can either agree with it or disagree with that. That was the context about it.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Will, as well as Mr. TTOR and Rage. Here's the link to the clip right there. I didn't hear one time you say anything about property. I didn't realize you had an atheist trying to burglarize you because you didn't mention that in the recording.
Well, praise, if you knew the background context of it, Brett, instead of assuming things, just like you do with Kent, then maybe you would understand things more. But you don't.
You can't shoot people randomly walking across your lawn.
If I was praised, I would have came in hot on, I did apologize publicly several times for this, and like, praise, that's really what.
Yeah, I even apologize for it. So, I mean, I don't really understand why Brett's bringing it up.
See, like, I'm even helping praise out. Like, dude, come on, praise. You're just, I wish, I gotta stop because he's such a low cow, and he's been such a low cow for a long time. It kind of like dismisses. Here, we'll go up here. It kind of like dismisses everything, right? Because, like I said, this isn't about Kent Hovind for me. Kent Hovind's a piece of shit. He enabled a pedophile. From the testimony I've heard, he's definitely complicit in a pedophile having access to a young child. But, whether any legality comes on Kent Hovind or he's just crucified in the court of public opinion, that's all for the future. That's all to be determined on whatever investigation's going on, and what that investigation turns up. And we'll talk a little bit more about convictions later. But this is all about the dilemma praise finds himself in. The dilemma of praise being some kind of moral arbiter. arbitrating whether or not atheists can even have morality. To then go and first justify a sexual abuser in Smokey Saint, and now justify a pedophile enabler in Kent Hovind. And later, we'll hear him just like justify the pedophiles themselves. Like, because why the fuck not? Seriously. All right, let's continue.
Is it just because that I'm pro Kent now? Why didn't you bring this up earlier, Brett?
Well, I think
you're the one that decided to make the video saying that me and TTR aren't Christian, and then we've got.
I never said. Where the hell did I ever say that?
You falsely accused us of selling out to the atheist community. That's why.
Yeah, selling out to you.
All right, so just to, and I'm gonna let it play, and I'm gonna let it play for a minute before I comment again. But just so we're clear. You know, Praise is coming in hot. He's defending his position, right? Like, he's coming in like pretty much like, fuck all you guys. All right, so that's where we're at. That's where he's been at since I started covering this shit, right? So Praise, to this point, is being consistent with what Praise has said since, you know, like he's come out in support of Kent Hovind.
I never said that you were not Christians or anything, though. That's your own assumption.
Oh, I never said that.
Yeah. Could have swore I heard him.
Praise, I got a question for Praise. Which way is the wind blowing today? I'm just wondering where we're at on the whole. Are you with Kent today or not? I'm just checking before we get really going here.
The wind is blowing up your mom's dress, Will.
He was with
my
Kent
mom wears a dress.
You would know, Praise.
He was with Kent last night because I just put in your comment section. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I dig it. I was like, Praise, I am a white knight.
Well, I don't mind talking about Kent. So we already know that this Chris is a deviant, a sexual deviant.
Fuck me.
All right, so here we're going to come to one of the great inconsistencies in Praise's position, because he's clearly admitting that Chris Jones is a sexual deviant. And yet, as I played for you at the very beginning in that Brett Keane montage there, we have several instances of Kent Hovind saying the opposite, saying that he's not, that he was framed. We have this child molester, Chris Jones, whom Kent Hovind justifies that behavior, allows this man on a dinosaur Adventureland, has actually put this other pedophile, something Brady or another, I can't remember the dude's name, was like on the board. Well, and the other pedophile, as far as I believe, hasn't been convicted yet. But he's been accused by his own son and his own niece. So we have Kent Hovind with a whole lot of Como shit going around at Dinosaur Adventureland. We have Praise, the moral arbiter of all of atheism. And he's clearly sitting here admitting that, yes, Chris Jones is, to use their terminology, if anybody's going to be a fucking reprobate, it's going to be something like this, right? Right? Like, it's at some point during this, I'm going to, I think he's going to agree with me, at least agree with me, because that's what Praise does, that it's like one of the worst things you can do as a human being.
So you know Chris Jones is a sexual deviant.
Yeah.
You admit.
Yeah, and that's not the issue, though.
That's one of the main issues why me and TTO are even bothered with Kent.
Well, let me explain to you.
That is TTOR. That's one thing that Brett will do. He'll put one person on like the big screen. That's TTOR. He's a Christian. He's a creationist. You might have seen a recent back and forth between Oz and Jenna and TTOR. I never did get to watch like the majority of that stream because I had to go to bed that night. So I need to catch up on what's going on there.
To you, why is that an issue, Brett? So Kent Hovind, he took the position of someone who is a loving, caring pastor to this Chris. So he was hoodwinked, and he thought that this Chris has changed his life. And see, Kent is gullible in a way, so that is, you can say he is accountable in some way, but he is not complicit in this matter. I know a lot of people want to pin him as being complicit with, enabling or trying to solicit some type of pedophilia or whatever, but it's not true. He's just a kind person. So
being an enabler doesn't entail automatic being a complicit in the crime. Now, as described by the allegations and by firsthand testimony, as I've pointed out to you in our live stream just recently, so you should know this. I was hoping you would have done what you said you did and go and actually researched it. But according to, I believe her name is Linda Shark, correct me if I'm wrong about that. She real quick, I got her name wrong. She's going to come in. I got her name wrong, so that's going to be made apparent. Her name is Julie Sharp. She had tried to put Jones with the boy in the man cave. Hovind overruled her. She's going to be very important. Put the boy and Jones in the house off property. That is, by definition, complicit.
There's one other person that also, it's Julie Shunk. I don't know if you've heard of her. Rage TTR, you want to tell them about her? It might have
been Julie. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and good point, Jay. You're going to hear a lot of this. You're going to hear a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to praise here, especially if you do know, the Smokey Saint situation, the things that he said to justify his own behavior in regards to Smokey Saint, the things that he said about the people that still support Smokey Saint. That didn't last for very long because those people ended up in his streams anyway. Yeah. That might have been who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Julie Shunk's the one who... Julie Shunk's the one who tried to get Chris Jones and Zaire placed in the man cave with 12 other guys so that there would be a crowd of witnesses to make sure nothing bad happened. It was Kent Hovind who overruled that and absolutely insisted that Chris Jones and Zaire need to sleep by themselves in this house just off property that has nothing in it but one mattress. And then Paul Hansen sits outside in his trailer, not in the house with them. He insisted on creating a environment and scenario and opportunity for Chris Jones to potentially do something to the boy.
Yeah,
Kent is complicit in that, no matter if he's gullible or not.
I call BS on that.
And that's a Class A misdemeanor.
You don't even need that, though, Praise. Just looking at all the times Kent Hovind has, on air, justified Chris Jones, justified what Chris Jones did for the craziest of reasons, and then to still bring him to Dinosaur Adventureland. That's complicity by definition as well. You know what I really should have done? Let's go up here for a second. You know what I really should have done for this, and I'm just thinking about it now because it would have been brilliant. I wish I'd have done this. I wouldn't have had any time where I could have done it, but I wouldn't have gotten as far in, so we wouldn't be covering as much of the cray tonight. And the cray is going to be probably like second half of the stream or second third of the stream. It's going to be a long stream. But what I should have done was go back to all the Christian outrage when the movie's Cuties came out. I should have went back in Praise's community tab all the way back then and captured all of that outrage about this movie that wasn't even about child pornography at all. It had the little girls did some provocative dances. They dressed provocatively. It was the point of the movie. The point of the movie flew completely over their heads. There's reason. I mean, it's a very distasteful movie, without a doubt. But just the reactions from them on it, from Praise and all of these fuckers, because they all lost their goddamn minds. Talking about Hollywood and Como supporters and pedophile rings. I mean, that's what I should have done for this. Because just like the fucking hypocrisy when it's one of their own. They play moral arbiter. They put themselves up on a pedestal and say, God's objective morality is all. Damn you atheist scum. And then they go and they support this shit. And it is the epitome of Christianity. Just the epitome of it. Just the outright hypocrisy of it. God is love, but he hates this group and that group. Let's call it what it is. Oh. I mean,
What do you mean? He just lately.
He had an open invitation. The dude could come there at any time.
Well, no, that's actually not true because Ken actually said that he kicked his ass off the property, he no longer associates with them. So,
oh yeah, that's the point of all this, James. I'm not really getting ahead of myself. Like the point of all of this is like, like Praise I Am is fucked up. Like I really don't think that there's any help. Like the only, like to help Praise at this point is going to take a really good fucking psychiatrist, I think.
if you're saying he condoned what he's saying, then why did he kick him off?
Exposed him.
After
Yeah,
he was
now he's
exposed.
doing that.
We're talking about all the months of being on air talking about this, Praise. Like, no, you don't get credit for doing something after you've been fully exposed for it. You don't get credit for doing something after the Daily Beast article drops. No. You don't even get credit.
No, wait a minute, no. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about that. So there was a lady that had there's an audio tape put.
I mean, I kind of hear you, Jay, but don't you cover Jill?
On Steve McRae's channel. He even said it on that audio tape.
But
that if I ever knew someone was complicit or someone that was a perpetrated some type of child crime, I would have kicked him off the premise. He said that if he actually listened to it.
Well,
but in the same breath, he also told her that he didn't believe any of the charges against Chris Jones.
Yep, and we got a new problem too
And I got too much to watch, but I should have pulled that up too because I don't even remember him saying that to her. I pretty much remember him justifying Chris Jones to her.
Is introduced by your logic, Praise I Am. Brady Byram was made one of the board members of DAL's board after it had been made known to Kent Hovind that he had molested his own children. And Kent Hovind even went on Stephen Bulling's channel just a few months ago and admitted that Brady Byram did indeed molest his own family members, but that there was nothing wrong with what Brady Byram did. He was an innocent man.
I would like to grab I would like to get the clip of that. I haven't seen a clip of that, but I've heard several people talk about that, and that is the other dude that I was talking about. He's the guy that can't actually put on the board. Now, as far as I know, he hasn't been convicted of anything. There was some kind of agreement made. But yeah, his own child or his own son, and I think it was his niece, accused him of molesting them.
It was Kent who did that. Try and justify that. I dare you.
I would love to see that clip, though. I just think you're making your own context up. I mean, show the clip.
Go to Stephen Bulling's channel.
And people in the side chat. And with that, I'm on Brett because I'm there with Praise on that. I want to see that clip. Like I don't know the legitimacy of that until I see that clip.
Oh yeah, okay.
So your problem is that you believe Kent Hovind because people in the side chat that are close to this, they say he hasn't done that.
And I watched a lot of different interviews of him. He changed his story from interview to interview. He's not consistent at all in what he.
All right, so this is the beginning, right? So it didn't take us long. I think you can already hear it in his voice. The flip-flop. He's not as aggressive. Doesn't take long for Praise to kind of bow to pressure. And like the pressure that we're given is all legitimate. This is the issue. Like he doesn't seem to understand, and you're gonna get that when we get to the second stream that we're gonna cover tonight, is like he thinks that like I don't know, somehow like Kent Hovind needs to be convicted of a crime or something. And that's not what we're saying at all. Like just the mere fact that he justified this man should be problematic. Especially for some fucking moral arbiter like Praise. I wish that I had some fucking morals for my own. Just that alone. Let alone the wild conspiracy theories about how it's the New World Order or it's the Florida prison system or whatever fucked up reason it is this week. But not only that, the testimony you're going to be hearing from Julia Shark, I believe her name is, something like that. I'm terrible with names. He hasn't kicked Chris Jones. He doesn't think Chris Jones is guilty.
Mr. Praise, I've had 2 of his wives up here. I've had over 20 dell workers.
But real quick, like the whole point of that rant is we're going to start laying it on thick. So I'm going to start speeding it up And we're going to kind of get through it at a higher speed here in a moment.
I've had people that are actually still at Dow who've called me. I mean, what do you expect me to do? You got all these people saying that he's bringing pedophiles down there. They're showing me evidence. They're showing me documentation. And the only interaction that you've actually had with Kent was the one time you had him on your show. And you didn't even ask him any difficult questions. Why didn't you do that?
I did answer the questions. Like I said, like, why didn't you? I mean, with Chris, like, did you willingly allow him in there, knowing he was a pedophile? I asked him that question. Then I asked him about the free.
Kent said,
and he did not. He did not ask him that. I covered that. Remember, he gave Kent 4 softball questions, and when it came to Chris Jones, he didn't even finish his question because Kent Hovind went right in with his apologetic, talking about wild conspiracies and pedophile rings and this and that and New World Order. Like, Praise didn't even finish that question.
on my show, Kent said on my show that he was aware that this guy didn't just have the Chris Jones one charge with the strip poker and children. You know, that guy's got over 8 charges of many different time periods. Who do we got here? That's
and he was convicted on 4 of them, which not only got him on the sex offender registry list, he got listed as a tier 3 offender, which is the worst possible class of sex offender that there is. He's not some low end.
It means you're still a threat to society. Is basically
think about this, Praise. Think about, you got over 20 people coming forward. You got 2 former wives. Got one wife who's saying that she was domestically assaulted, and she actually took him to court, and he got charged for it. Then you got another wife. You got Mary Toko, who's one of the most respected women in the world, saying that she actually seen Kent Hovind body slam a child for hitting him with a rubber band. What would you do, Praise, if you were in my position, hearing 20 people, 2 wives? How much more do you got to be able to hear? How much documentation before you say, damn, there's something wrong going on here?
Wait a minute, Brent. Like, you were flip-flopping almost every week with this Cindy Link, and you were saying that she was a duplicitous, untrustable person.
All right, so he's still trying. He's still giving that struggle, but like you could tell, like the flip-flop's already there. Like the weakness has already shown its ugly face. And I'm going to warn you, because he's going to stop talking altogether soon, and it's just going to be all of us like really laying it on. And Julia should be coming in the room fairly soon. And I've mentioned Julia, but I mispronounced her name several times. But she is the person. Now it's gonna get disturbing later when Praise goes about dismissing her, and oh God, it's so awful. I like it. Oh God, it's so bad, guys. It's so bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna get ahead of myself, but she is the one that pretty much tried to get Chris Jones and Sair, the little boy, to sleep in the man cave where there were going to be several other adults there. And she's the one that testifies that Kent Hovind overruled her. Pretty much talked to everybody that was upset about it down. Indications are that Chris Jones and Kent Hovind actually called the mother. That's what the mother says in the complaint, is that Kent Hovind and Chris Jones actually called the mother to see if it would be okay if the boy slept in a bed with Chris Jones. She said no. So, according to the witnesses, and you're going to hear it, people are upset. Kent Hovind, is telling Julie, nope, they're going to sleep in this house. They're going to sleep in this house that has one queen-size mattress on the floor, all by themselves. And that's her testimony. And she was there. She was at Dinosaur Adventureland. Nobody can contest that. Nobody contests that she was an eyewitness. Nobody contests that.
Like, why were you flip-flopping?
But I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. There's a lot of crazy shit we're gonna be watching tonight, guys. I'm just warning. This is the calm before the storm. This is the first flip-flop. The second flip flop is fucking horrible, guys.
Being them back and forth thing. Oh yeah, I can't trust this. And then the next week you would say, okay, I trust her. Then the next week I don't trust her. So I mean, how do we even know how am I going to put stock in that, Brett? If you're changing your view by every week.
Well, you got to check out.
It's not Brett saying it though. That's the problem. Okay, Brett flip flopping is one fucking thing, but he's not on trial here. This is you to come and defend yourself.
Well, he is on trial because he's the one that.
Why? So for one, why would you base your opinion based on Brett's opinion and not on the testimony of Cindy Lincoln herself?
Why do you think Brett was flip flopping in the first place? Is because of their untrustable accounts.
Dodged the question.
No, because he had Kent Hovind in his ear doing exactly what he's doing to you.
Yeah,
Lying.
he talks to Kent way more than you do, Praise, or at least Brett did talk to Kent way more than you do, Praise. So he had Kent in his ear telling him all kinds of sweet little lies for a long time, and Stephen Bowling was doing the same damn thing. So of course Brett was flip-flopping because he had the other side in his ear saying things that weren't true but sounded good, and then we have us over here presenting the actual.
Oh yeah, Doubting Thomas, and nobody knows, like, you know. I mean, I know my initial reaction would be, for one, I'm calling the local authorities to do a wellness check, right, and let them know what's going on, and that fucked up phone call that I just got, and then I think it's like a 4-hour drive or whatever, right? I think it's I'm not sure where it is. I think it's like North Carolina or South Carolina. I think it was North Carolina to Alabama, so it was like a 4-hour drive. So yeah, I'm in that car that night, and I'm the one going to jail if I catch that motherfucker in a bed with my kid. That's without a doubt, and I'm probably not getting out ever.
Actual evidence of the things we were claiming.
I have
Eventually,
Julia,
the evidence wins out.
Guys, I have Julia Shunk here. She is the former secretary of Kent Hovind. If Praise doesn't want to hear me out on this, he should listen to her. Julie, does your mic work?
Hello, Praise. I am a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. Oh, this is a long one, Praise. I hope you stick it out. I hope you're here for when I get to your stream. Because I got so far to go, Praise. But I got to set it up. I got to set up just how you are.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Jolie, you were the one that tried to put the Zaire into the man cave with all those witnesses. But what did Kent Hovind do to you?
He told me no. And he told me that he's going to put the boy and Chris in the house next door. And I told Dr. Hovind, no, there's nothing over there but just a single mattress. See, Praise I was going to buy that house that was next door there. So I know what was in that house. And I didn't end up buying that house. I ended up buying a different home. And so I moved all of my stuff out. And so it was my queen size bed on that floor. And I told Dr. Hovind, I said, Dr. Hovind, you can't put them over there. There's nothing over there for them to sleep in besides my bed. And he said, no, don't worry about anything. I'm going to take care of it. You just go home and be with your husband. And, stupid me.
Julie, how does it make sense that Kent would want them to be on a mattress when you had all those cabins, though? Why would he do that for?
Well, a lot of people at the property was very, very upset with Dr. Hovind when he allowed this pedophile to come to the camp. People are leaving campus. People are Chris, Matt, I'm so sorry. So many people are just leaving off.
So, Julie, you basically said as soon as Chris Jones came on the property, people started freaking out. They started having anxiety.
Correct.
People were wanting to leave. Mark Stoney freaked out because he's got a little girl there, and he doesn't want to go through any of that kind of stuff. Tell about how the environment was whenever Kent allowed this to go down.
All right, because it's so far away, I feel like foreshadowing it just so you can see what kind of like piece of shit Praise is. So this is a person that was there, right? So whatever you think of her testimony, one thing you can't take away from this woman was she was there and she saw what the fuck she saw. Later in the stream, Praise is going to dismiss this woman for an affair she had. And at first, like, he calls it pornography for some fucking reason. Like trying to paint her as some porn star that got caught having pornography on Dinosaur Adventureland, and she's kicked out. That's the kind of piece of shit Praise is. And, you know, I'm assuming that's what Kent Hovind and SFT told him, because he's an idiot and he believes anything that he hears. And there was some kind of conversation that Kent Hovind shared with them that I know of, because SFT was talking about it in the side chat. But we'll get there. We'll get there, and we're going to talk about that. We got so much to cover tonight. You guys will probably forget that I even said that by the time we get there.
People were very, very upset. People were very upset with Dr. Hovind. Dr. Hovind, oh, of course, he says, this is my place. I can do whatever I want. Whatever I want. You don't tell me what to do. And so he allowed Chris Jones to come, knowing he's a known pedophile, brings him anyway. People are grabbing their kids off of that property and leaves. And so that's why Dr. Hovind wanted to put Chris in the house next door, because of how many people were angry with him on the property.
Yeah, and also...
All right, so there you got her firsthand testimony, right? And in the moment here, you know, you're not going to hear any of the derogatory shit that Praise is going to have to say about Julie here. You're not going to hear any of that right now. You're going to hear that later. But what you are going to hear is a lot of people laying on a lot of shit now. So you heard her testimony firsthand right there. She wanted to put them in the man cave. Kent Hovind overruled her, put them in this house right off property to where it was going to be this pedophile, this tier 3 sexual offender, and this little boy all alone. Praise, I am the arbiter of all that is moral. Praise, I am the one that points the finger at atheists and says, you can't have morals. You don't have no moral foundation. You don't believe in God. That very praise. All right, so let's speed this up. We're going to speed this up a bit. Let me see. How do I do that? I don't do that very often. Playback speed. Let's go to 1.25 and see how it is.
So on Mark Stoney's channel, there's like an hour and a half, 2-hour audio recording of an early 2020 meeting, or maybe it was 2021, where Chris Jones was there at DAL of Kent Hovind, surrounded by all the DAL volunteers, without children present, of course. And you just hear the DAL volunteers telling Kent Hovind what a horrible idea it is to have Chris Jones there, potentially around children. And Kent essentially gives them the middle finger and says, Chris Jones can come whenever he wants. I'm in charge of this property, and my say is final.
And he
So
said
that's not
that.
even-
And he said that.
I have Kent recorded, and I have audio recordings on my radio that you can hear, because some of it's really, really rough. But Kent actually admits to almost all the
Multiple
things
times.
that you've heard so far. And he said, oh, Chris Jones is welcome anytime. He even tried to get Chris Jones to do an interview with me, but Chris Jones kept delaying. Then he said, I'm going to have Chris Jones down here, and we're going to do an interview together and all that. So, Praise, do you see the issue? Yes, whenever I was going back and forth with Cindy and Kent is really good at talking. We all know that.
Yeah.
Cindy's a person who's going through a lot of hell. But when more people like Julie, Nick, Mark, and tons of people kept calling me, yeah.
I really do hope you stick around, Praise, because at some point in this, you use some obscure law that's not referencing anything at all, really. I'm going to show you the law that you should have looked at last night in your stream, so hopefully you stick around for that.
It started becoming real solid, real hardcore.
Real quick, I have some questions for Julie, if you don't mind. Julie, are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
Are you an evolutionist?
No, I'm not. I am a creationist, and I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ.
I'm assuming that when you went to camp, you went because you probably admired Dr. Hovind and believed in the things that he said.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Of course.
probably an easy assumption. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, just like we all did. But you have to understand, when we were there, see, we personally know Dr. Hovind personally. We don't just know him through the lens of a camera like everybody else does. We personally know Dr. Hovind. We walked with him, talked with him, worked with him every day for years. And so over time, we start to notice, wait a second, he's not lining. Dr. Hovind's not living by what he preaches. And that started to become an issue and an eye-opener, because it says, okay, Ken does his Bible studies and says one thing on camera. When the cameras are off and he's just palling around the property, he is living a totally, completely different man.
It happens, SPM. And Praise, you see that? Like, she didn't mean to do that. You got unhidden. You're not you're not hidden from the channel.
So that's
Shit
the
happens.
problem.
Mistakes-
And you don't think
mistakes
that
are made.
his behavior is going to be cause and effect. Dr. Hovind is bringing all this onto himself because of his behavior. We're not against the message, praise I am.
Guys, I'll be
We're
right
against
back
the
in a
behavior.
moment. Guys,
Sure,
I'll be right back in a moment, but I want to say to Praise,
All right, now mind that, like, because I asked those questions very specifically, right? Because, the first time I covered this in that very first stream, you heard it a lot. Haven't heard it quite as much since then, but you heard it a lot. And you know what? You might hear it again tonight. I'm just saying. A whole lot of, it was atheists. Atheists were false flagging Kent Hovind because, creationism, and he's so great, an OG. You heard a lot of that, right? Remember that? You heard a lot of that? So I asked her, like, Julie, are you an atheist? No. Are you an evolutionist? No. I'm a young earth creationist. Duh, which is like why she was on the fucking compound. Like, I would probably hate all of these people's theology. All of it. Like, if we got in a theological discussion, we're not gonna get along on anything. It's not atheist. Praise.
I appreciate you coming in and actually trying to be open-minded and respectful in the conversation. That is awesome. Kudo points for you. I'll be right back.
Thank you. I have a question for Julie, though. Actually, this is a quick question, if you don't mind.
Of course.
So my only question is, why hasn't this been made known earlier, like a couple of years ago? Why is it coming out now?
Well, people can hide their colors people can't hide their colors forever. Eventually, someone's true colors are going to come out. Now, to be honest with you, this new situation is coming out now, but at Dr. Hovind's Dinosaur Adventureland in Pensacola, all of that is already out in the open. People have already, so really, these issues really aren't coming out now. His issues have always been out in the public.
That's why, like, Praise is so mad at me. What did I put in my description? Let's see. So it must have been in the comment I left on his channel. It was pretty much something about, like, the stupid tree runs strong and praises family or something. Like, I can't be, like, usually I'm nice to Olive and Sparrow, but I can't be tonight. It's going to be impossible.
First, it was his Pensacola ministry.
So you're saying you brought this out earlier? Like, so that was my question. Like, why haven't you came out earlier? Have you actually talked about this earlier and brought this out, or why is it coming out now from you?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? I lost.
Okay.
I just got back. She has come out about it for quite some time.
Oh, okay.
There's a guy called Trucker Billy who
Jones was on our channel when Smokey Saint was still on that channel too. So
this is another thing I just pointed out to you a couple days ago. I told you, I talked to Cindy Lincoln, and I think it was Mark Stoney. It was like 8 months ago I came on this channel and had a conversation about this. Like, this isn't anything like brand new. Like, Kent Hovind's channel goes down, and now all of a sudden everybody's talking about Chris Jones. That's not how it played out. We've been talking about this for a while. You're just new to the party again.
Well, no, I mean, Julie Shank, specifically, I've never heard of Julie until now. And, like, I don't know why her name hasn't been brought up earlier. That's all.
Well, whoever was speaking earlier, that gentleman is correct. Praise I am. You're brand new to the party, man. This has been going on for quite some time. So.
Yeah, and I think, like, TTO is about to mention it. Like, people have been talking about this as early as 2017. Now, like, the child thing I think is relatively new. I'm not quite sure when the child that was at Dinosaur Adventureland with Chris Jones, when that happened. I think that happened in the last year and a half or so. Right. And investigations take a long time. That's going to be a thing, like, that Praise doesn't seem to understand as we get into this, is sometimes it can take 2 or 3 years really to investigate one of these crimes, especially considering, like, a situation like Kent Hovind's cult compound, where people are relying on Kent Hovind, so they're going to be more than willing to lie for Kent Hovind in order for Dinosaur Adventureland to stay open, in order for them to continue having a home, a job, etc., etc., etc.
I think that's why I'm new to you, because you're new to us.
And Truck Driving Billy just pointed out that he was making videos about the whole Chris Jones thing.
And I didn't even include any of the religious connotations that are involved with it. That was just, like, real life survival shit that I listed. You add on, the religious dynamics of the cult and his ministry there, quote unquote ministry there, then yeah, you have a a really unique situation, and it's like this with really any cult. The people that are still inside the cult are really tight knit. They're really tight knit. They're all going to have the same story. They're all going to back up the cult leader. It's the people that are coming out where you get the information about what's happening on the inside. That's how it happens with these cults. That's the only way to really get information on these cults, unless you're like some deep dive investigator that's going to go deep undercover and actually put your life in danger to get the inside scoop on these cults, which has happened. A couple journalists have done that. I've covered a couple on the channel.
Back in 2017, even before he did the thing with Zaire, he was already making videos exposing the weird relationship with Chris Jones. That
Billy actually met Chris Jones as well with Kent Hovind, so that's an interesting story. If Truck Driver wants to come in a little bit and share his story, I'm sure Praise will find that fascinating as well.
I have a question for Julie. I was waiting to get in.
Yes, go ahead.
Does Dinosaur Adventureland have a proclivity to hire felons or people with felonious charges, or are these few individuals the only one that you're aware of?
The only ones that I'm aware of. I've heard of, I think AJ actually found some fascinating stories that happened in the old Dinosaur Adventureland too, where there was felons and things going on down there too. But as far as for me, just what's going on with Cindy and Steve and Lynn and stuff like that. All
right, I understand. The point I'm trying to get across is Knock knows this too. You know how hard it is to get a job when you've got a felony charge, even if it's 26 years old?
Uh-huh.
So my insinuation is that because there is a big why would he defend this Jones person, and I think that the answer is that he wants to keep people around that have no other method of sheltering themselves, feeding themselves, etc.
Right.
It's a form of the situation.
It's a form of manipulation. They're easier to manipulate and control because these people have nowhere else to go. So he knows he can get them to listen, because if you don't listen to him, you get kicked out. So it's a form of control and manipulation for sure. If I'm making sense.
I mean, I'm just completely shocked. I had no idea. So.
And that's why I made the videos I made, why Cindy Lincoln's made the videos she's made, why Mark Stoney has made the videos he's made. It's to document all this stuff so that people can go in, look at it for themselves, and realize, whoa, I've been supporting a guy who is definitely not what he's portrayed himself as for years.
Praise, you don't support Matt Pop.
All right, so we are going to really start laying it on thick now. So let's go to 1.5.
Views when it comes to homosexuals and stuff, right? Like,
right? Yeah,
Kent has the same views,
but Kent has the same views. Like, this is all stuff we've known about Kent Hovind for a long time. It just gets pushed under the rug, so to speak, by not only Kent Hovind himself, but the creationists that follow him, and even the atheists that only speak about evolution with him. Like, I've been screaming for 2 years on my channel now. Like, atheists shouldn't even debate Kent Hovind when it comes to creation versus evolution. We should call him out on his beliefs. I mean, because that's what's more important. Like, there's plenty of creationists out there. SFT, despite I know he leans.
I'll probably be like the only one on here that talks like a chipmunk at 1.5 because I talk fucking fast, man.
Towards those people, he doesn't come out and actively say he's proactively with those statements that these people make. But Kent does. He doesn't hide it.
For example,
real quick, Guru Lady, the issue isn't so much job. We got a lot of jobs around here. The issue is can I do them on my feet? My feet are fucked. The job I have pays well, and so far I'm not having any issues. So. I think I found the right one. The issue is never jobs. I mean, there's jobs all over Michigan. Gretchen's done a pretty good goddamn job, I'd say. But no, the issue is finding the right job that I can do with my health conditions.
Well, TTLR and I actually had a prolonged video debate series. I think it was 3 or 4 videos apiece, us debating Young Earth. You don't see us doing any of this stuff. Just saying. I mean, like, and I didn't go and have TTLR channel flagged down because I hate God or whatever. Like, that defense makes absolutely no sense as well. And he did. Kent Hovind does have a reason given. He has the email. We're aware that he has the email now. He's just not telling us.
Yeah,
so,
I'm normally all for Young Earth creationists and atheists/evolutionists having debate over creation versus evolution. Normally, I'm all for that. But Kent Hovind is one of those rare cases where he actually is trying to encourage you all to debate him on creation versus evolution in order to distract from all the criminality and the horrible behaviors on his part and all the other shenanigans he does.
It's his brand. It's how he gets people in and makes money. It's all just smoking mirrors.
We've seen so many videos when he tries to address, all the stuff we're talking about. He's like, it's all just a distraction. We need to get back to the creation versus evolution debate.
Dude, well, you accuse your enemies of that, what you do.
And I'm not trying to pile on you, Praise, but like you just last night you did.
All right, so it is going super fast and it bothers my OCD, but I'm going to try to get through it because I got so much to cover. Like, we're gonna be piling it on now for at least another. Let me think here. About 26 more minutes before we're gonna get to the part that I really need to slow it down. I'm probably gonna go to 1.25. But I have been screaming that about Kent Hovind. Like, people just stop debating evolution. This dude shares NIFB beliefs. Stop giving this guy what he wants. Start calling him out on it. I mean, say what you want about Brett Keane, but Brett Keane's one of the only ones that did it. Brett Keane got him on it. Brett Keane got him saying the shit. Before, like, all I could find was the Kent Hovind, Steven Anderson shit, right? That's all I could find was that old conversation when Kent Hovind was still in prison talking to Steven Anderson. Brett Keane recently got him to say it all over again, which some people speculate is why his channel's gotten taken down. I don't think that was the reason, because it wasn't. I don't think he said it on his channel. I think he said it on Brett Keane's channel.
A stream white knighting for the fact that Kent Hovind came on your channel and said it's possible for God to break his own damn rules. Like, and then you have to come in and say, well, Kent Hovind's not good at philosophy and doesn't understand it. No, he should understand that, right? Like,
wait. That happened, Rage? Kent Hovind really said that God can break his own rules?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's not right in philosophy. He's not sharp in philosophy at all. But I'm going to have to really digest this stuff, because it's it's one of those things that just makes you sick in your stomach. And
objection. You've said that before, and then you've gone back. What sort of? I don't care what to do. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm just wondering.
Oh yeah, still think and say what you want. I mean, that's a long history there. But I'm just saying, he did do that. Like, I haven't seen it personally, but I trust Bree, and Bree's mentioned it like twice now that I can remember.
If Bree says he's going to look into it, man, I'll just say, look, I'll just be patient, folks. If he says he's going to do it, then he'll do it.
And I would definitely
in court next week, folks, is what Brett's saying.
I would definitely encourage Praise to look further into this, because there's a lot of dark stuff that he's going to be exposed to. So he really needs to soak it in, digest it, process it, pray about it, and then conclusions.
You latching yourself right to it, too, dude. You're just right to it, man.
Well, it sounds like you just found out about a lot of it, too.
Yeah, I did. I had no idea.
Julia's trying to get a word in edgewise. Can we?
All right, Julie's turn.
All right, so we're gonna go back to 1.25. So already, like, because we're going super fast now. So, but you hear the capitulation, you hear the flip flop, right? You hear it, and we're slow now. So when Praise does speak, you'll even hear it even clearer. We're not going all the way slow, but back to 1.25. He's already flip-flopped. He's already starting to take the position, oh my God, I've lashed myself. Like, I just said it really fast. Let's go back just a little bit. So you can hear it nice and slow. In fact, we'll go to normal speed. Hear it nice and slow. But not too, which this ain't a super long stream, so just not too far.
Into it, man. I'll just say, look, I'll just be patient, folks. If he says he's going to do it, then he'll do it.
And I would definitely
in court next week, folks, is what Brett's saying.
I would definitely encourage Praise to look further into this, because there's a lot of dark stuff that he's going to be exposed to. So he really needs to soak it in, digest it, process it, pray about it, and then conclusions.
You latching yourself right to it, too, dude. You're just right to it, man.
Well, it sounds like you just found out about a lot of it.
Yeah, I did. I had no idea.
Julia's trying to get a word in edgewise. Can we?
All right, Julie's turn.
And that's what he does. Like, I had no idea. I talk all this shit, but I had no idea. I had Kent Hovind on, just letting him say all this shit, but I had no idea. Praise, I am without an idea.
Praise, I am. One thing I'd like to mention to you, it's always so good to do your research.
Oh, dude, Darth looks stupid in that. I don't even know what you're talking about. It could have been it could have been more enjoyable for me. I wish Brett would have let it go longer, because I was having fun, man. I was in like 100% fucking just give no fucks mode as soon as Darth came in. Oh, here we go again.
Before you go hardcore on defending a man who you don't even know.
Wait, are you flip-flopping on Darth again? I thought you didn't like each other. Again. Like, I was just it's hard to keep track, Praise.
nor have you ever met, nor have you ever been to the place. Before you start defending a man so strongly and so hardcore, you really need to take some time out and do your own research and find out things for yourself first before you start going all in and protecting a, I don't even want to be mean on this show and calling people names, but just,
I'll do it. Yeah, you don't want
careful.
to. You don't want to protect a pedo enabler and a wife abuser and a serial liar without having all your facts straight. And so that's what she's
Can
trying
you
to
guys
say.
do me a
Thank you,
favor? Can
PTOR.
you guys do me a favor? When you get an opportunity,
Go to 1.25
Praise Ham,
again.
if you want to give them an email or something where people can send you links and all that, where the information can be easily found, so you don't have to go all over the internet for this stuff. People, I'm sure, are more than happy to provide you all the information.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. It's praisejesuschrist@gmail.com.
I wanted to say something. That's why I came on real quick. I'm at work, so I just want to say something to Praise Ham. Yeah, when Julie was, when you were asking about does he hire a lot of felons and stuff, he's known for that in this town. I mean, unfortunately, he's created his own bad reputation in this area. He thinks everybody goes around talking about him, but I never mentioned him that I was ever there. I mean, someone saw me having lunch with him years ago, and I lost a contract over it. So believe me when I say I don't talk about Kent Hovind with my business or anything in town, because he has his own reputation around here. And mainly it's because a lot of his people get seen buying alcohol and drug deals and all kinds of stuff around town. Now, to be fair, I think Kent's trying to, open the door to it, but I also kind of, the sense I get from it is those people are easy to control. They have no other choice to leave. They just listen, and they do. And a lot of them, they flip back because Kent opens the door and starts paying for them and giving them a place to live.
I do see our old friend Basement Dweller in the side chat. Yeah, you better be like extra careful around here. We don't forgive and we don't forget.
And it's sad, unfortunately, but he is known for doing that with criminals. He has tons there. I mean, when you go there, it's everywhere, and it's like, whoa. I mean, I remember I went back a couple of years ago, and I also, the reason me and Julie didn't come out at first is because we tried to just bow out peacefully. We weren't trying to dive into all this and stuff like that, but when he just kept lying and lying and lying, and then dragging Cindy and all of our friends' names through the mud, lying through his. I mean, he lied so bad about Mark that CPS got called on him, and he was investigated.
Yeah. Praise. Mark is in the side chat. Kent Hovind came on your channel and accused Mark Stoney of paying this child $10,000 to lie on him. Go ask Mark, dude. Talk to Mark.
All right, I will do that, yeah.
And plus, the CPS part, Mark Stoney in a recent video showed the report that CPS gave him documenting their investigation. And at the end of the report, it says that the claims made against Mark Stoney were completely unfounded.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
That's
so,
man.
So when it gets
Wow.
when it gets that bad, you can't be silent anymore, is my point.
Okay.
That was kind of the reason why me and Julie didn't really say much for a while, because we have nothing against the message. It's the people behind the ministry that's the problem. And, if he just stopped all this stuff and went on with his life, all this would stop. But he just, I don't know what, he just won't. And he knows the truth. I told him about Mark. I told him to stop lying, and he says, okay, brother. And then the very next morning, he goes on and says the same.
So, Nicholas here and Julie here, I mean, they both still live in that same area, right? They lived on Dinosaur Adventureland. They were going to buy Cindy Lincoln's old house, decided to buy another house. So, these people are there, right? And it's really hard to refute their firsthand testimony without being really, really disrespectful to him. That's why you don't hear Praise being disrespectful. He's not refuting anything that they're telling him. You know why? Because Praise wasn't fucking there. Praise only knows what this wife-beating, chomo-enabling cult leader tells him. And he only really knows that because SFT. So it's mainly SFT in his ear. But SFT has that line to Kent Hovind. Because SFT, Kent Hovind's been living on SFT's channel when it comes to debating evolution.
Same thing again. And it's like, Hovind, what are you doing? You know what I mean? I don't understand this. I can understand if you come out and say, he's disgruntled. I don't like him. He's angry. That's fine. But you don't go and make up things that could have his children taken away from him. That's not right. See, these things that Kent did were behaviors he chose to do and publicly announced, saying, I'm going to support this pedophile. Well, that was his choice. So if he faces those consequences, that's on him. But to then throw other people under the bus to shine the light off him, that's where the problem comes in. So like I said,
If Truck Driving Billy and Mark Stoney want to come in and they want to discuss this with Praise and others and all that,
I know that there's more in this that I should hear, right? But I think you're getting, like, you're starting to hear the capitulation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip forward quite a bit, even though I know I'm going to be missing parts that I don't want to miss. But like I said, listening to that stream that Praise put out last night after I got out of work. So you see, I set this stream up today while I was at work on my lunch break. I set the stream up because when I got up this morning, I saw the stream. I think Praise was still streaming. I can't remember, but I saw that the stream had happened. So on my lunch break, I set it up from my phone, and it was on my next break that I commented in Praise, cause I think that comment was after I'd gotten home when I first started watching it. So, like the rest of the day at work, I'm just like, all right, I really want to see what Praise said last night, so I know what I'm going to talk about tonight. I had planned on this stream right here being the most of tonight. But then I got home and I started listening to that shit. And then I did the, oh gosh, Praise comment, my first comment. And then about an hour after listening to this shit, I'm like, hold on. Oh my fucking God. What's wrong with fucking Olive? Like, so we need to get there. And I've got so much to cover from that stream. And I might even go farther than what I actually watched because holy dumpster fire, fucking dumpster fire. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna skip forward a substantial amount, and we're gonna get to the complete flip flop, the first complete flip flop of Praise I Am. He came in hot, came in defending Hovind. We'll go right around here. That's before it happens. So we'll catch the most important part of this.
No, knock it out. Me and Brett especially have been around for a long time.
I agree. That's a lie,
15, 16 years. Yeah. Well, I know you agree with me, but I'm just making the point for the audience's sake at this point. No, that is not how that works. You don't have to pay a ransom to YouTube to get. No, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely.
But what I mean is, I don't think he was saying he bought subscribers. I think he was saying he had to pay a ransom, which was just another way to take advantage of people and get them to send him money. So it's not any better, but I don't necessarily think he was saying buy his subscribers or admitting that. I think he was just
sure. That's possible. I mean, giving whatever benefit of the doubt you can give to Kent Hovind, I suppose.
I mentioned in a different video on my channel, I think, that it's possible that the tech guy convinced Kent Hovind that could all be the case, but in reality,
that's a thing too.
The tech guy himself is going to buy subscribers from a third-party site. That's what he wants.
Well, it could also be that he's trying to skim off the top of Kent Hovind's business. Oh yeah, it's gonna cost you $4,000.
You mean like Steve Lynn?
It's gonna cost you $4,000, and I can't guarantee anything. And don't look into it.
Yeah, I'll write you an invoice in Microsoft Word, and you just pay me.
Or like Steve Lynn when he was like, I need all this equipment and I need all this money to, make great videos for you. And then you find out he just basically built a porn studio in his house that he lived in and was making all kinds of content related to that.
Where can I get in on that scam?
All right, so real quick, that comment that he just made is important. Now, I'm not necessarily, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but the comment that he just made is this Steve Lynn character was Hovind's tech guy. And this Steve Lynn character was spending, buying a lot of tech shit. And they found out that he was buying a lot of tech shit for himself and running some kind of like pornography ring out of his house or some shit. Like he was making porn videos up in his crib.
Walden always comes to my channel and says, I keep posting, but it's not going up. Well, I can see all the times you say you're not posting.
And again, it goes to that moral dilemma that Praise is in by just the mere defense of Kent Hovind. It's bad enough if you just got that one big, huge red flag with Chris Jones and that little boy, but there's so many other just red flags screaming at any sane person to listen here. Screaming about what kind of environment Kent Hovind provides there, what kind of environment he's set up, what kind of ministry he's running. Just the red flags are blaring. But Praise is, he's always been kind of ignorant when it comes to them red flags, Smokey Saint.
Exactly.
Then come in. If you really want to make sure your
come
voice is
in. If
heard.
you're a supporter or a critic or neutral, come in and make your case.
Yeah, we're not going to be mean. I mean, like me, like I like to, I just tell it, I'll defend someone if they're telling the truth, and I won't if they're lying. You know what I mean? So whether I'm your enemy or not, I'm not for trying to spread lies or anything like that. So if you got something to say, we'd love to hear it.
Well, I got to get running, guys. I want to apologize specifically to T2R and also Brett. I think I was throwing them under the bus. But I think it wasn't just because I wanted to. It's because that if I was felt in my gut or in my mind that Kent was a loving guy, but that was the profile that I thought he was. And then I appreciate, and this is why I'm glad I came in here today and I found out a lot of new stuff. So I will do my due diligence on that, but I want to apologize to you guys before you get out of here.
I appreciate
that.
I want to say I appreciate that praise. I know what it's like to care about the guy. I know what it's like to
All right, so there's the ultimate flip-flop, and we're going to listen to this for a bit because I'm going to make a prediction. And they're all going to accept his apology, right? And Saint Ronan, nobody got murdered on Dinosaur Adventureland. All right, oh my gosh, a very disturbed lady said that nobody got murdered. Police didn't go there with cadaver dogs, and they latch on to some of these, To this one particular person who everybody testifies to having some mental shit going on, and try to say that everybody has all these different crazy allegations when it's their way to obfuscate. I can never say the word. I try to say it every time, and I can't. I can say it in my brain, but I can't say it with my lips. But you guys know the word I mean.
respect what he was doing out there and then find out all this stuff. And I just wanted to take my ass and lay in a fetal position in a dark corner after it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Praise I Am, I just want to thank you so much for coming on here and at least hearing our side of the story. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people just kind of stick with Kent's side and they don't even give the time of day to hear the other side because they just believe Kent so much. And I just want to thank you for giving us a chance to hear us out. And of course, always do your research, which you are doing by being here and just checking out the other side. And I just want to thank you for your bravery, for wanting to really know the truth and stuff. So thank you for that.
Well, I think you guys are helping me out because I think I was in the dark and it looks like I was hoodwinked by Kent too. So I'm glad you guys exposed that and keep doing your doing because I think it'll help a lot of people actually. So thank you guys.
It was nice talking to you, Praise. Thanks for coming in, man. You got anything you want to say, TTR?
Just that I accept the apology, and I definitely hope you follow through on watching my videos about Kent, Cindy's videos, Mark Stoney's, because there's a lot to go through, and you're going to learn a lot of.
Oh, yeah, we're about to watch that, St. Ronan. This happened before that. This was earlier that day.
Things that are well documented that will, like Brett said, make you want to curl up in the fetal position in a corner and stay there for a while.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I have a question.
TTOR is right. But there's so much. We just told you, Praise I Am, we just told you a very small tip of the iceberg of what things actually went down over there.
Praise is taking off. He's got a lot.
All right, it's coming. I got a prediction for you guys. I got a prediction. Now, remember, this happened yesterday afternoon. I got out of work about 3:30. Brett started about 4. I'd say Praise came in about 4:30. Right, so this happened yesterday afternoon.
To think about and all that. I feel he's going to look into it and all that. Nobody wants to look crazy on the internet and all that. But
Praise is gonna flip flop for about 4 months, and he might land on the right side of it.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's my prediction. Praise is gonna flip flop on this for about 4 months, and then he might come down on the right side of it. Maybe not. I mean, we'll see in 4 months. That's going to be the entertaining part about this. Like, it's sit and watch mode when it comes to Kent Hovind. There's an investigation going on, or there isn't. It doesn't matter. He's already enabled the pedophile. He's already justified the pedophile. Kent Hovind, story done. Praise I am. We got 4 months of flip-flops. That's the interesting story here. So, that was yesterday afternoon. That was, like I said, I got out of work. I got home about 3:30. Brett started at 4. Praise come in. He's pretty hot. The whole thing was Brett Keane was challenging those people defending Kent Hovind to come in and tell him why he's wrong and why he should defend Kent Hovind again. Praise comes in. He's hot. He's defending Kent Hovind at first. And then, Julie comes in, gives Praise her firsthand testimony. Her husband comes in, gives Praise his firsthand testimony. Mark Stoney's in the side chat the whole time. Mark Stoney's the guy that Kent Hovind accuses of paying the boy $10,000 to lie on Chris Jones about being molested by Chris Jones. And I had misspoke before, so, that happens. You get more accurate information as you go along. Because I said that in complaint, it was indicated that the molestation happened there. I had actually gotten that. I think that had worked its way in because Julie, not what we watched today, but the first time I had ever seen Julie on Brett's channel, she was like acting really remorseful about how she had went home instead of insisting that Chris Jones and the boy slept in the man cave. And she was talking about how she had blamed herself. And she said, I believe in my heart that he was molested that night. Now, again, Chris Jones was caught sleeping in the bed, by other cult members with the boy. But the complaint says that while he was at Dinosaur Adventureland, he doesn't remember being molested there. He remembers being drugged by Chris Jones. And the molestation happened after they left on their way home. I guess they stayed at a motel or something. It's a 4-hour drive, but I guess they didn't make it all in one trip, if you know what I'm saying. So, yeah, it's a fucked up situation that's going on. So that was earlier, 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 o'clock or so. Praise comes in. By 6 o'clock, Praise is flip-flopped. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. And you heard him, they all accepted his quote-unquote sincere apology. Now, I've gotten that same apology from Praise in my day. So I knew, and I made my prediction. Now, am I a prophet of God that I can see the future and know what's going to happen? Because you know what happened?
6 hours later.
6 fucking hours later happened.
2,000 years later.
That wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't have time to actually do that the right way and meme it, cut it out and put it through an editing and meme it. But, that would have been better, but didn't have time. But 6 hours later, 6 hours later, this happens. Real quick, I'm not certain. I don't know. I'm assuming there is. I mean, I know the woman, the child's mother, put in a complaint, and that's usually followed with an investigation. That's usually how it works. So it's an assumption, but it's, I think, a very reasonable assumption there. The freaks. Now, I don't have any firsthand information. I haven't talked to no police officers, but that is just an assumption. I do know that the child's mother has put in the complaint.
Hey, Kadoris, tu Kyriou Jesu Christu metapaton humon amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ is with you all. Amen. Philippians 4:23. And what is up, sisters in Christ? Sparrow, Olivinator, and Perfect Sinless. We got Jamie. We got. I knew you were going to show up. What's up? Good to see you there. Cone Club, KKK. And then we got Bond. We got Batman. Is that the one that I think it is? But we'll get to that here in a second. Mountain Hours. Good to see you, buddy. I think we pretty much. Oh, Philip. Good to see Philip. Yeah.
And did you do the breaking news with how Kent farted in an elevator and claimed it was the secretary? That's good to know. I'm going to jot that one down.
Yes.
And
But
Sparrow.
Batman, we need someone who will objectively lay out the facts on this. I've learned so many ridiculous accusations mixed with a few things that are concerning that it's hard to tell up from down.
You know, like if Mr. Batman was in my side chat and I noticed it, I'd read it, but it would be scorn filled and filled with laughter and a reminder to everybody that he wants to commit genocide on certain groups of people. But you know, Praise don't really care about such things. I mean, Praise, the moral arbiter of morality, he don't really, you know, those things don't really matter to him.
Exactly. So the title of the stream says it all. It says, we are with Kent Hovind until, meaning it's conditional upon that he has a conviction. Some people think that the until means that like it's going to happen. We're just waiting. No, so I think people can follow that line of that line of reasoning there. So if people didn't understand, that's what it's conditional upon him having a conviction. So I know, Will, we had a discussion out there, but we're going to go into it tonight. There's a lot to show and get into.
And there's Sparrow.
Oh, I mean, I think scumbags on both sides. It depends on what you mean. So, do I think that the people coming out have like really fucked up theologies? Yes, I do. Do I think that they're lying about what they're saying? No, I don't. Now, I think with anything, people just tend to embellish, especially with as time goes on, as memory has its way to work and human beings have their way of being human beings. Some of the facts might get embellished with time, but I think at the face of them is the truth, because we know at the face of them is the truth, because we have heard Kent Hovind justify and defend this man. I mean, they're going to get into some really weird shit about some criminal allegations, and whether criminal allegations come against Kent Hovind from all of this, I don't know. I think it's like a 50-50 thing, because like I said, they're going to close ranks there, and they're going to pretty much have one story, and more than likely, pretty much everybody's going to throw Chris Jones under the bus. I can almost guarantee it. I'm not even sure where the dude is at this point. I'm not sure if he's back, where he's always lived, or if he's hiding out somewhere. I have no idea. It's really not the focus. I've approached this from the beginning since I started talking about this. I've approached this with my eye on Praise here. Kent Hovind's a piece of shit. I would disagree with pretty much most of everybody's theology. Like, all of these people are young earth creationists. They're all very fundamental people. Kent Hovind is known for taking people with really checkered past. Now, I have a checkered past myself, and I'm not talking shit, but it is a tactic that cult leaders like to employ. So people with histories of drug abuse, with homelessness, those types of things. So yeah, I think on both sides here, what you have on one side are people coming out. They tried to talk sense to Ken about this, and from all indication, they gave up trying to talk sense. It doesn't mean that I think they all still believe in all the things that they still believed in that brought them to Dinosaur Adventureland in the first place. And I think that if Kent Hovind just came out and disavowed Chris Jones, disavowed this other pedophile, made Dinosaur Adventureland a safe place, I think most of them would probably work their way back in there, is what I think.
And Sister Sparrow, Shalomski.
Shalomski, honey.
Hello, honey. How are you?
Good. How are you? Yeah, I love you, honey.
Awesome.
So this, this situation, this this debacle, this it runs deep, people. It really does. And I did my investigation research on it.
And I should have mentioned, you guys already got it. Like, so in 6 hours, the complete flip flop back already. So I'm assuming like SFT's been in his ear now. I know at one point, if I can remember, I'm going to really want to read the side chat. When they start accusing Linda of some shit, I want to read the side chat. I probably should read it because SFT is in the side chat the whole time. And SFT talks about a phone recording that they have. So Praise gets out of that stream earlier that day, goes straight to SFT, like straight to SFT. So all of that apologizing you heard there at the end of that stream, that was all just him being a coward and not saying what he really wanted to say. So he ran straight to his best bud, SFT. SFT got a hold of Hovind. Hovind sent them Hovind's response, which is supposedly this recording of Julie. This is the man, like, they don't even see how shady that alone is, right? This is Smokey Saint all over again. The night when Satori came out and was on Thick Shade's channel, and Praise went in and told Satori that she was lying about Smokey Saint. And then he left, and he went and talked to Smokey, and he came back with all of Smokey's lies, and Satori called her mom live on air. This is that all over again. All over again. Praise, you're doing it again.
Until I found out one side wasn't being too honest with the other side. And we're going to highlight that tonight. And then we're going to... I think this is where people should do. I think this should be the plan of action that people should employ or institute with Kent. And that is, until he does get convicted, until that happens, then I would give him the benefit of the doubt. Remember, isn't there even a law that says that...
All right, spoilers. So Praise's position is pretty much, diddle a kid, I'm going to support you. Get caught diddling a kid, get convicted of diddling a kid, I ain't going to support you. That's pretty much what the position falls down to. Now, I know Kent Hovind doesn't stand accused of that, but that's fundamentally what it comes down to, because it's about what you're going to accept. And it's about if you're going to get behind Kent Hovind in his defense of this pedophile. So that's essentially, it's going to get really fucked up as we move forward, guys. Especially once he opens it up. And I'm not going to go fast through much of this because the fucking crazy, the willingness to defend this man when it's just the three of them. And the links that they're kind of willing to go to it for it. But then when it opens up, holy fucking shit.
You are innocent until proven guilty. Isn't that even a law?
Exactly.
But we're going to go into. It's going to get much deeper, though. This is Jerry Springer world, and it's unfortunate. Like it has to go to these levels.
I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of throwing me off a bit having Smokey Crew in the side chat as I'm linking these two
levels. Because we're supposed to be mature adults. We're supposed to, get past, where we're, to this level of this level of debauchery, shamefulness. There's miscreants going. There's many miscreants that are involved in this too, and and I find it, when Jesus was walking the earth with the Pharisees.
Well, so there are some miscreants. I love Praise's terminology sometimes. He's got a unique terminology like I do sometimes, but it's the opposite of mine. Like mine is like ghetto slaying praise is just goofy white. There are some miscreants in this situation. I say one of them is definitely Kent Hovind lying on a bunch of people, lying on Mark Stoney, saying he paid the kid $10,000 to lie. The kid came out to his mom 5 days after he got home. The mom filed the report. The mom talked about the phone call that Chris Jones and Kent Hovind made, asking if Chris Jones could sleep in the same bed as the child. Molestation occurred. He's definitely lied about so much at this point. So definitely a miscreant. You can put Kent Hovind in there. I'd say praise here. Olive and Sparrow, they're miscreants in this situation because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They really don't. It's smoky all over. They only know the information they're being fed by the person that's doing all of the lying. So yeah, there are some miscreants involved in this situation here, without a doubt. In total agreement, praise.
Pharisees were self-righteous a-holes. They wanted to, take Jesus down.
Well, I think that St. Ronan, good question. I think that praise did for a long time until he didn't. And then he did again, and then he didn't, and then he did again. Like it's the flip flop, and like praise is the biggest flip flop around YouTube. Everybody flip flops a little bit, and flip flopping, actually, it can be good if you're actually considering your positions and you're changing them based on long thought out reason and research. If you change your positions because you're weak in one moment and then you had to run to your BFF SFT, who's like pretty much spends like his entire YouTube stick is lying about evolution science. Yeah, that's like kind of a different thing than that,
And because they wanted to ruin his reputation because he was doing good things. I'm not saying I'm not comparing Kent with Jesus, but it seems to me that there are shady characters and dodgy people, shifty people going on here. And I'm just saying, if you're going to these same people that are coming after Ken Hovind with a foaming mouth, my gosh, you people have a very shady past. And I see debauchery. I see this is really, immersed into debauchery here.
All right, so a really shady past. It's immersed into debauchery. Now, I showed you guys the stream, right? Like, let's go up here for a second. Like, did you see, like, debauchery going down in that stream 6 hours before? Like, wonder what had happened. I wonder what had happened.
With some of these people. So, you don't do yourself any good. So I'm talking about the anti-Ken Hovindites. You're not doing yourself a favor. And you haven't. And we're going to get into that. But first, let me pull up the video here because we're going to go
probably,
through it.
Ziamara. Probably.
There it is. All right, let me pull it up. Well, first of all, because it's hard to know where I want to start out with, but I think I'll start out with this first.
All right, so once again, he's going to start getting into this law. So I'm going to play a little bit of it, enough so I can make my point about it, and then I'm going to start speeding it up again to get through the law. I want to get to, let me see, where am I at? The praise stream. So I want to get to about 40 minutes. So we got a long way to go until the next point I really want to get to.
So I'm putting a criteria. This is a criteria.
Hopefully you're still in the side chat.
This is
so I can show you why you're wrong about
set of
what you're about to do
that the anti-Ken Hovinists will have to meet before I sign off and disassociate and repudiate Ken Hovind. And I'm going to get into this first. So we're going to do this. So this is from the Alabama state law. And this has to do with harboring as.
All right. God damn it. Why do you listen to people like SFT and Kent Hovind? I've got experience in this, and this wasn't really hard. I mean, because I picked up on it immediately, and you probably are too. You probably pick up on it right now if you're reading that first line that's underlined there. And it was a simple Google search, praise, to really find what you should have been looking at here. Like, just really simple. I'll get there. We'll get there. Harboring, assisting, concealing, or withholding information about a sex offender. Now, this is going to be regarding pretty much a sex offender who the authorities are looking for. For whatever reason. Mainly probably because, you know, a new crime has been committed, whatnot. But this is pretty much, and you're going to see, like, regarding police looking for a sex offender. Praise ain't that bright. He's not going to pick up on it. But we'll point out some parts, and then I'll show you the law that he should have been looking at, and we'll start speeding up through this part, and because we got so far to go still. Like the dumpster fires. Like, I love me some dumpster fires, but even I was cringing. I was like, oh my God, oh man, I'm glad this didn't happen on my channel.
Assisting, concealing, or withholding information about a sex offender. So harboring sex offenders.
I put it on my channel.
This is the allegation that the other side is pushing. And I think that I hate to say this because I don't like to, mischaracterize people because we gotta be careful. But I do think that they are jumping the gun. And I think that they are doing this because of their absolute hatred or distaste or some type of vendetta against Ken.
Like Will, you was there. I literally told him like 2-3 times during that whole thing. Like, don't leave here and go start listening to SFT. I predicted this. I am a prophet. I'm flipping to. I'm going to be the raging Christian prophet from here on out, and I'm going to start grifting my ass off because I can tell the fucking future. I just proved it. I proved that shit.
But let's go into a little bit. So the defendant is charged with harboring, assisting, concealing, or withholding information about a sex offender. So we're talking about people like Ken Hovind. I'm not even going to mention specific names, but there are people out there that are boisterous about Ken Hovind and how we should separate ourselves from him and how we should, basically set him aside and make him an example of someone that should be rejected or repudiated, or someone that we should absolutely ostracize. Well, here's the terms of conditions before we do that. So a person commits a crime of harboring, assisting, concealing, or withholding information.
Did you notice how Praise just changed the words there? It makes me think he's doing this on purpose, because what Praise said is the person commits the crime with harboring, assisting, concealing, or withholding. It doesn't say that. The defendant is charged with harboring, assisting, concealing, or withholding. Those are two very different things. Convicted of a crime, charged with a crime, two very different things. But Praise changed his wording as he was reading that.
Information about a sex offender if she or he has knowledge or reason to believe a sex offender is required to register, and he or she assists a sex offender in avoiding a law enforcement agency that is seeking to find the sex offender, to question the sex offender about or to arrest the sex offender for non-compliance with the registration requirements if he or she harbors.
Let's speed it
this
up.
is where I think this is where we're putting it. So we're showing the conditions here. Assists, conceals, withholds information about the sex offender. So here they are. Here's the set of rules that we are putting forward to the anti-Kent Hovindites. So to convict Ken Hovind, and this is for you people, the ones that are anti-Ken Hovindites, you must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Number one, the defendant Ken Hovind had knowledge or reason to believe that a sex offender. I guess we can get past that one. We can.
Why do you want to get past that one? Why do you want? So the defendant had knowledge or reason to believe that a sex offender was required to register, right? So this isn't about what he's talking about here. Like, so the thing is, Chris Jones has been convicted for like 12 years now. He's convicted. He's on a registry. A new charge has been accused of being committed. But he's been on that registry. 4 out of 7 counts, yo. 4 out of 7. Third tier. Not 1, not 2, but 3. He's the 3rd tier. Worst tier you can be on. He's already registered. That's why you want to skip past that part, huh? Because this law ain't about what we're talking about. See, what we're talking about is Kent Hovind enabled this man. From the testimony we heard from Linda earlier, from her testimony, clearly complicit in putting this convicted pedophile with a little boy. It's unjustifiable. Like, there's no way any rational, moral human being should be cool with that. Like, the fact that it even happened on Kent's watch should just be enough. If Kent had no knowledge of it whatsoever, the fact that it just happened on his watch should be enough. Like, dude, you're responsible for that. But it was Kent's friend who says the New World Order set him up. All right, so let's get more into this law, because I mean it's pretty clear what it's talking about, and Praise is just like, I don't know, he's fucking lost in space here. Like, don't listen to SFT, dude. He pretends to be smart, but he's not that bright.
Or go that one. So that doesn't apply to him. Like, it might in some non-direct way, but we're talking about other things though. So the defender assisted this. So we're talking about Kent here. So Kent or the person Kent would have to assist the sex offender in avoiding a law enforcement agency that was seeking to find the sex offender in question, the sex offender about, or to arrest the sex offender for non-compliance with the registration requirements by doing the following. I think that is relevant here. So
the defendant assisted the sex offender in avoiding a law enforcement agent that was seeking to find the sex offender, to question the sex offender about, or to arrest the sex offender for noncompliance with the registration requirements by doing any of the following. That has nothing at all to do. Like, as far as we know, the parents have lodged in a complaint and an investigation has occurred. We have no one's saying, because they're not there anymore, they don't know if the police have visited Kent Hovind on this, if they've asked him any questions, if he's lied at all to the police on these current things. That's not what this is about at all. It's about that he lied and justified and enabled what he was already convicted for 12 years ago. You're reading the wrong law, dude.
Any of y'all demonstrate that happened? Let's go to another one. So read all the appropriate. Harboring, attempting to harbor or assist another person in harboring or attempting to harbor a sex offender. Allowing a sex offender to reside at his or her residence to avoid registration if the address is not the sex offender listed at his residence. I don't think Ken violated that one. Well, I guess the whole point of this is to prove A. And if he is guilty of point A, then why has...
You know, and the thing, like, he's going to keep, and no, harboring. All right, we'll get there when I read the law. If he's going to be convicted of anything, it'll be based upon the law that I'm going to be showing you guys. It doesn't matter if he gets a conviction out of this or not. He's already done the things. he's being crucified for. He's already defended the pedophile, Praise. You can't take that back. He's not only done it once, but he's done it several times. And he appointed another one to his board. And he had a dude in there, his tech guy, that was making pornos. And there's a whole bunch of talk about drugs and prostitutes and shit. Like, Praise. Like, you don't even understand what we said in that stream at all. You were just there, and at some point you lost your balls, and you just capitulated and said what we wanted to hear. And they all believed you when you gave that apology. Everybody in that room, except for me and Will Kincaid, believed you, and they accepted your apology. But none of them knew you like me and Will does. I knew immediately. I was like, what the fuck? Praise? Like these people are accepting this apology. They don't even know. Give it, I mean, I would have gave it 8 hours, but it was 6. And it's going to get, oh God, this is just the beginning. Fuck. All right, let's go ahead and show you guys the real log, because he's going to get into this for a while, and we're going to speed up. Let's come up here for a second. We'll show you guys the real law he should have been looking at. All right, let me see how much I got to blow it up so you guys can actually read it. Boom, 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 boom. 2013 Code of Alabama Title 15 Criminal Procedure, Chapter 20A, Alabama Sex Offender Registration and Community Notification Act, Section 1520A-13, Adult Sex Offender Employment Restrictions. So, all right, we'll just get into it. Adult sex offender employment restrictions. A, no adult sex offender shall apply for, accept, or maintain employment or vacation or volunteer at any school, child care facility, mobile vending business that provides services primarily to children, or any other business or organization that provides services primarily to children. So a lot of people are going to focus on primarily to children there. And they're going to argue like, people are bringing their children, but it's not primarily for children. But what you're missing there is the child care facility part. I know, at least from what Matt Powell told me, that they have a child care facility on that compound. So, all right. B, no adult sex offender shall apply for, accept, or maintain employment or volunteer for any employment or vocation within 2,000 feet of the property on which a school or child care facility is located unless otherwise exempted pursuant to sections 1520A, blah, blah, blah. C, no adult sex offender after having been convicted of a sex offense involving a child shall apply for, accept, or maintain employment or vocation or volunteer for any employment or vocation within 500 feet of a playground, park, athletic field or facility, or any other business or facility having a principal purpose or of caring for, educating, or entertaining minors. Now, everybody knows that there's a playground on Dinosaur Adventureland. D, changes to property within 2,000 feet of an adult sex offender's place of employment which occur after an adult sex offender accepts employment shall not form the basis for finding that an adult sex offender is in violation of this section. Now, everybody's going to probably focus on the employment. I'm not sure if employment was ever offered. We'll get there. E, it shall be unlawful for the owner of operator or of any child care facility or any other organization that provides services primarily to children to knowingly employ or accept volunteer services from an adult sex offender. Read that again. E, it shall be unlawful for the owner or operator of any child care facility or any other organization that provides services primarily to children to knowingly employ or accept volunteer services from an adult sex offender. Need I go on? Should I? I mean, F, for purposes of this section, the 2,000-foot measurement shall be taken in a straight line from nearest property line to nearest property line. G, any person who violates this section shall be guilty of a Class C felony. There you go, Praise. It was a simple Google search, my dude. I didn't need SFT to give me the wrong law. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Okay, let's continue.
Hasn't he already been convicted yet? Are you saying that no one approached law enforcement in that town yet? You know, the reason why Ken hasn't been convicted yet is obvious.
Well, all right, so now you're saying I'm making your point for you. Let me come up, because you're just so dumb. All right, so investigations take a while. It doesn't instantaneously happen, right? So a complaint is made, Rage, or Praise. I'm calling you Rage because I'm giving you way too much credit there. a complaint is made, an investigation starts. Sometimes those investigations can take years. Praise. That's how it works. Now, if he's guilty of that, if they have enough evidence to convict him of that, that's what I'm saying. That would be the law that he would be convicted of. That's, like I said earlier, that's like 50-50, and it doesn't even matter because he's already enabled the pedophile. It doesn't matter if they find enough evidence to like push that law. He's already admitted to doing it. That's what you don't get. Do you know how many people have convictions that are actually innocent, Praise? Do you know how many guilty people get away with atrocious shit all the time because they can hire the best lawyers? They can, I mean, what the fuck? What is your point, Praise? Your point is basically like, you can pretty much do whatever you fucking want until you get convicted. You have no morals. You arbiter, you have no morals, dude. You don't understand. It was never about Kent Hovind. I was trying to help you again, but you're just dumb and stupid.
It's because he's not guilty. Let's go to C. Warning a sex offender that a law enforcement agency is attempting to locate the sex offender. I don't think that's relevant with Kent. So these are the things that you're going to have to, the other side is going to have to demonstrate. Providing the sex offender with money, transportation, weapon, disguise. So
no, Chris Jones has already been convicted of the pedophilia. That's what I mean. Chris Jones has already been convicted. Kent Hovind, all right, let's go up here. Chris Jones convicted 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Lost his appeal. That happened. 4 out of 7 counts. Convicted. Fucking pedophile. That's not in question. It's not in question that Kent Hovind justified that several times. Here, you know what? We'll help you guys in the side chat again. We'll go here. We'll show you guys again because I knew I was going to have to come back to this.
Of followers and support. By now, we are all aware of the recent conviction for domestic violence. Warning, the audio here can be disturbing.
Get out! Get out! Get out! This is my house! Damn phone! What are you doing, Cindy? Why would you jump on me and grab me?
This isn't the first time that Hovind has been in trouble for domestic violence. On August 15th of 2002 in Escambia County, Hovind was arrested for burglary, assault, and battery. What do all these have in common, you might ask? Anyone who's paid any kind of attention to Kent Hovind has heard him often proclaim that he's innocent of all charges and that he's been unfairly targeted by the government. Hovind went so far as to sue the federal government for $500 million, which was summarily dismissed with prejudice. Hovind also claims that the altercation with his third wife was self-defense. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a man who has a difficulty accepting responsibility for his actions. Keep that in mind. Let's pause the Hovind issues for a moment and take a look at Chris Jones. Christopher L. Jones is a convicted sex offender who Kent Hovind has stated several times is innocent of the crimes that a jury of his peers convicted him. Hovind says it's a tactic to discredit Jones by the Hollywood elite. Without getting into too many details, Chris Jones was convicted on March 12, 2008 of 4 out of 7 counts. 1 count lewd or lascivious acts with a minor and 3 counts lewd or lascivious acts with a minor under the age of 14. According to the appeal filed by Jones, the court found that these charges were, and I quote, supported by substantial evidence. The appeal decision further explains that ample evidence showed defendant constructively touched the boys during the strip poker game. Defendant instigated the strip poker game, coerced them into playing by promising them they could watch a movie, and directed them to undress during the game. Furthermore, substantial evidence also shows defendant orchestrated the strip poker game with the specific intent to gratify his sexual desires. Now, many would think that this in itself would be enough to convince anyone of a person's guilt. Not Hovind. In fact, Hovind had this to say about Chris Jones.
However, Chris Jones has been a friend of mine for many, many years. I've known he was railroaded completely by the system because he knew things about what happened at the jail. They threw him in jail for absolutely no reason. The guards beat him unconscious.
Anyways, it was 13 years ago. Even if I am guilty, hopefully the blood of Christ works. At least you're not questioning that. Blood of Christ works, then we're all forgiven and cleaned up. And anyway, we don't have to be friends, but I hope, my association with Kent should have.
All right. So when I say, like, Kent Hovind's already done it, he's already enabled the pedophile. He's already defended him. You heard him do it there. And yes, Pat, I did find out Kent met this man while he was in prison. That's what I've been told anyway. That's what I've been told by people that know Kent Hovind that stayed there. You guys heard it there, justifying that Chris Jones didn't commit the crimes he was convicted of already. It already happened. He's already done that. So whatever charges pins out from this new shit, it doesn't even matter. That's my whole point. That's been my point from the very beginning, Praise, and you just don't seem to understand it. Is you go around saying that atheists can't have morality, yet you justified Smokey Saint when he did it until you realized you couldn't do that anymore. Now you're doing the same thing for Kent Hovind because he did what you did for Smokey for so long. You see what I'm saying? I'm consistent here. See, I'm not flip-flopping here. I covered that too in the same manner that I'm covering this now. Right? So when you did it, I called you out just like I'm calling Kent Hovind out now. Because guess what I don't do? I don't support comos or people that enable them. I don't do that. It could be my own fucking brother. Guess what? You're not my fucking brother no more, you sick fuck. Go get some help. Castrate yourself. I don't give a fuck at this point. You're done. I'm done with you. Thankfully, my brother's a good fucking human being. Has raised two fucking absolutely banging ass fucking young men. Productive members of society that don't go around justifying and enabling fucking comos, dude. I always say that wrong. Chomos. I always want to make the H silent.
You carry no animosity on that direction.
Wrong one. I'm still there. Let's go back to where we were because it's going to get so much worse. The dumpster fires ain't even started, y'all. We're just still on this stupid law. Just wait. Wait till we get to 40 minutes. We're going to speed up again. Where are we at? Are we... Praise talks a little
According to the allegations out there, we've heard the rumors that, yes, Ken Hovind did give money to this Chris. So why...
Oh, and there you have it in the side chat. I was wrong because truck driving Billy, he's right down there. So I guess he knew Chris before prison.
If it's actually, I'm actually reading the Alabama state law here. Why has?
And that's the difference, because I learn new shit and I try to clarify myself as I learn it, as you guys saw right there. Like I did with, because I made the statement in one of the streams that, as far as I understand, the complaint said that the molestation happened at Dow, and then I found out, the kid claims he was drugged at Dow. He was pretty much drugged the whole time, but the only molestation he really remembers happened after they had left. But I make those clarifications, right? I do try to be accurate, and I do try to have the information, at least from the firsthand testimony when it comes to this. Like I said, Chris Jones, he's been convicted in the past. He either will be or won't be convicted if any charges comes his way. Kent Hovind will either face any charges when it comes to this new child. That's not what it's about. It's about, the motherfucker has justified for a child molester. And not just one, but two. that we know of? How many more are there? How many more that we don't know about? Like, and you praise, you're good with that. You're just cool with it. It's fine. It's fine. And I just hope you never have children, dude. I really do.
Hasn't he been convicted? That should be easy. 1, 2, 3. Ken should be in jail, but we don't see him in jail. This is breaking the law, people. If you guys had, all this evidence is supposed to stack up, and it's.
All right, so he's just like, it's gonna keep saying and like reinforcing. So, like, read these reasons. Providing the sex offender with, read as appropriate. 1, money. 2, transportation. 3, weapon. 4, disguise. 5, other means of avoiding discovery or apprehension. Like, it literally lays out that this is talking about a wanted sex offender, like the laws that apply to that situation, right? And that's not like this at all. It's just so funny. They gave him the wrong law. Who'd have thunk? SFT, the person that just like spends all of his time warping science, gave him the wrong law. All right, we're gonna skip past the rest of the law shit because it's kind of boring and the same shit. Let's get to right about here.
So what about these people, that the characters that are a part of this? Well, we're gonna pull it up here. We're gonna look at some of the characters involved here and how suspicious these people are. So,
all right. So right around this part in the side chat, I'm seeing like P-Town. Like, well, once praise starts going into this shit, right? I see that P-Town's in the side chat saying like, praise, stop, don't do this. So like, I'm thinking, and I think I've asked him this before, and he's surprised me. But I'm thinking, all right, so like, P-Town's either on the fence or he's somewhat of like an anti-Hovind dude at this point, and he's like face palming when praise starts going here. I'm not sure if we're quite there yet because I know like the shit's really gonna get ugly at around the 40-minute mark, and we still got a ways to go before that. But it's kind of funny considering what we're gonna hear from P-Town later.
Well, let's pull it up here. So I had a discussion with some people on the panel here, but there is one person that I really want to focus in on, and her name is Julie. Julie was on this panel when I was on earlier. Someone trying to call me. But let's hear what Julie has to say.
All right, Julie. Now, we heard Julie's testimony. He's going to watch just a moment. Now, he's talking about Julie, and he's going to actually go to a part where I'm talking about Matt, and it's really weird. But praise is not good at this. So it doesn't make any sense, like the party's actually going to be showing from the conversation that I showed you guys. But I showed you guys Julie's testimony, right? So, and I also showed you as praise apologized to all the people he had wronged and talked shit about and he didn't know, like Julie, and he apologized to Julie, and Julie accepted that apology, right? So 6 hours later, 7 hours at this point, 6.5. This is what we're gonna get, guys, and trigger warnings. Shit's gonna get fucking crazy, man. It's gonna get pretty bad. God, I'd have probably taken this down if I was praise myself personally.
Then let's find out who Julie really is. What can we find out about Julie? I think this is why, we're putting the policy out there that until the condition or until Kent is convicted, when or if that happens, we were saying we're actually putting the ball in the court of those who are opposing Kent, the ones who are slandering him, the ones that are trying to attack him. And I'm not even going to name names. I'm just saying those people know who they are. Well, until a conviction happens, then we are pro-Kent. So in other words, we're saying put up or shut up.
And that's what I said earlier when I kind of conflated the argument a bit, because, nobody's saying that Kent Hovind himself is a pedophile. He just enabled one. Nobody's saying that. But that argument there is literally saying you're basically, you know, as long as you don't get convicted, you can keep fucking kids. You know, I mean, you can pretty much. I mean, as long as you're not convicted of it, you're good, right? Like, and man, it's gonna get really crazy because later Olive's gonna be screaming about Kent Hovind only has to answer to God, and it's fucking insane. I'm like, what kind of fucking anarchist are you for real? But like, don't let me get ahead of myself.
Up until the law, I think the law is the best way to settle all this. If the law puts Ken in jail and convicts him of harboring a pedophile, which I just demonstrated by the law itself, Alabama's law, then I'm just saying it's just a bunch of bluster and a bunch of loudmouth bickering, and it's just a bunch of speculation, conjecturing, and it just shows you the bigotry against Kevin or Kent. And that's where I put it at after what I'm going to show tonight.
He said during the conversation because it was off camera. But I did, you know, people knew about the conversation, and when he was here, he looked tired, he looked haggard, and he talked a lot of shit about Kent Hovind. I took it at the time like,
yeah, but is it really Chris Jones that is the one that is being under the microscope right now? Is he the one that's relevant? No, it's Kent. So if Kent is guilty of wrongdoing, then where is his conviction?
He wanted me to come back and go on my channel and repeat all those things so he could say that I was lying.
Open praise, please just trust us. You know, we're good folks. We are trustable. You know, you know, we are Christians here. Why would you have any reason to not trust?
Praise I am the arbiter of morality. You know, if you don't get convicted for it, you're good. I'm not gonna, you know, I have no personal gumption to stand and say, you know what, you're kind of a fucked up person. I'm not gonna associate with you no more. You know, look, you see, Praise, I'm the kind of fucked up person I will still associate with you because I'm gonna talk that shit, man. I'm gonna let you know how I feel about you, and I go about that. I go about that business. I don't know, sometimes gleefully, and I have to wonder, is it some kind of like, I don't know, manic thing that I got going on, because I do enjoy it so very, very much. So very, very much.
It's us. We have no, you know, our influence is, we're just coming at you sincere, and we're trying to be transparent here.
Warning, trigger warning. If you want a reason not to be a Christian, if you want a reason why Christianity might not be for you, please stay tuned.
I mean, we're going to show you how untrustworthy and dishonest the people that are involved here. We're going to get into that in a few moments here, but let's listen here. We'll get into that.
And because, you know, that's about as much trust as I give Matt. But I remember, like, because I brought up the Chris Jones thing. It was like right after. It was like really close to when I come in to the conversation with you, Brett, and you had Cindy on, and Mark Stoney had come in at some point, a couple other people. And it's when I first
like, Praise, you're supposed to be calling out Linda, and I mean, we all do it, but fuck, you don't even try to like adjust yourself. You just keep playing the me part, and you know the me part is pretty good. I like it. It's completely 100% accurate. It's based on a conversation that I had with Matt Powell. But you're talking about Linda.
Really found out about.
But Bond, yes. Well, if you're going to say fast within 5 years, yes. I mean, that is fast.
Dude, have you not seen my Darth video? Like, dude, man, that's getting like hundreds of views a day. Like, shit, it's probably over 1,300 now. It started at like 950 today. Like, my Darth video is pretty hot right now.
Yes, I mean, that's plenty of time.
And Praise, my thing is, why isn't Cindy Lincoln being charged with harboring a pedophile? Because she was married to Kent at the time when she knew he was a pedophile by her own words. Stockholm syndrome and battered wife, that is not good enough. Not when she wants to make these claims about Kent and saying that he deserves to be in jail. So does she then. She's guilty because she knew. And the consequences should be on her as well. Especially if they say that Kent allowed this guy to be around kids. That means she allowed this man to be around kids.
All right, so oh my god, the dumb is so thick here. And it's just the beginning, and I've always tried to be nice to Olive. It is going to be impossible tonight. That was the stupidest shit I ever heard in my fucking life. All right, so we're gonna sit here and we're gonna defend Kent, but we're gonna convict Cindy. Cindy, the wife who was ostracized, isolated, abused. We're gonna blame Cindy, not Kent. She should be convicted of this. She who was responsible of this, not Kent. What? What, not the cult leader? The wife the cult leader ostracized? Abused? That? What? I swear, I mean, I'm sorry, Praise, but like I said, the stupid tree is pretty thick up in your family. I don't know. I don't know a nice way to say it. I'm an asshole. I'm a dick. I'm a dick. But it gets worse. It's going to get a lot worse. This is what I'm saying. Like, this was supposed to be like an hour and a half stream, maybe an hour and a half stream.
Guilty. So where is the witch hunt against her? Oh, she's speaking out against a man that they don't like because of their biasness. I gotcha.
So, these people that these characters involved, these, the voices that are outspoken against Kent, and they like to say this and that, they come up with these different things. But what really matters, though, to show if someone really is guilty, is it you people that decide who's guilty, who's not guilty? No, it's the law. So who am I going to trust? The law, who actually have people that, they're professionals in their own field of convicting people and they know what they're doing, or a bunch of idiots that are.
You see the brilliant debate interlocutor, SFT, the champion of creationism. He's, like my theory is like SFT led the flag campaign, right? Because, like SFT's like charade and fucking Kent Hovind, they're doing him wrong. But he's just like licking his chops and he's like, now I'm number one. But he's like, good points. If these rumors were true, they'd result in discipline. Like, you guys don't, like, do you not live in the same reality as anybody else? Do you not understand? Like, for one, these investigations take a while, man. Like you're used to watching Law and Order and shit happens like in an hour, and that's not how it works in real life, right? Like, there's an investigation. Oh my fucking god. They just immediately, like, they're going to shut down Dinosaur Adventureland. No, that's not how it works. But then again, it's all beside the point because, like, he's already done this shit, man. Whether he, like, the fucking Constitution gives a lot of leeway to these fucking cults, man. All he's got to start doing is crying religious persecution and the fucking feds will back off anyway. It's about integrity. It's about your morality that you say is objective and comes from God. It's about your own personal just ability to flip-flop on a fucking dime. How you can sit there in a room and be a little bitch and not really just say what you fucking want to say, which is, I'm going to leave here and I'm going to go get the information I want to hear because everything you guys are telling me doesn't fucking contort to my reality. So that's what you did. And you were just too fucking scared to say it because deep down inside, Praise, you're just a little child. You're scared. And it's probably because, you haven't been a father yet. Because you'd be completely different, I think, if you were. Maybe. Who fucking knows?
Armchair detectives. Yeah, I think I'll probably pick the Alabama state law. Yeah, I think I'll probably side with them. And until Kent is convicted, we stand with him, period. and we're going to show you why it's going to get much deeper than this, but we're just leading up to the character, the debauchery of the people that are involved. So
I mean, you know, he's about to really get into some like character slander of the people that are coming out of Dinosaur Adventureland and saying these things about Kent Hovind.
we're looking to the credibility of these people involved. We're going to say, are we really impressed with these people's credibility? You know, are they moral, virtuous people in their community? No, by no means.
This guy. So I brought it up to Matt, and I
fucking pause, goddammit. Like, that is like one of the most ridiculous questions you're gonna hear Praise asked in this entire thing. Like, are these people virtuous, moral people in their community? He's defending Kent Hovind, who clearly is not. Clearly, like, it's clear as day at this point. And he's gonna ask if these people who he doesn't know, these Christians, these young earth creationists, if these are moral people in their community. Is he asking that about Chris Jones? Is he asking that about Kent Hovind? Justifying the behavior, enabling the behavior? Is he asked that about that other dude who's on the board over there who raped his kid? Like, how sick? Like, how do you rape your own? I mean, that's just nasty. But, you know, blood of Christ, as we heard Chris Jones say twice now, blood of Christ heals you. So that doesn't matter. Because you have no morality. I mean, and let's face it, your God has pretty shitty morality too. Like, swords through the brains of babies and shit. Come on, dude. But, you know, I digress.
Asked him, and Matt told me straight up, like, we understand that that's an issue, and we are handling it in-house. And like I said, that was 6 months ago, 8 months ago. And for me, it's like Matt Powell leaving 2-3 days before the Daily Beast drops. That's like, all right, you know, nail in the coffin. This ain't being handled in-house anymore. And
so, you know, we're going to dispel another narrative that is being pushed out there that, you know,
no attempts to kind of adjust to like where he's going to be talking about Linda.
This Matt Powell, he left Dal because he knew how guilty that Kent was, and he's completely separated himself from Dal. That's the narrative we get from these anti-Kent Hovindites. We hear it all the time. I mean, for the last week, I've heard it all over the place.
All right, so we're about to get some really pathetic shit. All right, so spoiler alert: if anybody's like really expecting for Matt Powell to come out public against Kent Hovind, it's never gonna happen. It will never happen. Matt Powell will play the politics with this just like he does with Steven Anderson. He will never have a bad word to say to Steven Anderson, even though I know for a fact they do not get along no more. But Matt Powell's going to play politics on this. Matt Powell's ultimate goal is to be the #1 hate preacher in America, and he can only do that with the connection he's made. So he will never really discuss in-house matters publicly when it comes to his time on Dinosaur Adventureland. He will always have the back of Kent Hovind until he doesn't have to anymore. But you're not going to really hear him talk about this publicly. You might find a comment on some like really obscure channel, but you know, we might be about to get a little bit of that.
I mean, why is Matt Powell gone? Isn't that suspicious, people? Well, guess what? That's not true. I'm gonna get proof of that. So this was posted on. Let's see here. This was posted. I forget. Some of these Missing Mod's channel. So Missing Mod put a video up. I think it was 2 days ago, and the name of this video was called "You Went to Help Kent Hovind. This is one great way." But guess who responded in the chat? Take a guess, guys. Girls, gals, and guys.
What?
I don't know. I don't have any idea. You haven't pretty much told us who's already done it already, Praise.
Do what, Praise? I was responding to somebody.
So Missing Mod put this video up 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And it says, if you want to help Kent Hovind, this is one great way. But guess who responded in the comment section?
Who?
Mad Pal. I thought Mad Pal was completely done with Kent Hovind. He's shying away from him, and he doesn't want anything to do with Dal, and Kent's evil, and Kent is guilty. Well, let's go down and read Mad Pal's comment. So here he is, Mad Pal's official comment. Look at this, Mad Pal official. 2 days ago. So if someone that is separated themselves from Dal and Kent, well, why would he respond to this video? But here's what he says. Keep up the good work. It's clear that they false flagged Dr. Hovind's channel.
Oh yeah, that's about what I expect. Some 52 subscriber channel that nobody's ever gonna see the comment. Yeah, I totally not surprised at all. But let's look at the comment. All right, so keep up the good work. It's clear that they false flagged Dr. Hovind's channel. Now, so even like with a false flag campaign, YouTube is going to send you notification. How do I know this? Because I got notification with a flag campaign from yours truly in the side chat. Will never admit to it, but you guys got those smoky videos taken down. You did. But I got the email. It doesn't tell you who is doing it, but it tells you why your videos have been taken down off of YouTube. Just like it told Kent Hovind why his channel was deleted. That's all in their policy. It's what they do. Kent Hovind knows good and goddamn well why his channel was taken down, and he would know good and goddamn well and would be able to provide that evidence very easily if somebody had false flagged him. Because I still have the emails from when they took my Smokey videos down. There at the end of it, I had 2 videos taken down from Smokey Saint. So I still have those emails from YouTube. I don't delete those emails. You save those shits in case you need them later. And there's no stipulation that you don't have to provide that, right? Like you don't have to keep that information secret. You can provide that publicly. Like you can just put it out on Twitter. You can put it out on your community page, wherever. Like you can do that. You can put it out. No legal ramifications whatsoever. You can let everybody know, hey, there was a fucking flag campaign. They got me taken down. But no, you ain't done that because it didn't fucking happen. You got taken down for one of 2 reasons. We've already pointed them out. You either A, bought subs, or B, got that 3rd strike. I mean, that's what happened. And you know that because they sent you a notification as soon as it happened.
Now, does that seem like Mad Pal has, divorced himself from Dal, and that he thinks that, Kent is complicit with some type of evil act or sinful act or
it's the second
criminal
time that's
act?
happened. I don't know what the hell that is.
So that's another narrative that's being spewed out by the anti-Kent Hovindites. So that myth has been busted. No, Mad Pal is absolutely friends with Kent. They're good buddies. I think we just busted that. So can we at least get beyond that now? For the
not really, and there you go, taking really bad people at their fucking word.
Other side to spew that narrative. So, and Olive, you also brought up a good point too, that this kid was supposedly buried and his bones were in some type of graveyard, and they were actually claiming this.
Oh yes, they said that the police showed up. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting there. I know it's right around the 40-minute mark. Could be a little before, could be a little after. Oh my. Then the shit show begins.
They said that the police, they showed up, they had dogs out there and they smelt bones, like they found the bones, and that's going to come out.
It was a dog bone.
Yeah, and it ended up being a dog bone and all this and that, it was crazy. So but how come they are not addressing those false claims? And instead of just
Jay, so what you're missing is a conviction is no point. Praise is going he needs some criminal conviction of Kent Hovind to judge Kent Hovind for his role in all of this, and that's Praise's moral dilemma through the entire stream. So the conviction. So I assume I have no idea to sit here and tell you 100% that there's an investigation going on into Chris Jones right now or into Dinosaur Adventureland. I don't know that. I assume that because I know the child that Chris Jones took to Dinosaur Adventureland told his mother about being drugged by Chris Jones at Dinosaur Adventureland and by being molested by Chris Jones. She filed the complaint with the police. And she also talked to the investigator from the Daily Beast. She talked about a phone call she got from Kent Hovind and Chris Jones while the boy was there. And she lives in North Carolina, and it's in Alabama. While the boy was there, if the boy is allowed to sleep in the same bed as Chris Jones, a convicted pedophile. They didn't, and I'm quite certain they didn't say a convicted pedophile part, right? So, I assume there's an investigation into that. Now, I showed the law where, pending the investigation into that, Kent Hovind could be charged, but that would be after the investigation, if charges come down, right? So that's what an investigation is for. But Chris Jones himself, already convicted, already.
Just trying to sweep that one under the rug, like, whoops, that's not how life works. That's a serious claim, Praise, to say a child was murdered and Ken Hovind knew about it because he was on the.
I have no idea why Praise chose to go with this whole conviction thing. I don't understand it. It like Praise, and it's gonna get worse than that, because it's gonna get into some like really crazy, only God can judge me type fucking shit, man.
Phone with this Chris Jones guy while he was taking the child home, right after he.
Oh no, you're not gonna get to play that card here, Peter W. I have always been I am for equality. And, I'm not going to hold back just because she's a woman. She being stupid, and it's going to get worse.
Was being baptized, and everybody went, it was the most
no passes here, never has
heard.
Been.
And, it's outlandish.
Praise might give pedos a pass and pedo supporters a pass, but let me show your boy. That ain't me. Never has been, never will be. You sick fuck. Stop supporting pedophiles and their enablers. Like, what's wrong with you?
This is the most outlandish. And why are they offended by letting the legal system work itself out? Why does that offend them? Are they scared? Are they worried that he's going to be innocent? So they're trying to ruin his reputation and bring him down that way. So why would that be offensive? I don't understand.
So the side that is infamous with giving us bogus narratives, it hasn't been from Kent's side. It's been from the anti-Kent Hovind side. And here's another one. They claim Kent was a drug dealer as well. So,
I haven't really heard that one. Maybe somebody out there has said that. I don't think so. I think the claim is the Steve guy was a drug dealer, the same one that was like making the pornography, that he was selling some drugs. I think that's the claim. I think that's the guy who they say was selling drugs.
This myth has been busted. Mad Pal is absolutely.
And I actually think he was like arrested for selling drugs in that area.
Still, has some type of allegiance to Kent. So can we stop with the bogus claims and like over dramatizing about how bad Kent is and how complicit he.
He's pretty fucking bad, Praise. No, we will not stop just because you will. Goddamn, fucking, this is chomo shit, Praise, like nasty.
He is, and how he's just one of those dirtbags. What is his name now? I forgot his name now.
God, I hope you never have kids, man. I hope you never have kids. Like, you gonna have kids take the Dinosaur Adventureland, Praise?
TTUR said he's a total scumbag, dirtbag. Well, if that's true, then where's his conviction, TTOR? Are you saying it's 3 years or 3 years plus isn't enough time to convict someone? And don't you think someone by now would even have pictures of Kent going to court through a court process? Kent's been live almost every day.
Like, dude, like how this is not Law and Order, man. Like how long? Like what you think it's like that? Like what? like that's not how it works. Like, how long did it take for Smokey? Like, you're talking years. I mean, and I'm not even talking about like the time period between like her being the little girl and then going to college and deciding she's going to file the charge or whatnot. I'm just talking about from like the time of the investigation to the time the charges come down to the time that Smokey was actually convicted. Like it takes a long time. And I know like Will's keeping account every time I mention Smokey, so I'm actually doing it more now than I'd actually intended to on purpose. But that's how it goes with these things. I'm kind of memeing it, but Will might not see it that way. Like what? Praise. Oh man. And we haven't even gotten to the bad parts yet. We are like counting down. We're like T minus a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes at this point. I didn't get the specific time. I just said around 40 minutes is when this shit's going to really start popping off with some cray cray.
For at least as far as I can know, because now I can't go back and check because they took down his channel, but it was pretty frequently.
Praise, I'm sorry. You're officially out of that club now. You don't get to speak to the Smokey pedo supporters anymore. You don't get to do that, Praise. Nope. I will personally time you out if you do that again. I can do that. My people can do that, Praise. Let me look at you, dog. Dog, you lost that card. You've lost it. It's gone. It's gone. Gorn.
Pretty frequent, his live shows almost every day for the last 5 years on his channel. So something is very fishy here. And here's actually, you know what, I'm gonna highlight someone. I don't think they'll get mad, and if they do get mad, then I apologize because he uses his own name. But we're gonna highlight this guy here, and he really helped me out, Tom Walden. So Tom Walden, I'm not trying to dox you, buddy. I hope you know that if he hears this. But Tom Walden has been pointing out things that, hey, Praise, you're only hearing one side of the story. And these aren't really the most, top of the level people in their community. They're not really the most virtuous people. They're actually very shady and debauched people. But let's see what he has to say here. A couple things. I'm just going to read the email, but maybe I have to ask him on that one. But I guess I could summarize it. Yeah, I better not. I better not share the email itself until he gives permission. So what I'll do is I'll just summarize what he told me. Some key points here. So what Tom Walden has pointed out to me in the email, he emailed me. And he says, you're just getting one side of it. And he told me to call Dow. And he says, half of those people hate Kent. And this lady that I thought was the final straw with, supposedly bringing Kent down and showing he.
I told you, dude. I told you. Like, you testing me? Like, you think after I make that statement, I'm not looking at the chat? I might miss it the next time, but I got you that time. Maz, do your thing. If he do it again, he lost his card. He lost his card. He don't get to do that.
He's guilty, and he's a real low life, slime ball, and her name is Julie. But here's what he says about Julie, and then in SFT confirmed this as well. So this is a known thing. I mean, this is something not to be proud of. But Julie was caught making porn videos on Dow's campus there in their location. And Kent kicked her off. And now she has a vendetta. So, I mean, is this the lady I'm going to just put all my stock in marbles and say, oh, I'm just going to trust you. I'm just going to trust this lady here and just throw everything out. And Julie, this lady named Julie, who is the debaucherous lady. I mean, we're talking like untrustworthy at best. At best.
All right, so I know I did bring up like the Smokey Saint thing, but this really isn't about Smokey. I don't want You know, if you guys want to remain around, I wouldn't be bringing up the Smokey thing. Don't be defending Smokey. Keep that shit to yourselves. Just get off the Smokey thing. It won't be coming back up. Yeah.
The character of this lady here, and not only that, we find out that I didn't know this about Cindy Lincoln, that $130,000 that there's money going on, $130,000. So she's bitter. She has a vendetta. So why is it none of these people here are on like neutral terms or good terms with Kent? They're not. Every single one of them has a reason to have a vendetta or some type of reason to come after him, to have bitterness and to try to take him down.
All right, I think I lost track of what was going on in the stream when I absolutely did not need to. So yeah, you guys heard it right, but let's hear it again, just because drama. I think Praise chose that moment because he knew what was coming and he knew I'd miss it. So let's watch it again. I think it's right around the 40-minute mark, but we'll see.
And he says half of those people hate Kent. And this lady that I thought was the final straw with supposedly bringing Kent down and showing he's guilty and he's a real low life slime ball, and her name is Julie. But here's what he says about Julie, and then SFT confirmed this as well. So this is a known thing. I mean this is something not.
All right, so he's about to get into Julie. The money. So yeah, I mean that's a lot of money. That I mean they took it was all her money. It was all her money, and not to mention she was his wife. She's entitled to half of what's his, right? Like, aren't these fucking Christians don't have any like morals? It's all about them. It's a man's world, and the fact that these two women here in this room are going to be so fucking. These two women in this room defending some of the worst theology out there. Like Kent Hovind doesn't respect them. You think Kent Hovind respects them? They're women. Like Kent Hovind, he's a Steven Anderson. He has the same beliefs. Oh, gosh, all right, whatever. It's gonna get bad. But he's about to start talking about Linda now, and I think you guys heard it, and I wasn't paying attention.
To be proud of. But Julie was caught making porn videos on Dow's campus there in that in their location, and Ken kicked her off, and now she has a vendetta. So I mean, is this the lady I'm going to just put all my stock and marbles and say, oh? I'm just going to trust you. I'm just going to trust this lady here and just throw everything out. And Julie, this lady named Julie, who is the debaucherous lady. I mean, we're talking like untrustworthy.
All right. So at this point, I'm going to have to, you guys really won't be able to read the side chat, but I'm going to try to pay attention to what's going on in the side chat because we got like, we're going to have Standing for Truth being Standing for Truth. So, we went from my stream earlier where Praise is apologizing to Linda and everybody in the room for all the things that he said about them without knowing them. He talks to SFT. He's going to hear, SFT is going to be in the side chat talking about a recording. I'm hoping, sometimes the side chat doesn't cooperate. But we'll see. Hopefully it's cooperating. Because I saw it earlier when I was watching and I wasn't stopping and pausing and doing all of that shit. So he's giving pretty much what I'm assuming SFT got directly from Kent Hovind. Maybe Praise got it directly from Kent Hovind. I'm assuming he reached out to SFT. SFT reached out to Hovind, and either there was some kind of conference call, but a recording was shared with them. I don't know what recording. Standing is going to be talking about it in the side chat if the side chat's going to be cooperating with me. Now, I don't know the legitimacy of what Praise just said when it comes to regards of porn, because he just said a very specific thing. That's going to kind of change as we move along here. Now, it was with that Steve Lynn dude, the dude that was making pornography. As far as I understand it, this was an affair that Linda had on her husband. She's going to try to explain. I mean, it's going to get fucking... It's going to get nasty. All right. So you're going to hear all of this, but right there, Praise says porn. Now, they're going to be in the side chat saying it's not right. They're going to want to come in, and they're not going to get to come in until the open room part, which is going to be here in a little bit. So we are to the crazy now. We are to the character assassination of the witnesses, of the people that were actually there. I mean, we've been through this before. I'm not going to bring it up because, you know, shit kind of popped off in the side chat. I didn't mean to do that. Let's. Oh my God! All right, let's do it. I'm kind of hesitant. Like I said, I just kept watching it, and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be the longest stream ever.
For the at best, the character of this lady here. And not only that, we find out that I didn't know this about Cindy Lincoln, that $130,000, that there's money going on, $130,000. So she's bitter. She has a vendetta. So why is it none of these people here are on like neutral terms or good terms with Kent? They're not. Every single one of them has a reason to have a vendetta or some type of reason to come after him, you know, to have bitterness and to try to take him down.
All right, so right now in the side chat, Olive is she's going to reference this as we go through this. She's putting in the side chat, the State Bureau of Investigation Crime Hotline is a confidential line where a person can report criminal activity. To report criminal activity, call 1-800-392-8011. And she's going to reference that as if, you know, the people around the situation not calling that line means that none of it ever fucking happened. Kent Hovind's innocent, and he'll only have to answer to God. It's going to get insane.
So I'm not putting too much stock in these people here. So Cindy is pissed off over this $130,000 that I guess Kent, that she feels that she wants.
Yes, Jay Pasek. He's, you know, I played the clip twice now where he says that, you know, he's been framed because of what he knows about the jail and he was beaten. There's a lot of clips out there of him talking about how it was the New World Order and, you know, because of what he knows politically. Like, it's been different crazy conspiracy theories.
That money from Kent, it looks like. Long story short, she said it was about the money and ruining Kent and he was dead. So Cindy Lincoln wished Kent to be dead. And she's pissed off at this $130,000 that she wants. Now,
you know, he makes it sound like that she wants, but like as far as I understand it, that was like her money. You know, and she just wants it back. Like she wants Kent's $130,000.
Does that seem
I could be wrong. I don't know.
You know,
I don't know much about that.
Olive and Sparrow. Do you think there's a
but
motive
I think it's
here?
her money.
What they're doing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And Praise, I put it in the chat where a person can anonymously and confidentially report any crime in Alabama.
You do not have to give your name, identification.
All right, so Olive hot. Olive is hot. She's hot for Hovind, and I mean hot for. I don't know. Put my foot in my mouth there, but she's hot. she is feeling it. She's worked up, and oh gosh, she shouldn't have been.
Or anything.
There you go. So we had an officer for 26 years in the chat that obviously does not.
There will be Christians screaming at each other. Incoming just so you guys know it happens. But hey, that's kind of what we do here. It's funny.
Understand that people in America can report crimes anonymously. So maybe he can learn now after 26 years of being on the force.
So what we see is a group of disgruntled workers. So we have, and here is Julie. I mean, I don't mean to like.
Oh my God. So, like, a group of disgruntled workers has got to be the oldest fucking excuse in the book. Like, I've never heard that one before, Praise. I've never. Never. You know, and he's just kind of like following Standing for Truth's lead, because Standing for Truth's in the side chat. Disgruntled ex-co-workers, LOL, at son. You know, like, oh, we didn't go through like 4 years of that with Trump and all those, you know, sexual allegations. Everything, like the sexual allegations, you know, like just everything was disgruntled ex-employees. Still is to this day. Like, if you're against Trump, you're a disgruntled ex-employee. Like, but they got it. You know, Smoking Gun, Mark Stoney and Cindy Lincoln and Linda, like, they're all liars.
Try to ruin your reputation or anything, but you don't have the best credibility or track record, I'll put it that way, when it comes to being someone we're going to take legitimately. Let's just be blunt here. Like, you were cut off from Dow because of debauchery. You were caught, you know, doing sex videos, porn videos and stuff.
All right, there he says it like in the plural, right? Like, it makes it worse. So he says it in the plural. Like, you were caught doing debauchery, making sex videos and stuff. Like, in the plural, videos. Like, huh?
And I'm not saying like that's like the most sinful thing that's ever been done in Christianity, but I'm just saying, like, we, you know, like, it's going to take a lot more for me to trust someone like you, because I don't even.
Welcome, Tony Cross. Thank you for the sub.
Know you. I never met you. So I'm going to need more than that. And
all right. So it's kind of starting in the side chat. So it looks like the side chat is gonna work with me. And they're like, you guys can't read it, but I can read it. You can kind of see it. It'll probably be blurry to you guys. But there you have what I was talking about earlier. Like, P-Town is like, be careful, Praise. So it's like, to me, it's like P-Town is like being wise in the side chat and shit. And that shit's gonna come into play later, because P-Town coming in too. Oh my God. But it's starting with SFT. He's talking to Julie in the side chat. So this person that they're talking about, like, Praise is just straight up pretty much calling, you know, like she's some porn star or something, is in the side chat. This young earth creationist Christian woman is in the side chat. She's saying, no, not true. And there's like Standing for Truth. Are you the one who was unfaithful? ? At Julie. Oh God. Oh God. Like, this is so disturbing to me, what we're about to watch.
They're calling out, hey, wait a minute. So they're calling out Kent's his past with women. So I mean, why can't we return that back and say, well, what about the ones who are attacking Kent? You yourself have your own problems to deal with. So a lot of people come at Kent, you know, look at Kent and his past with the, you know, the divorces and stuff. Well, look at you people. You have your own issues. And I'm just saying, you have no ground.
Like, he's sitting here saying all of this awful shit about this person, and she's in the side chat, and I'm reading it right now. Why won't you let me explain? Like, asking to come in. He does it. It takes a while, but eventually she is going to get to come in, and I think maybe eventually she'll explain herself. Like, parts of it gets explained a little bit, but then Olive happens, and
to put Kent on trial and his morality or something to make him look bad, or try to say, Kent's a bad dude. And
all right, so now I guess the thing that I should really quickly reiterate here is, again, this no one is disputing that she was a person that was there at the camp, in good with Kent Hovind. I mean, none of that. This is just trying to some kind of character assassination, because this is what they've been fed by Kent Hovind, the man himself.
like, no, because look at you, what you people do. So being disgruntled, it looks like everyone that's outspoken against Kent right now on YouTube against Kent, or at least part of this situation, is part of this saga going on between Kent and the people there at Dow, are disgruntled. That doesn't make you look. How are we going to put any credibility into that? I can't put credibility into people who are disgruntled. And I'm just
like, what? Like, so like, literally, we wouldn't listen to a single cult member that came out of a single cult ever if we listen to Praise I Am right now. Like, so I covered this sex cult. I kind of mentioned it earlier at some point in one of these streams. I've done videos on the channel about it. So my audience, if you watch those videos, you know him well. And it was about that cult leader, Moses David, he called himself. And he started this cult in California. And he was pretty much preaching to, like, drug addict hippies back in the late 60s. Maybe it was late 50s, but I think it was late 60s. Because there were two different little kind of liberation periods at the end of both of those decades. And I think it was late 60s, though, and he was preaching to, like, all these hippies and just stoned out. They're on a bunch of drugs and shit, acid, peyote, LSD, things like LSD and acid are the same things. But, I mean, kind of. Acid is the cut version of LSD. And he went on to, like, really warp the Bible and have this sex cult that was, like, really, really successful. And he had, like, hundreds of thousands of followers, sending him child pornography of their own children, had like laws, like he'd have revelations from Jesus and Moses and people like that, and pretty much make laws where, parents were having their children have sex with them, their parents were having sex with their own. I mean, it was just disgusting. And this man, like, operated in a lot of the same ways that I've noticed kind of happens down there. And all of them justified it. They all found some way to justify it. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. These are totally different scenarios. And I'm not even sure how I got off of my tirade. But I've been thinking about Moses David a lot as I've been covering this, because every time somebody came out of that cult, they came out of it based upon, most of the people that were coming out of it for a long period, at least the period that I was covering it, were coming out of it, with a lot of resentment. And you kind of have to kind of piece through that, you have to kind of piece through that and understand, like, the similarities in their testimonies and the things that they talked about, and then understand that each individual person had their own element inside the structure of that cult. So a lot of these people coming out of this, I do think, hold some kind of resentment. And I think the resentment stems from the fact that they just weren't listened to when it came to this two particular figures to begin with. I think if it wasn't for those two people, all of these people would still be there at Dinosaur Adventureland this very day. And it was because either they had children, or they witnessed one of their friends being smeared. But it's been this, like, character assassination of the people coming out of it. Now, do they harbor resentments? Probably. A lot of them do, but that doesn't take away from the things that they say about, and the people that's in there are going to get totally offended by me calling it a cult, but I've always viewed Dinosaur Adventureland as a cult. I just always have. It's how I've always looked at it. It's nowhere near as bad as that fucking sex cult. And I'm not trying to say that Kent Hovind's ever solicited anything. I don't think he has. I think he's probably ignorant. He's probably ignorant of a lot of shit. Like, people say, like, he buys subs. He probably doesn't know that. He's still responsible for it. his tech guy, he keeps tech guys, and that's always his excuse. They probably bought it and he didn't know it, but he's still responsible for that. His channel's still responsible for that, and it's still going to pay for that. So it's not on that level as like that Moses David cult or the 12 tribes cult even. But I've always seen it as that. Like I even told Matt when he went down there, like I straight up, like, why would you go and live with a cult? But I don't know. I guess somebody should probably run a bite model on it. I wonder if, answer me in the side chat. I'll actually pay attention. You guys have probably been telling me to stop for a while now. Has Telltale ever done a bite model on Dinosaur Adventureland? Because I bet it would fit the bite model.
Sorry, like I'm not going to do that. But yes, I mean you did something there promiscuous. I'm sorry, not Nicholas. I mean, never mind. Julie, you did something there promiscuous. I mean that is indisputable. I don't think anyone could deny that. I don't think you even would deny that. So I'm just saying, like in this pool of people, like when it comes to trustability, when it comes to moral uprightness and impeccability, are any of you people impeccable in your morals and the way that you like? If you people are you like virtuous people in your communities? I don't think so. And until at least I see someone virtuous that has something going on with them that say, hey, maybe this person isn't debaucherous as another person or something, I'm not going to put much stock into it. I mean, that's what the title of the stream tonight is. It's what it's demonstrating. Until Kent is convicted, we are on his side. In other words, the law determines the credibility of Kent and the way we look at it. We're not going to listen to a bunch of people on the internet, YouTube, yell and scream and tell us and wag their finger around and say, oh, look, Kent's a terrible character and you shouldn't associate with him. Well, no, we're not letting you speak anymore. We're letting the law speak. And we're challenging you. If Kent is culpable for all this, prove it through the law. Get him convicted.
So again, like he's off on this wild tangent, but it really bears so it's your moral dilemma, Praise, right? Like it's not about the law, it's about what he's already done and what the other man has already done and all of the bad decisions. I was saying earlier that the story about a child being murdered at Dow isn't true, but as far as I know, 2 children did die. They weren't murdered. There was a kid who got I think one of them wasn't at this Dow. I think one was at this Dow, and I think one was at the one that was down in Florida before he got arrested. I could be wrong about that. I know somebody got hurt down there really badly on the playground. But just at some point, you've got to stop not laying any of the responsibility on Kent Hovind. At some point, it's going to be the same as with Smokey saying, enough is going to be enough. And it's like I told you, dude, you should have just stopped because, whatever you think about it, at this point, you should just kind of be quiet because whether if there is an investigation and he did break laws, well, then, you've really been open about supporting that shit. You've been this really, and I'm not trying to give you Pascal's wager in any form, but I'm just saying, it's just at this point, I would have distanced myself personally. Just, Kent, you might be innocent, dog, but don't hate on me. Kids are involved, dude. I'll see you on the other side of this, kind of thing, right? That would be I don't know. That's what I tried to kind of imply to you, and you just didn't quite. But you don't seem to get any of it. You think that there needs to be some pedophile ring operating out of Dow, and that's not the case. That's what nobody's really saying that.
Or shut up. I mean, you can have the hour, 2 hour, 3 hour shows about how bad Ken is and this and that and all these details that you claim happened.
All right, so in the side chat, they're trying to explain, and this is what I was talking about SFT. It gets pretty bad. They're trying to explain in the side chat. Nobody's really listening to them, and they're just kind of making fun of them. I'm trying to find it because at some point they start talking about alcohol, and I know they already did it because SFT's referencing it, and I've just stopped paying attention. All right, yeah, they are talking mad shit. I'm missing the some of the juicy parts of right now. It's gonna get real juicy in the stream. So I already said that. So are you the one who was unfaithful? Julie SFT says. I'm gonna read this like I'm reading a book. Julie says, "Let me speak for myself." Nicholas, Julie's husband. P.S. That's my wife you're talking about. Julie says, "Let me into the chat so I can talk then." Nicholas, "Let her on!" Exclamation. P-Town, "Don't play the same game. Be gentle." Nicholas, "I stood up for you today. Praise I am." And that was in that stream earlier that I was in, that I showed you guys at the very beginning of all of this, when Praise flip-flopped, and then now he's here doing, oh, God, it's not just a flip-flop. It's just terrible. Julie's like, "I can speak for myself." And remind you, he's like saying porn videos and porn star. And like, oh my God. Nicholas, "No research." Julie, "Why won't you let me explain? Standing for truth. There's never an excuse for unfaithfulness." "Oh, I was drunk." No excuse. Julie, "You don't know Kent Hovind either." Standing. "So somebody cheated because they got drunk." So I missed the alcohol, but we're to the alcohol. "So somebody cheated because they got drunk? Question mark. What a sad excuse for cheating." Like it's your fault. You got drunk, so you was manipulated by this Steve dude. And I don't know. Like maybe, I think maybe he was like recording it. Like she didn't even know. I don't know. I don't know the context of it all. But she's like, she doesn't lie about this shit. As you're gonna hear when she comes in. Nicholas, excuse me, what about yeah, I read that. "Excuse me, what about Kent putting pedophile with a child alone?" And Nicholas says, "I didn't cheat. What about me?" Standing for Truth says, "Don't shift the topic at Nicholas." Nicholas says, "Wow, nobody was I don't know what that means. Disgruntled." It's gonna get really racy because Standing for Truth is literally just sitting in there, capital letters, manipulated with alcohol, just like mocking this woman that he doesn't know. And this is supposed to be Christian. Like, this is supposed to be some great example of Christianity here. Standing for Truth is such a fucking bitch. Julie says, "I have always been honest with my past." Nicholas says, "My wife and I have a good marriage now." It's essentially, and the narrative's going to change. It's an infidelity. Like, I don't know about anything being recorded, any videos being made. From what she's going to get to have a chance to say, she's not going to be able to really say much. She had an affair on her husband, and she was really, really drunk. And the Steve Lynn dude is like a big douchebag who was running a porn ring out of fucking Dow. But that's her fault, right? Like, that's all, she's just the woman, so we'll blame her because, women.
But really, it doesn't amount to a hill of beans until he is convicted. We gave you Alabama state law. If he's guilty, then he would have been prosecuted. So that is our metric. That's our measuring stick to see if Kent is guilty or culpable, or if he's guilty of something, then that will tell us. So, and it's been long enough.
I just can't stop. Standing, the point Praise is trying to make is the fact that those who attack Kent have very little credibility. What about the credibility of Kent Hovind? Kent Hovind has lied so many times, but he still has credibility. Oh my God.
We can't say, "Oh, Praise, that hasn't been long." We heard that excuse tonight. That doesn't work. So, I can't put much credibility in these people. One of them, they're all disgruntled. They have some type of, vendetta or something to get back at Kent with. Look at Cindy. She's pissed off at this $100,000. That's her motivation. because that's when it started. Is when this money, when it got into money. She wasn't, going to the sheriff's office before that about all these people who are supposedly pedophiles. It's never been about pedophiles with Cindy. It's
Well, I mean, so Cindy's always kind of talked about it. Cindy brought up Chris Jones with me. She brought up Steve Lynn. She brought up all the issues at Dow. She primarily back then was talking about her issue, which was, being fucked up by her old man, having to leave her husband. I mean, and there was like a process of isolation that came before the actual domestic abuse, right? So there was a period Kent didn't like what Cindy was saying anymore. I think it was over the issue of Chris Jones and Steve Lynn. Might have been just about Steve Lynn. I can't remember the story. It was about 8 months ago when I listened to what she told me. She had been pushed pretty much into the Creationism Center, museum, whatever. Maybe it's like the Fossil Museum. I don't know. But she had told me a story about when Matt Powell had come there for the first time, and she got to show him around the museum and show him all the bones and shit that they got. But she was pretty much isolated there, and nobody was allowed to talk to her. She wasn't really allowed to talk to anybody. Kent was recording all of their conversations. I mean, just look at the pattern. So this dude divorces his first wife, Joe. For one, first he throws her under the bus with the whole tax shit. She ends up doing a year in prison because he throws his own wife under the bus. She leaves him. He pretty much loses everything. Goes to Alabama and does it again, right? But this time he takes on a second wife. That doesn't work out. Then he takes on Cindy. That doesn't work out. Then he takes on, I think he's on his present wife. And as far as I understand, they're not like real legal marriages. They're just something they do on the compound. I'm not sure if somebody might know in the side chat if they're actual real legal marriages every time. Because I've heard that they're not, but I don't know how accurate that is. But that just seems like really problematic. Like really, I mean, it would be really I could see maybe one divorce, but like once you have like a series of divorces, because isn't this supposed to be till death do you part, not till you make me mad and I'm a little tired of you.
It's been about that money. It's always about money. It comes down to money. She's selling herself out for money, but she's using Kent, as some type of leverage to do that. And try to make it sound like, oh, look how virtuous Cindy is. So, yeah, I'm just saying the pool of people that who we're going to take their word, it doesn't have much credibility. So, yes, you were, where's she at in here? Julie, you were doing something with someone else's husband. Just admit to it.
All right, so now, so even Praise is like changing the narrative now. So he sees her comment in the side chat, and his reaction is, and his condemnation of his is, and his complete and utter rejection of her eyewitness testimony of what she saw while she was there. Nobody disputes that, right? Is don't deny it. You're an adultering whore. Praise, my God, this made you look. I would have taken this shit down, dude. Oh my God, you are reprehensible. Like, you're one of the worst people I've ever met, and I've met a lot of bad people, dude. I mean, I don't know, man. Oh my fucking God.
But yeah, I think that pretty much.
So you're not being mean, Praise. All you're saying is that basically just leave you alone, leave the Christians alone, stop being a bully, trying to force them to turn on Kent, and just.
I had every intention of like this being like, I wasn't even going to show most of what I've already shown. The only reason I did is because I just kept watching it, man. I just kept watching it. And I just kept watching it because I set the stream for 8. I thought I was going to have to work a lot later than I did. So I set it for late, and man, I got here and I just started watching it, and I'm like, I mean, you're gonna see it if you stick around, and I mean, I might even go farther because I only went to a certain point because I ran out of time. I mean, I've had dumpster fires on my channel, but man, this takes the cake. I'm gonna warn you. Just all right, let's go.
Just let the law handle itself out. Just let the law do it. Like, why is that so offensive? Why?
But we always hear comments like this. Chris was also currently under child molester probation at the time and across 3 state lines with a child that is not his. But don't you think that that would have been pertinent to Kent being prosecuted? He hasn't been prosecuted yet, unless you think he bought off the...
You know, like the serious. Let's go up here for a second. Like the serious question that I really have is how does this keep happening so often to me? Like how do the Christians that I talk to keep having these chomo issues? How do we always end up back here, man? Like that's kind of fucked up. That shouldn't happen this often. Like I think we're breaking like records and shit.
The police, I mean, then we're just going to get into a bunch of, the tinfoil conspiracies and stuff. Well, yeah, Ken is so powerful in his area that he can control the police that they won't even come after him. Yeah, good luck. Good luck proving that. People are full of conspiracies. In other words, again, we're going to put our criteria, our challenge is, or the demand. I mean, our demand.
He's about to open it
until Kent is prosecuted.
And I wanted to read that, and I need to catch up on the side chat maybe just to see if any cray is going on. I don't. Yeah, he moves on to kind of Mark Stoney, so I think I'm done with the side chat for now. So I was going to go back on. Oh, yeah, I wanted to read this chat from Pat. And this is kind of what I was trying to say earlier. I'm quickly forming the opinion that Praise and his crowd are the best examples of what Christianity really is. You know, this is why their faith is so toxic to society, no responsibility, no ethical standards. And I again, I prefaced all of this, like it'd be one thing if it's just like or I already deleted it, so I can't go back there. I had Praise's community post up of one of many about atheist and morality. But like he's one of these people that likes to go around and say like atheists have no foundation for morality. Without God, how can we have morality? How can we have ethical standards? How can we know right from wrong? All that stupid precept shit. And it's stupid, and it's in the light of all of this just absolutely hilarious, right? Because like this is the arbiter of what is and what is not moral. Like it always gets back to the chomo shit, and this is the arbiter of what is and is not moral. Yeah, I think you take away all the like niceties and God loves you, and this is kind of what's at its core is this manipulation and this ability to control and manipulate and take advantage of people. So yeah, I think you nail it, Pat.
Then we support him. Or if he has a conviction, he must be convicted. Until he is convicted, then you can say all the things you want to say about him. It doesn't amount to a hill of beans because your character is shady in the first place. It's suspect. Let's just be honest. Every single one of the people that are against Ken here are disgruntled in some way. So, I mean, it's so obvious, like you have some...
Every single one of them is disgruntled in some way, so they must be dismissed. Only Kent Hovind is right. Kent Hovind right, they're wrong.
Something against him, you're trying to leverage it, and you have some type of vendetta. And I'm just sorry, people. Like we, at least for this channel anyway, that we expect more before that we're going to make a rash decision to call him out or disassociate with him publicly to repudiate him. It's going to take a lot more than that. But I guess we can open.
I mean, it's going to take a lot more than like him saying, he was set up because he knows too much about the prison here or there or wherever. Like, he was set up because the New World Order doesn't like his politics or he knows too much. Like some enemy of the state shit. Like, really? Praise has got to be the dumbest fucking person in the history of the world, I think. Like, man, I don't know. And I've met some dumb ones here on YouTube, out in real life. I'm not the brightest apple in the bunch. I fully admit, hey, I know where I am on the totem pole. I'm not the brightest apple in the bunch, but I ain't the dullest either. That's what I always say. No genius, but definitely no fucking praise. God praise. Like, just stop. Just, I'm going to pull a Darth Dawkins on you. Like, just stop right now. Stop tomorrow.
Open it up and let people speak what they want to say. I mean, that's fine. So I guess the only thing that will convince us that Kent is in the wrong, in other words, is if you can show a conviction of it. And
so, like, only if you can show a conviction of it. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter all the things that he said, all the justifications, all the defenses. Doesn't matter that two children died on the compound, or at least one on that compound. I know two children have died. They just weren't murdered, and their bones were buried, and the police showed up with cadaver dogs and shit. That was not true. That's not true. That didn't happen. As far as I know, anyway. I guess never say never at this point. Like, there's just so much, like for me, like I said, there is a good example that I can use of myself. We'll go up here real quick. Recently, right? And I'm not going back to the other thing. Me and Khalil Allah, I first met him as Justin Downing when he was the empathetic atheist, and I kind of felt like, James is tired ambushed me on that stream, and Khalil kind of went with it. So he didn't. I never went back on the show. He never kind of talked after that, and then he converted, right? And I made a video talking shit about it. Kind of went a little viral for the view counts I usually get, a couple thousand views, something like that. He made a video, I think, that really kind of edged it along, and we kind of went at each other over his like conversion to Islam. But then like we started talking, and we were talking behind the scenes, and I was trying to be fair with the guy. I was being friendly with the guy. I liked the guy, right? Like, he had trapped me on philosophy, so it was really, he got me started actually learning some philosophy. I still got a long way to go, but like, he really trapped me that night, kind of exposed me, and I started learning. But then, he was charged with some really bad shit involving children he was responsible for. Never really talked about it much on this channel. Kind of stayed away from it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait. And I haven't even checked back in. Maybe he's went to court. Maybe he was found completely innocent. I don't know. I have no idea. Because I checked out. I'm not going to be fucking associated with it. If you did that, if there's any possibility that you did that, or you enabled that, or that you had anything to do with it at all, I don't want nothing to do with you. There is no redemption for you ever in my eyes. It's one of the few things. Like murder for pleasure would probably be one. Rape. It's one of a few things that with me, there's just really no redemption from that. I don't care. You're done. Get the fuck away from me. That's the play here, right? Like that's what you do. Just shut the fuck up. Let it take its course. But you can't do that because he's your fucking champion for creationism. And it's fucking stupid that you would compromise your moral integrity for that. I'm looking you in the eye and I'm telling you, I would never do that. I would never compromise my moral integrity for anything. Ever.
And if you cannot show that he has a conviction, then it means nothing. So again, are we going to choose, people that are, people in the legal fields that understand their job, that's their profession, is to convict people? Am I going to trust them or a bunch of people on YouTube that have a vendetta against him and that are disgruntled? You guys have a quarrel with Kent. So, of course, you're going to come at him fiercely because you have a quarrel with him. That doesn't make you look good, people. That's all I'm trying to say. I think the gals would agree, and most people. But let's just open it up and see what happens here. Here we go.
Yeah, and none of the he said, she said, they said, thy said, thou said. It's just all speculation. So, and
conjecture. Yeah, it's like Mark Stoney, he's another one in this that I found out he has some type of quarrel against Ken as well. There's some argument going on with him, and none of it's just clean cut evidence that people or they're just coming at it with a sincere angle like Ken. None of them. But we're willing to listen though, and if anyone wants to say
I've
something.
never met a man that says he goes potty when he first wakes up that was guilty of heinous crime. I'm sorry.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing? My name is Nick Shunk. What's going on? What questions you got for me?
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nice to meet you, Nicholas. Yeah, my first question to you: why hasn't Ken been convicted if he is in if he's broken the law somehow?
So first question to you is just idiotic and stupid. So, okay, it's open now. This is not pretty. It might trigger some people. I'm going to be talking shit, and I'm going to be talking shit pretty much about all three of those people on top. So, if that's going to trigger you, then I'm going to be talking shit about a couple of ladies. Well, get the fuck over yourselves because they got it coming. Not so much Sparrow. I mean, Sparrow has her little parts, but it's this shit's gonna get bad. So I'm warning you again. I've said it. I've kind of preambled this shit for how long now? Over 3 hours. We're to that part. This is gonna get fucked up. It's gonna be cray cray. Okay. I've had some dumpster fires. I think this takes the cake, but I don't know. Maybe I've had some worse ones. We'll see.
Well, I can say this first. I think part of it is, well, he has been convicted for body slamming Cindy. Now he has appealed it, but he was convicted for it by the first judge. So don't say he hasn't been on that. And he's fighting it in court, but he was found guilty in the court of law on that.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'll even agree to that. Okay, but that doesn't show he's a bad man or something. That could be. How do we know? Maybe he wasn't instigated or he wasn't, led to. Maybe Cindy pissed her.
Oh yeah. P-Town, if I actually make it all the way to where I'm planning on going, P-Town going to say some pretty nasty and really disturbing stuff, but we really shouldn't be surprised from somebody that, I mean, according to his own testimony, abuses his own mother. But people get mad at me when I say those statements, but he literally admitted that shit on my stream twice. It's fucking insanity. So if I get to that part, you guys are gonna be like, fucking P-Town, man, it's bad. It's fucking bad, and that's an hour away. We got so far to go still, guys. It's almost 10:30. I gotta wake up early in the morning. I don't know. Maybe I'll overthunk myself on this one, but I'm going all the way. God damn it!
I'm just saying it can go. It's a crime of passion. In other words. There's always two sides.
But that doesn't make it right? I mean, like he said, well, I pushed her off to the side, or he said she tripped over me, or she jumped at me and I shoved her. I mean, with domestic violence, I mean, you can't put your hands on a woman ever. I mean, it doesn't.
I agree.
And a woman can't.
I heard that video. It sure sounded like he was in control of himself.
Both ways, though. A woman has no right to put her hands on a man, and a man has no right to put his hands on a woman. It goes both ways.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
so,
very good.
So if my wife launched at me and bounced off me, that'd be.
All right, so Jamie's kind of justifying Kent Hovind and saying, well, he does kind of sound in control of himself. Olive is sitting there saying, there's no reason for a man to put his hands on a woman or a woman to put his hands on a man. You guys have heard the recording. Now, I don't know if she's heard the recording, but she should have fucking heard the recording. No, he already been convicted of that shit. he filed appeal, and then he asked for a new judge, so he's getting like a new trial. But he already been convicted of it.
Be fine, but I wouldn't say I shoved her into the shelving to get her off of me, right? I mean, not only that, if you notice,
Who
he changed his
recorded
tune
that?
about 5 times, so that makes it questionable too.
Why was there a recording? Who recorded that? I'm
Well,
just curious.
okay, so here's one.
I would have answered it right off the bat. Kent Hovind recorded it, right? So, you know, I was going to comment on that with like Jamie's whole like, but Kent Hovind sounds in control of himself. I listened to that. Like, yeah, listen to it. I played it several times, like twice now on the stream, maybe even 3 times. I could play it again right fucking now. I still got that one up. He is the one that's recording it. He's always admitted that he's the one that was recording it. He recorded all of their conversations. Some Amber Heard type shit, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp type shit going on. He says he was counseled by his lawyers to record their conversations. So he knows he's being recorded. So of course he's going to try to sound in control when he just abused his fucking wife.
One thing I want, okay, please listen to the recording. Kent says that if you watch some of his video, he talks about how I was trying to leave. I was trying to get out the door. Cindy told him several times, just leave, go away. I don't want to talk to you. Just get out of here.
Yeah, like even Standing is saying Kent was literally recording. Why in the world would he intentionally push her? It sounded like she was jumping him. Like it sounded like she was jumping him, y'all. Like y'all heard that shit. Y'all heard the screaming, the hollering. Kent's like, oh my god.
Yeah. Now Kent claims in several of his videos, I was trying to leave and she wouldn't let me leave. But if you actually listen to the recording, she told him
Who
several
recorded?
times.
Who recorded that?
Kent recorded that because he says he was supposed to record every conversation. But when you look at it, he was purposely recording her to set her off. I mean, there's even been, and I will say allegations on this, but I've also heard this has been confirmed where when the family was supposed to come during Christmas time and stuff, a pair of women's underwear got found in the bathroom. And I think he thought it was going to send Cindy off so she'd look all crazy in front of everybody. But then she ended up confronting him about it later. I mean, like I said, that I wasn't there for. So I don't want to talk about things I didn't see. I wasn't there for. But if you do listen to the recording, several times she tells him, just leave, stop recording me and just leave. But then he claims in his own testimony, he says, well, I was trying to leave and she wouldn't let me leave. Well, that doesn't make sense. I mean, if she literally told him multiple times, please leave, just stop recording me and leave. We'll talk about this later. Like, I'm not condoning everything in Cindy's behavior here, but there is a point where he is a big man. He was asked to leave. He could have left. He claims.
Why didn't she leave?
He's 70.
Yeah, why didn't she leave?
Well,
why does Ken have to leave if that's the house that he lives in and she lives in?
You know, like they act like 70. You must be like this decrepit man that can't do any harm to anybody. And that's just not true. Like, fuck, go to any like rural. I mean, aren't these people from the South, man? Like, what the fuck? Like, I've seen some tough old bastards. Like, I don't know. But you know, she's not a spring chicken herself, and I mean, I've seen her. I've had a conversation with her. She shows herself on camera. She's a smaller woman, I would say. And you think like domestic violence ends just because you get old? Like, where would you even get that notion from, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. It just seems kind of weird to me. Especially like I think there's videos out there of like Kent actually like spanking his wives and shit like that. I don't know how true that is. I've heard. There are some wild rumors out there. I'd love to get, if there's actually a fucking video out there of Kent Hovind spanking his wives. I don't know if I want to see it, but I probably should. That used to be a thing, I mean, that used to be actually a very common thing in America for husbands to spank their wives. So, I don't know. So, for one, this guy that's speaking, Nicholas, that's Julie's husband. So that's the porn star they were referencing earlier, right? So the fun's about to get started. Linda herself is going to be coming in, or Julie herself. I always call her Linda. I don't know why. I always get names fucked up. It takes a while. I'm really bad with names. So this shit is gonna get bad. I'm not gonna say like because I mean it's gonna end like both sides are gonna be screaming at each other, and I think like when you're really really angry, both sides are gonna say some things that they probably don't mean, right? and I mean I've been there. I'm the raging atheist. I've been there, and I'm trying to find my calm. I've done a better job of it recently. So I can understand, but goddamn, I probably would have taken this shit down, man. This is gonna get brutal. Or I keep warning you, and I need to stop rambling on.
If she didn't want to be around Kent, why didn't she just leave instead of making the
but here's the
demands for
point,
him
though.
to leave?
But here's the point, though. Kent said that he was leaving or trying to leave. So why would he say that when he had every opportunity to leave if he wasn't actually trying to leave? So I mean, but see, this
But
is
the
only.
same goes for her, though. Why didn't she leave?
Well, he never told her to leave. He never asked her to leave. He never said.
But if she's
But I
telling
would have
him to
left.
leave, yeah, I mean, she should have just left.
Okay.
If I was being endangered, I would have split. I would have got out of there.
Yeah,
so
I
you
wouldn't
gotta
have
understand at this
rolled
point,
around
though-
and
whoa.
screamed like a nutcase and say, why? I would have just been like, bye, bitch. And I would have called the police for being body slammed. I would not entertain a fool that is body slamming me and recording me and screaming bloody murder. That to me
Whoa. She did go straight to the hospital. And she did. Do you understand that part of it was they were still married and she didn't want to destroy the ministry at this point? And so she did go straight to the hospital. There are hospital records that actually prove this.
Well, yeah.
And then she went to the chiropractor. No. She went to the hospital immediately. Then she went to the chiropractor later afterwards. There are two different instances when she went to the doctors. There isn't just one, and you can research that and find that out for yourself. She went immediately to the emergency room that night for what happened. Then she went about a week or so later where Freddie says, oh, well, I took her to the chiropractor. That was the second time she went to the doctors. So this is where it's getting confusing. Kent, he loves to do this. He likes to mix up the facts and say, well, she didn't go until a week later. Well, he's missing the point that she went that night to the emergency room about what happened.
So I'm going to tell you a little story, okay? And it's been out on the news. There was a woman who wanted a divorce from her husband, but she knew that she wouldn't get the house. Okay, so she slept with her husband. After she slept with her husband, she went right down to the hospital and said she was raped. That man has been in jail for 20-some years, and he was found innocent.
Oh, so she's using some like really off-put story about like somebody she knows maybe, who went and slept with her ex-husband, I guess, and then accused him of rape, and he went to prison for 20 years. Like, yeah, that shit happens. Like, what does that have to do with Cindy Lincoln? That's the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. Right? Like, what the fuck? Like, what is that even? Like, what justification of domestic abuse are we giving here? Somebody went to like accuse their husband of rape and he was innocent. That's the justification for the fact that Kent put his hands on his wife. Olive, my God.
And he's being released from jail. Okay, so by going by how the tape sounds and by her going to the hospital and by seeing things of what some scorned women do, it's hard for me to believe. Okay, but if he was convicted, then I'll take him as he was
Wait. I'll say. Okay, so there's two.
He's gonna have to point out to her, like, no, he was convicted. Like, he was convicted. And he appealed, and the judge convicted. The judge said something about like reaffirmed that the judge himself thought he was guilty of the crime. So he asked for a new judge in the second trial. So it's like a new trial. But he was convicted of it.
Two things about this. One,
stupid
he
here.
wasn't scorned yet at this point. Okay, when this happened, so the
ability to just justify and be wrong and then move on and justify again. That's the disturbing thing here.
Can't say
how would she not be scorned if he's been abusing her according to her own words? She had Stockholm syndrome.
Because
she had battered wives. How could she not be scorned?
Because at this point, she was trying to do everything she could to save her marriage. And I know for a fact, because I was between Kent and her both during all of this, and they were both talking, trying to repair things, trying to fix things. That's why she didn't say anything about it for quite some time, because she didn't want to destroy the ministry because of what happened between them. But there were witnesses.
You know, like, I don't know Cindy Lincoln. I'm either going to believe her story or I'm not going to believe her story. I tend to believe most of her story. I don't know. It has, you know, an air of authenticity to it, to me. Like, she really feels like she's been wronged by him, that she was hoodwinked by him, that she gave him all of her savings, all of her money, pretty much everything to him, just to be pretty much isolated, mentally abused, and then ultimately the physical encounter, which I think was probably the finality for her, especially considering, you know, the contracts that were signed later. It's a long story. There's a lot involved there. But, you know, the one thing I'm not going to do, really, whether I believe her or not, is kind of impugn the character of somebody that I don't know. Try to play like, you know, I'm going to listen to, you know, I'm going to listen to Kent Hovind and believe every little word Kent Hovind says. Therefore, she is just wrong about everything. And it's not just her. It's everybody that's come out of there and said anything wrong about Kent Hovind. Anything about what really goes down on there in their little theme park, as people call it. You know, anything about the people there. Anything, you know, anything. Just dismiss it all. And just be so utterly wrong about everything because they've been fed lies. I mean, this happened with before. I almost said the name again. It happened before with Praise. Like, Praise shows this pattern of this stupid shit. And, you know, I've always, like, my one criticism of Sparrow and Olive has always been they just go along with whatever Praise says. So if Praise is mad at Gavin, they're mad at Gavin. If Praise is not mad at Gavin, they're not mad at Gavin. And it goes for everybody. So whoever Praise is good with, they're good with. Whoever Praise is mad with, they're mad with. And that's been for, like, since they came, you know, been a regular thing on the channel since Gavin's been gone.
That saw what happened. And so, but not only that, you got to understand too, right? Okay, just because one man is innocent doesn't mean every man is always innocent too. Now, here's the other thing you have to look at too. This isn't just one incident. So let's just say you're right on this part. All right, so now let's talk about the Chris Jones thing. Now let's talk about the Stephen.
This is why I started it early, because I knew this was going forever. Like, we're just getting to the juicy shit.
Thing where Chris Baker talked
like
about how over $100,000 in ministry donations were purchased and stolen from people who were donating their money and their goods. Now let's talk about when he got caught, you know, being high on drugs and stealing things, and then of course the thing that happened with my wife and the other things that happened there too.
How did Kent handle that situation?
Like, from what I got to read of Sky Owl's comment, I think he's pro, like, being able to, like, abuse and molest people, but I didn't get to read all of it.
Nick, like, because that's what I want to know. Was he a good pastor in that situation?
Oh, absolutely not. He defended Steve Lynn, which is very strange because Steve Lynn, after he got caught being high on drugs and stealing a car, he was supposed to go to rehab and stay.
Wait, so let me just double back here. So when it comes to your wife and Steve Lynn, right? He was defending Steve Lynn in this situation?
Yeah. More to the point of, how do I explain this? I asked him about that, and I said, how can you keep defending a man like this that has done something to my wife who you were so close with, that you know what happened? See, what happened was he actually had her come over there on ministry stuff. He was like, oh, we need to talk about ministry things. And then it was, you know, knowing my wife had drug problems and drinking problems and stuff. Now, she's been sober quite some time since then. But knowing that, I'm not trying to get into all my personal stuff here, you know what I mean? But let me just.
All right, so this is the first time we're kind of getting into that part of it, right? So Steve Lynn, this tech guy, and like I don't know, like I supposedly I haven't seen any evidence, but like I guess it's a real thing. Like he was making pornography out of his house while he was the lead tech guy of Dow, but I don't know how. I don't know. Like I've heard that. Again, there are so many rumors out there, and I always try to. I try to at least let you know when I'm just kind of going off of what people say and what I've actually seen for myself. But I'm fairly certain that like that's a real thing. All right. So, but just by that little chunk of this first little nugget of what we're going to get from this. Now it's going to get derailed again quickly. We're going to get away from this. And I know we're going to get, Praise is going to kind of come back to it here in about 9 minutes. So from what he got right there, Steve had invited Nicholas's wife, Julie, there to his house on ministry business. Now, Julie, like many people that go to Dallas Adventureland, has a past, and in her past she was, she had alcohol issues, she had drug issues. I'm not sure the extent of those, but she found the Lord Jesus, cleaned up her ways, and became so fundamental with the Lord Jesus that she would move to Dinosaur Adventureland and believe in like the literal Genesis story and think, she's a fundamental Christian. So knowing her past, what I took from that is Nicholas is suggesting that the Steve guy got her drunk, probably smoked some weed with her, maybe, I don't know what other kind of drugs, maybe some cocaine, I don't know, I have no idea, inferring, using my imagination. But that's what I'm inferring from what Nicholas said right there, because Nicholas, she's his wife and he's her husband and they lived there and this happened, and like Praise was like literally saying she's like some kind of porn star, when this is an affair she had on her husband, as far as I understand. That's how the narrative is. That's how people are going to address it. Like Praise is the only one that said anything about pornography.
Say he's a predator. Not a predator. Not only that, there were other things found on the computer too.
Even as I read SFT in the side chat, SFT was ridiculing her not for pornography, but for being an adulterer.
There was found gay porn. There was found heroin. There was found meth. And if you don't believe me, ask Pastor Chuck about that, Pastor Charles. He was being messaged by one of the workers there about the things that they found. So why would Kent send...
Were anybody charged for this heroin and all this stuff that was found?
Well, I can tell you this, that Kent's going to be facing some of this stuff. Very
Okay, but I mean, because when it comes to drugs, they have to be charged in the moment, right? Like if I find drugs, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to report it. So were the drugs reported? Was the child porn or the gay porn? Did somebody call the police and be like, "Wow, I found drugs, I found gay porn, and all this going on"? Did somebody call the police?
We weren't there for that at the time.
Hold on. I'm saying the person. It doesn't matter who the hell was there. Did the person call the police and say,
I'm not sure.
Here's heroin? Okay,
Julie, hold on.
Then we're going to cancel that. That is hearsay.
Mentality.
Wow. Okay. So I think they're talking about Steve Lynn. Something about heroin. I missed the heroin reference. But yes, like if he got caught with drugs, I'm sure he was charged on the spot immediately. Like, I don't know what that is. And as far like, I don't think it was on the compound. I think it was like in his house, and I think like he was charged. I'd have to look into it. I haven't seen the charges, but that's what's being said. I don't know. Again, like I'm catching up on all of this stuff too, but it doesn't really seem like all of his. It seems like she's latching on to any little thing. Well, are there any charges that we can listen to? I don't know. Like maybe let's talk about this. But I don't think that we're gonna get much of a chance for that because man, it's go time. It's protect Kent Hovind. We gotta show our devotion. We're doing what we had done before. I'm not gonna say the name. We are bending the knee.
That you're not understanding. Do you understand that if these people spoke up, they would lose their home, they would lose their pay, they have nowhere else to go?
People can call. Like I showed the anonymous line in Alabama that people can call and say, hey, this is what I found and this is what I know. And the Hovinds and the Dinosaur Adventureland would never know. They would never know.
They cleared out Steve's house.
Was this on Dinosaur Adventureland?
This was off of the property at Steve's house somewhere in Monroeville, a town close by, and people from camp went there and cleared his house out.
All right, so I'm trying to understand what's going on here because they're like ranting and raving, and we're not even to the real ranting and raving yet. So the Steve Lynn guy had drugs at his house. The police, like, they knew the police were like on to him or something, or he knew the police were on to him or something, and he got help from Kent, and Kent sent people from Dinosaur Adventureland to his house to clean it up or whatever. Now, they saying that Julie is saying that they weren't there at the time, so clearly they're hearing this from somebody else. That's secondhand. I would probably dismiss that myself until I had like firsthand knowledge of it, right? And I don't know. I know that there's like the Steve Lynn dude was busted on some charges, but like heroin would be like a major charge, and I don't think it was any like major charge.
And there are text messages.
It was like weed or something.
There are recordings of it. There are
emails.
Kent talks about it. I mean, you have to listen.
Were you both there when this happened?
During the time when they went to Steve's house to clear everything out, no, we had already left at this time.
Okay.
And who is Steve?
Steve Lynn is Dr. Hovind's tech guy.
Yeah, the tech guy.
He was the one that was caught and admitted to doing drugs, stealing
money from the ministry,
and was plastered all over the newspaper here locally.
Okay, that happens all the time. That people hire folks and they don't know they're on drugs. It happens.
I missed who he was talking about there, so let's go back a little bit. But somebody was like, it went from a story of like they heard it from secondhand to like a story of like real drug use, and it went from automatic like Olive's justification for that. Now it's, well, people do that, they're gonna hire somebody and they're gonna, which is true, I'm not taking that away from it, but it's just like the constant like just justification of it, all of these different red flags, right? It's just utterly insane. It's gonna get really, really bad. I keep saying that, but let's go back a little bit because I want to see if I can decipher who they were talking about right there.
In Alabama that people can call and say, hey, this is what I found and this is what I know. And the Hovinds and the Dinosaur Adventureland would never know. They would never know.
They cleared out Steve's house.
Was this on Dinosaur Adventureland?
This was off of the property at Steve's house somewhere in Monroeville, a town close by, and people from camp went there and cleared his house out.
And there are text messages. There are recordings of it. There are
emails.
Can't talk.
All right, so I didn't catch that part. So text messages, emails, recordings of it. Then you have physical evidence. Like, so they've actually seen physical evidence. I would, I would like to be provided that. So, which I'm sure, like, they're pretty much saying like it's there. So go find it.
Talks about it. I mean, you have to listen.
Were you both there when this happened?
During the time when they went to Steve's house to clear everything out, no,
they already answered that, but they are saying that there is documentation of it happening.
Had already left at this time.
Okay.
And who is Steve?
Steve Lynn is Dr. Hovind's tech guy.
Yeah, the tech guy.
He was the one that was caught and admitted to doing drugs, stealing
money from the
and
ministry.
was plastered all over the newspaper here locally. In
Okay, that happens all the time. That people hire folks and they don't know they're on drugs. It happens.
So it's like the very same guy, right? So she was like, "Were you there? Were you there?" And then as soon as like they're like, "Well, yeah," I mean, it was like kind of all over the news and shit. She's like, "Oh well, you know that happens all the time. People hire bad people. Like it is so. Oh God, this just.
But you're not understanding. He knew he was on. You know how many times we confronted.
But Dr. Hovind knew that
hiding
Steve was on
drug
drugs
tests.
and embezzling money through the ministry.
Okay, well, I
Did
can
Steve
tell
have
you,
something on, Kent? Like,
Well, there's
I don't know. A lot of people
churches
ask
here
that, probably.
that try to give folks a second chance that have been on drugs. Okay, in fact,
Did you put them in charge of your ministry and all your finances after they've been caught lying about drug tests and hiding drug tests? And then this is what happened with Cindy, where she really got started being separated. He actually got caught telling the guys to put them underwater and then hide the results in their pocket. And then he came forward and said, "Oh, they're not doing drugs because they were smoking weed and doing drugs at his house."
okay, and Sandy Fortune said, yeah, Steve, he was kicked out. So that to me,
No. He wasn't kicked out
irrelevant.
then. No. He was left in charge at that point. He then got arrested.
He was in charge of
a long
everything
time
at the
later.
ministry.
Well, okay, so then so let's charge him with being a professional dumbass. Okay, so let's move
she's
on.
referring to Kent, I think.
Yeah.
So let's charge him with being a professional dumbass. Like kids come to this thing. He's supposed to be a Christian minister. Like what kind of Christianity? So is your Sunday service like a rave? Because like I can go to that kind of Sunday service. Let me tell you. Like what is this?
Yeah, I mean the guy
We'd
gives
all agree there.
everybody a chances that don't.
Right.
Yeah. So okay, so that's his heart. So okay, he's
heart.
guilty of being good to a guy on drugs.
More than that, because over $100,000 worth of donor money was stolen.
And then he was robbed. Okay, and then he was robbed. So he opened
But the
up
thing was
his
is that
heart
Ken
to.
Hovind
So to
knew
me,
that he
is
was on
punishment
drugs.
enough. So to me, that is punishment
a lot
enough.
of preachers that bring drug addicts.
But what we're
to
saying is
Christ.
that Ken Hovind knew that Steve was on drugs using, and Kent didn't care. That's the problem. That's what
Okay,
we're
well,
trying to
there's
say.
family members that know that their kids are on drugs and they
Right,
still
but
keep
this-
them.
like oh my God, like so we're saying that Kent knew that Steve was on drugs and it wasn't an issue. And she's like, but there are family members who have kids that are on drugs. Like what? I'm sorry, I gotta call it like I see it. And I'm saying, like, I know you're from the South, so I'm gonna say it nice, like I would if I was down there in the South with y'all. Bless your heart, Olive. Poor girl. Bless your heart. I can't believe what the fuck I'm here.
But this guy was in charge with your donation funds, with everybody's donation funds. This guy was in charge of everything, the donations funds, people coming. I mean, this
Okay,
is.
I just see him having a good heart and trusting a guy. So he was.
Again, yeah, this is what Kent does.
I mean, yeah.
He
Then why can't Ken
has
apologize?
said that.
Then why can't Ken apologize? You'll never hear Dr. Obi say
He doesn't have to apologize to anybody.
He doesn't
I feel like it's a
God.
Kind of like what Donald Trump did.
God.
Priests
He
hear
answers to
stuff,
God.
They hear about killings. They hear about priests, Catholic priests, what they hear, and they don't.
I bet you he repents a lot to God.
Yeah,
I'm
he doesn't
guessing.
have to repent.
I think he does in private. Yeah.
Catholic police that
That's
molested
his
a child,
business.
it's okay as long
Between
as
him and God.
So
He
that's his
answers
business
God.
to
He
bring
doesn't answer
pedophiles
me.
to a
He doesn't
children's
answer
playground.
to you. He doesn't answer to praise. He doesn't answer to anybody. He answers to the Almighty God.
Why should Kent Hovind apologize to you or anybody for justifying and enabling a pedophile, for justifying and enabling a drug peddler? Why should Kent Hovind apologize to anybody? He only answers to God. What kind of fucking crazy shit is this? Like, what kind of anarchist is Olive? I'm just asking. Like, you don't believe in any kind of law? What kind of justification is that to people that were actually there and observed this place? You've never been there, have you? What kind of justification? How dare you question the cult leader? How dare you question your cult leader? Are you God? What the flying fuck do we have here, folks? Like, yeah. What kind of preacher ass shit? I mean, what?
Right?
Well, I understand
So let's
that, but
move
that
on.
means so it's okay for him to bring pedophiles around children then, so they can become molested. and
That's
as
all
long as he goes
hearsay
to
right
God-
now until he's charged.
No,
I
that's
want to
not-
wait till he's
Right,
charged.
until there's some type of conviction, then I'm sorry, that's just hearsay. I mean, that's all we can put it
What?
at.
There's documentation of
We
this.
cannot
paperwork.
speak for Ken's heart. Only God knows the hearts of man. Because
I
only
understand.
God.
We can't speak for God's heart. Only God knows the hearts of men. We can look at their actions. We can look at their decisions. We can look at the people that they support, that they prop up, that they give power. Kent Hovind is fundamentally responsible for everything that goes on inside of Dinosaur Adventureland, whether he knows about it or not. Fundamentally. Like, the moment he becomes aware, he should be making the right decisions, but he doesn't. New World Order. like, oh God, we still got a ways to go. Like I'm saying, like P-Town says some fucking awful shit, and that's like still it's what is it? That's next page, 143. So yeah, we got a ways.
Understand that, but we can
Over
also
4
see with
hours.
our eyes too that things aren't lining up right
Well,
either.
there
with
was
the word.
evidence that this guy raped
Do you
his wife,
understand?
but
Wait,
he
I want to
didn't
ask you
rape
something.
her.
Do you read the Bible?
Yes, I read the Bible. So, does
because
Ken
when you
answer
read
to you, or does he answer to God? Tell me.
He does answer to God.
you, or does he answer to God?
He does answer to God,
So
but we
explain-
know.
hold on.
Do you read your Bible?
I do read my Bible.
God
That's
does
why I know
not
something's
like
wrong with Kent
anybody
Hovind.
bearing
That's why
false
I know something's
witness.
wrong with
That's
Kent Hovind because it
abomination
doesn't
to
line up
God's
with the Word of
living
God.
heart.
Kent Hovind
Guys,
doesn't line
stop
up with the
yelling.
Word of
Let's
God.
talk.
Yep, let's take a
Bearing
timeout real
false
quick. Just a quick one.
witness and
We'll get
speaking
back
for
at
with
it.
the motive of the heart. That's an abomination.
What?
There's only
Wait, say
one
that again?
cardio
What?
knower. There's
Wait,
only
what?
one. I'm sorry. You cannot speak for Ken.
I'm gonna get called like bigoted for this, but I can't help it. I can't help it at all. I'm going to hell for that one. I mean, without doubt, that's the one I'm probably going to hell for. All right, let's continue.
Ken Hovind's heart. I know that you may not like that because you may feel that you have him pegged, but you
I don't have him.
know
I'm
his
not
heart.
saying, I'm not trying to peg anybody. I'm just trying to tell you. I see the way he lived does not line up with the Word of God, and
Well,
I know my
Julie,
Bible.
let me ask Julie a question.
How do you
So,
line up with the Word of God? I mean, we're all.
but let me
different.
just say something and ask. So, Julie, do you have a quarrel with Ken Hovind because you were kicked off the property for?
I was not kicked off of the property. I was never
For-
kicked off of the property. No, I wasn't. No one has ever kicked me off of the property. I chose to leave on my own will. I was never
Ken still
thrown off.
texts us constantly because we're still close with him on some of these things, and I still reach out to him all the time about. I don't understand why you keep lying about Mark Stoney. I don't understand why you keep making up these things that you know aren't true. I'm like, Kent, you could get past this if you just said, look, I trust the wrong people. I made a mistake, and I just want to move forward and preach. But he just won't do it. He just won't ever do that. And not only that, here's something. Wait. Let me finish talking. Here's something that you're not understanding on this, right? Like you say, if God is judging him, let me ask you something. Why did both his channels get shut down? Why are there investigations going on? Why did Matt Powell leave? Why did one of his financiers just get in trouble for some stuff? Why has that article came out with over 10 million viewers if God is not making him face for his behavior, right? I mean,
all irrelevant because he
where,
hasn't been convicted yet. And unless there's a conviction, then all this is just
whoa,
a bunch of
he was
hearsay
convicted
nonsense.
for abusing.
Well, I think you see that a lot, Germania, because it seems to be like the fashion trend now. Like every Christian says they were an ex-atheist, and then they go on about some shit like no atheist. I mean, like who's to say what all atheists think? But like no atheist would ever really think or say that shit. I'm thinking like Matt Powell. Like Matt Powell says he used to be an atheist, for fuck's sake.
I have a question.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the pedophile. We're talking about the major stuff
Praise,
right now.
let me ask you something. So you're saying, wait, Praise. So you are saying that if I molest a child right now, but I wasn't convicted by the law, that's okay for me to molest a child because I was never convicted of it?
No, Ken's not a pedophile, Julie.
We never said that he was.
Well, no, but you are saying like Kent only answers to God, and by extension, like you would have to say the same thing about Chris Jones. How can you sit here and condemn Chris Jones? Like he only answers to God, right? I mean, I think you're kind of missing the point. Like I don't think you understand or have really thought through the logic of your position here.
Talking about come. He allows them to come to a children's playground. Do you understand?
Cannot say that.
Yes, we can. We were there. We saw it.
That's an assumption. I'm sorry, honey. That's only an
He brought
assumption.
a guy to it. He put a pedophile on the ministry board. He put a pedophile on the ministry board. Brady.
You're talking about someone else,
He
Brady.
molested his own son, and Kent Hovind said it's not a problem that he did that.
All right, now I don't know much about the Brady story, but as far as I understand it, everybody knows that he molested his own son. He molested 2 children in his own family. I think the other one was his niece. I don't think that anybody's really denying that. Like, I think he made some kind of agreement. I don't know the details of that. I don't know. But I do know the testimony from all of these witnesses here, which is what they are. I'm sure if there is some kind of investigation, just like the reporter from the Daily Beast did, they'll be hearing from the investigators at some point or another. Like I said, that's all assumption on my part. I don't fucking know. I don't live in Alabama. I live in Michigan. I could have went to Dinosaur Adventureland one time, but I chose not to. I don't know. I'm rambling about something. I had some kind of point, but fuck it. Let's go.
Well,
Are you welcome to be on the ministry board?
That's not what Brady says, though, right?
We're on Brady. All right, so yeah, I don't know the details, but supposedly, like everybody knows, pretty much Kent Hovind has been on camera saying that, or there's a recording of Kent Hovind saying that he knows that Brady's guilty of the crime. It's not really an issue for him. But again, this is just like another red flag, and it's like, this just doesn't happen to normal people, right? Like somebody that's not making this kind of atmosphere for this stuff to happen, it doesn't just keep happening for normal people. It might happen in your family, but it's usually this shock event when you find out. There's usually often a lot of denial about it, and it's usually often a family member. But like stuff like this, it's I don't know. It's there's so many red flags here, and there's so much to justify. And now, like, they're gonna literally pretty much be start harping on one justification for this dude. Now it's gonna just keep going on, and like, they don't understand it. Like they think they're justifying for Kent Hovind now, but they're justifying for all of these people that Kent Hovind has propped up.
Yes, this is another one. That's the problem, Praise I Am. You're not understanding.
Then why hasn't he been charged?
He wasn't convicted of that, right? And that's not what Brady says.
This is Brady Byram's thing is not that old, by the way. And do you understand that some of these investigations can take case take a little time. What
5 years?
You have to look at the evidence. You have to look at the text. You have to look at the recordings. Have you heard Kent talking about having to spank his wife and to what's that one recording where he talks about having to treat her like a horse when you put a horse in the water and you have to break her spirit? I mean, are you telling me a godly man talks like that? Are you telling me?
Well, he's a knucklehead. We all agree that sometimes he's a
And I keep
knucklehead,
him in a basement, and I joke around, okay? And that's true. I don't even have one.
but you guys you just accused Brady of being a pedophile.
He has a higher standard to live by. He has a higher standard to live by. He's a pastor.
Like P-Town was like, you just accused Brady of being a pedophile, and Nicholas, you could barely hear Nicholas say, like, no, his child did that. You know, like, these people and the Chomo shit, they're just kind of willing to justify all for the sake of Kent Hovind. They don't even know him, and that was P-Town saying that shit. Like. All right, so whether the dude's convicted or not, is it not fucked up that the dude's kid said he fucking raped him? Like, my God. I don't know. Like, at least enough fucked up that you just say, all right, I'm going to distance myself now. I'm getting as far away from this shit as I can. Like,
You guys just told a man that
that's
he
the
had
dilemma
molested
of Praise's morality here. Because, again, like, Praise is the arbiter of who can and cannot have morality, because supposedly atheists can't. But here we are listening to this shite.
his son. And
Brady Byram did.
That's
Brady Byram did. The
right.
minute the guy
You're
on
saying
the
that. Is that true, or is that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Brady
but
Byram
you're-
got accused of molesting his
I have
own
a
son, and
question for
Dr.
Julie,
Hovind put
though.
him on the ministry board.
Yeah, and I've made that point. Like, innocent people get convicted all the time. Convicted people, or innocent people get convicted, and people that aren't innocent get out of their convictions all the time. Like, it's the way it happens. You know, like, you can't base it on a conviction. You gotta, like, listen to the testimony. Like, these people were there. I mean, that should be something. I mean, you just don't dismiss it out of hand. Mark Stoney was there. You just don't dismiss that out of hand because Kent Hovind said they had a grudge. You know, this is the same shit I got, like, when everybody was trying to justify Joe Biden and Tara Reid. Like, it's the same shit. And I guarantee you, all of these fucking right-wingers were having fucking, wet dreams about that shit back in the day.
Board.
He was convicted of that, and he's still on the board. Is this true? Was he convicted?
Yes, this is true. Brady Byram molested his own son and his niece, and he
was convicted of this.
Because you've never been convicted of this by the law.
So he hasn't been convicted of this.
I don't even know.
So he hasn't. So now I'm confused. So now he hasn't been convicted.
The son didn't go to the police about it. The son didn't go. The son didn't.
All right, so, like, P-Town is clearly going to be one of the justifiers here. He's totally got the backs of everybody on the top there. Oh, and I shouldn't be surprised. I'm going to mention this again. It's going to piss him off if he is listening. We should not be surprised by this. I'll come up here because, again, like, twice on my channel, dude, like, literally came on here and admitted to abusing his own mother. Like, straight up, it was horrendous. It was horrendous. He's a pretty fucked up dude, too. But, I mean, I don't, honestly, and let me come up here. It was all over an exorcism. I don't necessarily believe it actually happened. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
Didn't go to the police about it. Okay,
I don't believe the story,
just now
but according to
came
the
out about
story,
it.
he abused his
But
mom.
Brady Byram.
His son just now came out. Okay.
His son came out.
How old is his
his
son now?
father
Like
did to him,
30 or something?
And Dr. Hovind put him on the ministry board.
Was this before?
So his son just
or
came out
after
on
he came
like.
out?
This was probably about all around the same time. I think this happened before the Chris Jones.
No, but what I'm saying is, did the son come out before or after Ken Hovind put him on the board?
Like, what does that even matter? Like, the question is, did Kent Hovind take him off the board when the son came out? And the answer is no. Like, why are you asking that stupid-ass question?
Before.
But you're saying the son just came out.
Yeah.
Yes, but Ken Hovind talks about it, and he says Yeah, so he
when was
diddled
this
his
dude
child,
put
but
on the
that's
board?
okay.
Before. Ken
It
Hovind
can't be
knew
both
this.
ways. It can't be
Ken
both ways.
Hovind
So
knew
when
that
was
Brady.
this dude? Can
I'm
somebody
telling
answer
you,
a
Ken
question?
Hovind knew
When was
that
this dude? Just
I'm
wait a
trying
minute.
to
I want
tell
to
you,
know.
you're not listening.
All right, so like they're literally yelling at each other over this chomo, right? Like that's like does Olive not realize like she's screaming at Julie, and Julie's she's just trying to get an edge in a word in edgewise, like she's literally screaming at Julie right now about a chomo on when his victim came out to make a point about how it doesn't matter and Kent Hovind's perfect. Only God can judge me.
No, you're trying to make it both ways. When
Make it
was
both
this
ways.
dude
I'm not
put on
trying
the
to make
board?
nothing both ways.
Can you
Ken
answer that?
Hovind
When
knew
was the
that Brady
dude put on
Byron
the board?
molested
That's
his
all I want
son
to know.
before
It's a
he
simple.
put him on the ministry board.
Well, then
This
Ken
was
Hovind's not
before.
all-knowing. He can't
What?
just hold his finger up in the air and go, "Oh, you're a pedophile."
What are you talking about? You're
But
not
you don't
listening.
have to. He defended him
knew
after
this
he found out.
before. Why are
But
you
you
not
said the
listening?
dude just came out. So if the dude
Julie,
just came out,
What
how
are you
can Ken
talking
Hovind?
about? What are you talking about?
Dude,
This
you
guy-
are literally
Ken
talking
Hovind-
about some guy named Brent, okay? Who's
Brady
on the board.
Byram.
Or sorry, Brady Byram.
Yeah.
Who just
Right.
came out.
We are to the dumpster fire part of the stream. Like they're screaming at each other. Julie's screaming at Olive. Olive screaming at Julie. Sometimes they're trying to get a handle on it. Sometimes they ain't. We've been here on my channel. This is a pretty damn glorious dumpster fire. It will calm down. It will inflame again. I mean, honestly, like, can you blame Julie at this point? Like, they done called her a porn star, and hasn't even really gave her a chance to really explain it yet.
It's been a year. Everybody known about this at least a year now, man.
No.
So Julie, but hold on. I want to
That was
focus
the
on
question.
something. I had a question for Julie. So were you caught red-handed, like with some type of sexual like some type of sexual act, like adultery? There, yes or no?
Okay, yes, that is true. But you know the difference between me and Ken? I admit to my wrongs and I apologize and I reconcile my marriage. I moved on with my life. But Ken never apologizes for anything wrong that he does. He will never admit any wrong. At least I've changed my ways and I've repented.
I don't get your question. Like, how many years do I think who should do in prison? I don't know if Hovind has broken any laws yet. I mean, that's yet to be determined. It's not about like, if your question is about Kent Hovind, like, the point isn't Kent Hovind broke any laws. It's Kent Hovind's moral decisions that he makes, and it's the moral decisions that Praise seems to be able to support and justify to himself. And there's a pattern with Praise. It's not just this Kent Hovind thing. There was a thing before.
Okay. I haven't seen Ken Hovind repent.
I want to know
and that's
how
the problem.
long this guy.
That's one thing I haven't reiterated, because, like, for me, this isn't about Kent Hovind. This is about Praise. This is about Praise and these Christians and their ability to justify the atrocious. Like, for me, it's really cut and dry. It's black and white. It's a black and white issue for me. Get the fuck away. Like, dude, get away from me until you can prove you're not that. I don't care. There ain't no innocent until proven guilty when it comes to some chomo shit to me. That's just not flying with me. Fuck that. I don't care. Get the fuck away from me.
Has been on the board. How long has the dude been on the board?
So here's what you're not understanding, Praise.
No.
Okay,
It's not
I'm gonna answer
understanding.
that. Answer
Give me
that.
a time.
2
How
years.
long?
About
He's
maybe
been on the board for a while.
1 or 2 years now.
Okay.
But here's
you
the thing.
said
Ken
the
Hovind
guy
came
came
out-
out within the last year. That
But
is
here's
gas.
the thing. Ken Hovind came out with a video talking about. Well, it's not.
Since
Because he
September
wasn't
last
convicted.
year.
Yeah, he did his daughter, but it's not a big deal because he wasn't convicted of, so therefore it's not a crime. Even though his family says he did it and won't ever talk to him again. It's like, whoa, wait. And if you're happy,
Well, that was the.
There's so many points during this after work today. It was like, oh, I can end it now. You know, like, it's just a dumpster fire at this point. I can end it. And then, like, the stream was still an hour away, so I'd push play again. And it's like, oh no, I can't end it there.
The agreement though was that, yeah, I guess it's kind of true, but he agreed.
Yeah, he absolutely agreed it was true. Absolutely, and
No, he didn't agree to the accusations. He did not.
Wait, Ken Hovind agreed to the. What are you talking about? Yes, he did.
Brady-
Ken Hovind knows that Brady Byron molested his child. He will admit that to you. Yes, he did. And there's a
Okay,
video out that he said
that's
that.
a game change. That's a game changer then.
Where's
if he
the
admits
video?
to that.
Where's the video?
I will send you the video myself. I'll send the video to Praise I Am because I will send the video myself, and it is on Mark Stoney's channels, and I know Cindy Lincoln has it on her channel as well.
All right, so Mark Stoney, you've heard a lot about Mark Stoney. I've been covering this for a couple days now. You've heard Praise talk about Mark Stoney. You've heard Kent Hovind accuse Mark Stoney of paying the child. You know, this is another justification that Kent uses. Mark Stoney paid the child $10,000 to lie on Chris Jones and Kent Hovind and the camp. Well, you're going to get to hear from Mark Stoney himself. I know, like, around here in about 8 minutes, Mark Stoney himself is tired of hearing all the bullshit, and he's going to come up in this bitch himself.
This is out there. This is not new news, guys. This is old news. This is old news.
Just wait a second. Here's what you guys aren't understanding. Look, we're not saying, yes, we agree, maybe Kent trusted the wrong people, but what we don't understand, instead of just saying that, he goes ahead and character assassinates everybody around him. He doubles down and continues to lie.
He has the Trump syndrome. Like you understand as
Can
much
a man not defend
as much scrutiny as he goes through.
Okay, well, why can't
as
we
much
defend
as people
ourselves?
look for stuff.
The atheists want him destroyed.
They will take anything and.
All right, so I told you you're going to get it. I told you earlier you're going to get it. So here we have, just out of nowhere, in the remaining ashes of a glorious dumpster fire that we had there for a while, just out of nowhere, like a resurrected phoenix. Praise I Am brings the whole, it's atheists trying to destroy Kent Hovind. There ain't a single goddamn atheist in this room. Not a single one. Nicholas is a Christian. Julie is a Christian. Pete Town's a Christian, and I'm assuming the three on top are Christians, but I don't know. I'm thinking kind of fascist. I mean, I don't know. Like, you know, only God can judge me. Do whatever the fuck you want. Leave Kent Hovind alone. He's a god. Wow. There's not a single atheist in this room. But it's the atheist. Fucking Praise I Am the dumbest motherfucker on the face of the planet.
Twist it and turn it and eat him alive.
It's not
like
the
anything.
That's what you guys aren't understanding. It's not.
We agree. We're not.
Ruin the reputation of Kent. You guys
We
know
are
that.
Like, I'm like the only atheist I've seen talking about this shit.
You guys know that too.
I had a heart for that ministry, guys. I'm not trying to destroy the reputation of Ken. That father, he was a father to me. I loved Kent Hovind. My love for him was so strong. That ministry was my home. You don't think I'm heartbroken talking to you guys about this right now? This breaks my heart. I love Kent.
Well, let me ask you this question then.
But it hurts my feelings that I don't see that man change and repent his ways. He has hurt us. He has a trail of broken tears following behind him.
Yeah, what about
everyone records every message that they have with them.
He couldn't even wait until I'm done. Like, there's no way I could go into Praise's room after this. Like, I'm up way too late already. Like, I should be in bed.
Like, did Kent forgive you, Julie?
Can't stop now.
You said that Kent is not this guy that you think he is, but did Kent forgive you of your adultery? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
so
why? Ken
hasn't apologized.
And that's going to become this, like, fucked up, weird argument. So Kent forgave you for your adultery? What the fuck? That excuses everything. In what business? Like, who is Kent to forgive her of her adultery? What is that about?
apologize to me for what he's done to Cindy or to
Well,
Mark.
you're not Cindy.
How come he doesn't
How
go
are
on
you
camera to
defending
apologize to Mark? Because
yourself?
he has said nasty, mean things to Mark Stoney that are not
You're
true.
not Mark
And
Stoney.
doesn't
You're not-
matter. He can still go on camera and apologize to them. Why won't he apologize to them?
Because they keep throwing him under the bus.
So it makes it right for him to do the same thing as a pastor?
Why the hell should he apologize? Why?
We are telling the truth, though. So it's wrong of us to tell the truth, and it's okay for Kent to lie. Is this
You
what
don't
guys are
know.
telling
You don't know that they're
Yes,
telling
we do
the
know
truth.
he's lying. Absolutely. He's been shown that he's lying about it, and he has no problem repeating the lie. I have never posted a text between me and Kent or anybody privately, but if that's what it's going to take to show that he knows it's a lie, trust me, I will. But usually
What are
I
we
don't
talking
post my
about
private
now?
things, okay?
Nick, what
He
are we
knows it's a
talking
lie,
about?
and he just keeps repeating it anyway.
What's a lie?
Why are you
What's a
guys
lie,
okay
Nick?
with Kent Hovind
About
false
Mark Stoney being
accusations
kicked out of the
against us?
military, about him molesting his own children, saying, "Oh, it's inappropriate of him." What kind of pastor does that? Look, if you want to come out and
Wait,
say,
wait,
"Look,
hold on a
this
second,
guy-
hold on a second. You just said that Kent said that Mark Stoney molested his own children.
Oh yeah,
Come on.
absolutely. Yeah, he says that he is.
Yeah, no, good point, Amita. But like, I don't like the only way it becomes like the nail in his coffin is if he does get like charged with a Class C felony or something. He has to do some time, and I don't like I said, I don't even think that that's like really a possibility. But I mean, it could be, but I don't know. I think that they would be more worried about trying to like convict the Chris guy on it. But I don't know, like maybe like if they do find like if they did like question Kent Hovind and that they found like he was lying to them or something, then yeah, I could definitely see Kent Hovind getting mixed up in this. And like I said, like he's publicly just said crazy shit in regards to his belief in Chris Jones' innocence and why he thinks he's innocent.
Living alone with his child in the woods. You want to talk about inappropriate? A single man.
Okay, well, there's a
alone
difference,
with his
though,
child.
Nick. Like, there's a difference between him saying something stupid and him making an actual legal accusation that's wrong. Like, this is where we have a problem. Is you guys keep stretching stuff where that's not actually what you mean. Your husband just did that. Your husband just did
What
it
else
right
did he
now.
mean by that?
Back
Please
it
tell me
up.
what else he meant by that?
So
See,
the
your-
issue is
it's
you
your
guys don't even
interpretation of
understand.
things.
Right, they don't understand Kent's dialect the way he talks.
Right.
That's his dialect.
Kent is offended.
So the people that lived there that know him personally don't understand Kent's dialect or the way he talks. But Praise, who's never met him personally, barely knows the man at all, just like started talking to him for the first time. Because, you know, Kent Hovind desperately needs any Christian he can find kind of defending him, PR, you know. Praise understands Kent Hovind's dialect and the way he talks. I couldn't have made this stream up. I mean, I could have tried to write something like this, and people would have told me, nah, that's not believable.
Offensive in the way he talks. You have to look at the heart of the man, not at what he actually says. God, I mean,
Part of the man. I've heard his private recordings where he talks.
what I'm saying is what you just said, Nick, was wrong. Okay? What you just said was wrong, and you should publicly say it was wrong.
What?
Because it's not.
Just because P-Town, the man who claims he did a demon exorcism on his mom and like did some crazy ass shit, like it says, just because you say it's wrong, like how, like P-Town, were you at Dinosaur Adventureland?
Not what he said.
It's inappropriate for a man to be living alone, and he should be investigated for being the pedophile. He was talking about how dare Chris Jones the pedophile, but this guy's the pedophile. I can show you the recording.
Did he actually say you should invest him as a pedophile? Or did you implement those words?
Absolutely, he very much inferred that. There's
No, not inferred. Did he say that?
You.
He
Yeah,
said
that's
that.
your subjective
Inferred is
opinion.
your interpretation. And this is where all of this gets blown out of proportion. And now we're in this situation where it just
Whoa,
explodes.
Have
The
you guys
dumpster fire.
have you guys heard the recordings? Have you looked at the evidence? Have you listened to him lying about Joy?
Unfortunately, I've been following this for about a year.
Have you
Like it's all assumptions. Like it's all.
It's a shit show what you guys all went through.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry. Like you're all brothers and sisters still to us, and we feel for you, and we want to be there for you.
But you guys are ignoring the evidence. That's the problem. You're not looking into
He
it.
would be convicted if there was evidence.
Guys,
you think
he
he would
will
have been
be
taken
convicted.
down by
That's
now?
what you're forgetting. It's coming. Things like this.
That's
It's
what they've
coming,
been saying
okay,
for
it's
the
coming
last
then.
2 years, you guys.
I don't think it's been that long since the parents filed the charges, but I'm not positive. No, investigations take a while. It's very possible at this point. Chris Jones has been sought for an interview. I don't know. I would have no way of guessing at what stage whatever investigation is going on, if there is an investigation going on at all. I have no idea. I haven't actually read the complaint. If there's new charges that are pressed against Chris Jones, well, I'm sure hundreds of people are going to be talking about that when that happens. Again, this really has nothing. It's just the links that you're willing to go to justify, to just say, to talk about things that you don't understand, to attack people that you don't know. Fellow Christians, fellow young earth creationists, just because they were there and they didn't like what they saw. Nobody at all disputes the fact that Chris Jones, a convicted pedophile, went to Dinosaur Adventureland with a child. Nobody disputes that. That happened. Nobody disputes that Chris Jones slept alone in that child in a bed while they were there at Dinosaur Adventureland. Nobody disputes that. It happened in a house right off of campus, Cindy Lincoln's old house. Nobody disputes that. Those two facts alone should be enough to get as fucking far away from this as you possibly can. Those two facts alone says, I only speak about this if I'm willing to speak negatively at the moment because of the implication of what's involved. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like, you know what, Ken? Do you, boo? I'll see you on the other side. I mean, that's what I don't get about this. The moral implications of who this man praises that goes around talking about biblical slavery and how atheists don't have morals, and like there's just so much problematic shit with praise over the years. And then he finally did the right thing back in the day, and we all gave him a pass and said, you know what, you're late for the party, but welcome to the party anyway. And then he just goes and does the same shit again, and it's just at some point it's like you just gotta say what it is, and praise has a pattern.
No.
What the hell's coming? A Christmas? Yes, that's coming in December.
Okay, well,
I mean, come on, I'm gonna believe Mark Stoney. I mean, I'm gonna believe folks that went bold enough to say that a child's bones were buried at
that was a
Dinosaur.
ridiculous claim, and I agree with you on that, and I've never said anything about that.
But this is what we're dealing with in the witch hunt.
Outrageous.
It was
I
outrageous.
understand that. That's why you have to do the research and read the email.
It's not my business. God is my avenger. God is everybody's avenger.
The police will decide that.
God shut his.
It's not my business. God will sort it out. Well, I mean, if it's not your business, why are you here defending it? And why are you telling the people that witnessed it that they're liars?
Channel down. Why is he shutting all of his stuff down?
You guys need an arbitrator in a court of public opinion or not?
All right, so Mark Stoney's come in. Dave, the douchebag news unit, has come in. He's going to bring in one of his homies who's just like this insane person. I don't know what's going on there.
A mediator.
I don't.
Very good.
I don't think you're the right guy.
That knew me. Get him in here.
I'll get Newbie.
It'll work.
Hey, Mark.
Okay, so first of all, it wasn't me that started these rumors about dead bodies and prostitutes. That was Joanna Zion, who for the longest time was in Cindy's camp, was actually residing at Cindy's property rent free because Cindy cares about people. And then when Joanna was found out to be actually spreading lies and rumors, she got embarrassed and left Cindy's property. So she flipped and went back to Kent's side. She's the one that started the rumors about the dead bodies. She's the one that started the rumors about the prostitution ring. That wasn't me. I did not start that. That's a bold-faced lie.
I never said that you started. I don't even know where the hell it came from.
The person that actually started the rumors about the dead kid is now, one of the people that defend Kent Hovind. And everybody says, she has some kind of issues going on.
Not you. The girl that was just screaming over Julia a second ago said, "Why are we going to believe Mark Stoney? He's the one starting these rumors."
I don't know you. So why would I believe you over Kent?
You don't know Kent either. At all. Like, not even like an internet know Kent. Like, you don't know Kent for dick.
Why?
There we go. So if you don't know
I
me,
know Kent
why are
better
you
than
going to
you
start
do.
saying that I'm spreading lies and rumors?
You don't know Kent either.
You literally just said that. You literally just
why
said
would I believe
that.
Mark
You don't know
Stoney
Kent
with
Hovind
all
either.
this stuff going on?
One at a
You
time.
literally just said that I'm the one that started those rumors.
Oh, can
That's
somebody
patently
replay
false.
the praise? Can you replay this stream?
All right, so like this is the same Mark Stoney dude, like I said, who's supposedly paid the child $10,000 to lie on Chris Jones and Kent Hovind. He's also a guy, supposedly, according to Kent Hovind, and he reiterated again on Praise the Stream when Kent Hovind went on Praise the Stream a couple days ago. That was dishonorably discharged from his military service because he was Section 8, which means cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, cray, yeah, out, and, like Mark Stoney, this man has went on his channel repeatedly with his actual discharge papers and has proven this lie over and over and over again that, no, he was honorably discharged. His active service had ended its course, and yet Kent Hovind continues to reiterate this lie. Praise has reiterated the lie. Praise allowed Kent Hovind to reiterate the lie on his channel. Just easily, like Kent Hovind has been caught lying about so much when it comes to regards of these people. But remember, like all of this started because Praise and Olive and Sparrow, well, they really wanted to do character assassinations on these very people, on Mark Stoney, on Julie, because these are the people that witnessed this shit happening. These are the people that are going to tell you straight up, hey, everybody had a problem with it. It wasn't just them. Everybody had a problem with it. Nobody wanted their children to be around this fucking pedophile. Kent went against everybody because he's like dictator there.
Like these people have, like they really need to hold their ears out, and this is really looking bad.
For you, for you it is.
Back for Praise. I want to hear.
This is just a witch hunt. I mean, the police, the criminal law would have taken Kent down if he was guilty. Period. He hasn't.
Okay,
So I think this is just a witch hunt.
You realize that Kent was found guilty on domestic assault, right?
Yes, we know that. We know that, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. We're talking about more serious
I live in a
matter.
state where they literally have to.
Like, there's going to come a point in this. He might have already done it, and I just missed it, where he's pretty much like just completely and utterly dismisses like the domestic assault shit. Like, she probably had it coming, talking down woman. Like, it's crazy. I might have missed it already though. He just like that alone should be enough praise. Like what, you don't like women? You think it's okay to beat up your wife? I wouldn't want to get married to Praise.
It's a law where they have to find someone guilty. Period. If there's ever a claim, and I think it's a stupid law. So I've had friends who, just because they were 17, their mom called the cops on them, and they have to arrest the kid, and it's on their record for the rest of their lives. I have two friends that are. I have two friends that way in my state where it's a law.
Okay, so
that's how
totally
serious they take. What I'm saying,
in Alabama.
Don't cut me off. Let me finish.
Well, you're lying.
Don't cut me off. Let me finish. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm talking about. I'm not lying. I'm not. Whatever you want to call it. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that from my perspective, because of what I've heard, because of my state's laws, I have a heart towards people being wrongfully accused. And then go ahead. Sorry.
Where's the wrong accusation, though?
When there's a 17-year-old kid and you have a, I don't know, 35, 36-year-old woman who's going to accuse their own son of assaulting him, and then the cops legally have to throw that 17-year-old kid in jail. Like, there's something wrong with that law. The point is that
I hate that you live in the state that you live in. That sucks.
Yeah, so P-Town just pulling out like all the justifications. Well, in my state, there's this law that they automatically gotta arrest you no matter what. And I don't even think that that's probably true. I don't know what state he lives in. I have to look it up. But like, they don't just there's an investigation. They're not gonna just arrest you if there's not like any indication at all. Like, it's just, oh my fucking God, these people.
The point is
this like the result of too much? I don't watch those shows like Law and Order, but like, is this the result of that? Like, you guys be watching? You think everything happens in an hour-long episode?
When it comes to domestic violence, and they've set up the system to where you have to take it that seriously.
Do you know that Kent Hovind was accused of battery assault before in Pensacola, Dinosaur Adventureland? This is not his first assault charge, and Kent Hovind has also been falsely, not falsely, but he
Do
also
we need to crucify him for it, Julie?
You gotta forgive him.
Are you gonna crucify him for his violent tendencies? Oh God, this whole thing. Like, I can imagine like 5 hours and 39 minutes of this shit. Like, I see godless girls in there later. That might be fun. I don't know. That could be interesting. I don't. There's no way I can stay up and watch. Oh my God. I can only imagine the clusterfucks that might have happened and entailed. Standing for truth in there for like a really long time. I don't see none of that. That bubblegum person that I realize I don't like much. Oh man, I don't know. They talked about this shit for a really long time.
Like, can you guys have forgiveness in your heart?
Of course I do.
Yeah,
but Kent's change. Of course I do, but Kent's not repentant and he's not wanting
You don't know that.
No, I can't say, no, hold on. That's total BS. That is total BS. He has said numerous times that he's a sinner, and in fact, he doesn't deserve the grace of God because he's such a wretched person. He's said that many times. So I don't know what the hell you're thinking.
That doesn't mean nothing to me because he's not because then why is his actions not changing?
You need a specific apology? Is that what you're demanding?
Fine. Then how come Kent's actions don't change? How come he
doesn't answer to you, Julie? Do you understand that you are not Jesus Christ?
Look at the role that he plays on the big picture, guys. Look at the role that Kent.
You are not Jesus Christ. How dare you question this minister? He claims he's a minister. And not just a minister. I think he claims like he's a prophet. Like every cult leader does.
He's out in the forefront, just clashing swords with atheists all the time. God made him with a certain. Let me finish. I'm talking again. Is it okay if I finish talking, Mark, or do you want to just? Or Nick? Do you mind if I just finish for a second?
Sure.
What I'm saying is he's out there clashing swords with atheists constantly. Maybe God made him with a certain temperament that's going to get him in a whole lot of trouble. I've talked to him 3 times on the phone, and he's pissed me off 4 times.
So like P-Town literally just said like so he's so good at combating atheists and he does it so much that God himself just gave him this temperament that he's just gonna draw a bunch of fucking stupid ass trouble, just a bunch of child molesters and drug dealers and pornography makers. The list goes on and on and on and on.
But I still love the man for the way that God made him.
Right.
And I haven't been at Dinosaur Adventure.
Yeah, and great point. Yeah, and all of that, and so it's all the atheists.
But not for a second would I assume that he's perfect. He's clearly made with lots of flaws. He's a 73-year-old obnoxious whack-off. But I love him. I love Kent Hovind.
Oh, all right. So this numismatic dude, that's like Dave's homeboy. I don't know. Like I'm gonna do some armchair psychiatry here. My diagnosis, as with all of my authority, is that this man is like absolutely insane. But that's just my armchair psychiatry.
What's going on, boys and girls? What's happening? What's happening in here? What is this? The new Me Too movement? Did this guy get raped by a pastor?
Alright, so he's coming in hot, I guess, and he's talking to the Kent Hovind side. I'm thinking Mark Stoney. It's 50-50. He's either talking to Mark Stoney or Nicholas. But he's coming in hot like what? This dude got like raped?
Is this the Me Too movement?
It's a judge, jury, and execution.
Is this
Hold
the
on.
Me Too
Let me-
movement?
Let me ask you something.
Understand if Kent just stopped the lies, this would all stop. Why
Have you been touched by an angel?
The lies need to stop on the other end as well. Take this inside edition and go
Name
elsewhere.
one lie I've told. Name one lie I've told, because I've already pointed out one you've told about me.
I'm
Let's hear
not.
it.
Oh no, praise! You're gonna play this stream back. This Mark Stoney is a paranoid fool. He actually hears things like you are hearing.
Wow.
This no,
Wow.
I want this
No,
stream
go ahead,
played
play it
back.
back, play
I
it back.
want to know where I
By
said
all
the lie
means,
came
play
from
it
Mark
back.
Stoney. I don't even know who the hell you are, dude.
Evidence.
Play the stream back. Play it back.
Please do.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
All right. I didn't lie on Mark Stoney ever. Play it back.
Let me move it back
Go
so
ahead.
before
Right before I came on. Right before I came on.
Okay.
Before the Christian.
I wish I still had it up, because I don't think I do. Here, let me check real quick. No, yeah, I took it down. I wish I still had it up. It's kind of like the same thing that Praise is saying now, about the whole like shoot him in the head thing.
Jones, he's
How long?
And continue
to
to
discredit the
It was wrong.
No,
Okay.
Let's claim, and I agree.
no Kent Hovind either.
Here.
I'll get Newbie.
It's
But they've
coming,
been
okay,
saying
it's
for the
coming
last
then.
2 years, you guys.
Oh no,
What the hell's coming? A Christmas? Yes, that's coming in December.
Okay, well,
I mean, come on, like I'm gonna believe Mark Stoney. I mean, like I'm gonna believe folks that went bold enough to say that a child's bones were
There we go.
buried at
That was a
Dinosaur.
ridiculous
Are you?
There we
folks?
go.
I said, like I'm gonna believe Mark Stoney or folks.
Yeah, like you literally said, well, like I'm not gonna believe Mark Stoney. Like, what do you think you're saying? Like, you're calling him a liar. What do you guys think you're telling these people when you are calling them a liar? That you're not calling them a liar? I mean, that's kind of like, I don't know, kind of weird.
I said, folks.
Oh my goodness.
I did
You
not
gotta be
say
kidding
you
me.
said it, you retard.
Archler.
I did not say Mark Stoney said this. I said, like, I'm
Stop
going to
being
believe
bigoted.
Mark Stoney or folks that are coming on Brett Keen's stream about these bones.
How does it feel to be proven wrong?
Yeah, like, you literally said, what am I gonna do? Trust Mark Stoney? Like, seriously, like what? You called him a liar. Tell him why he's a liar.
Praise. I swear to God, like this is paranoia.
Well, let me ask Mark Stoney a question. Were you excommunicated off of Kent's property, and why?
No, I left on my own accord because the time that Chris Jones brought the kid to Dinosaur Adventureland, I told him, I said, Kent, if you keep inviting these pedophiles around here, I'm leaving. I can't do this. I mean, what I would do at the time was I would just leave, take my daughter to Pensacola, and just not be anywhere near Dinosaur Adventureland because, well, I don't want my kid hanging around a pedophile. And I told Kent the last time, I said, I'm not coming back. If he comes back, I'm not welcome here. I'll have to leave. Well, Ken insists on bringing him back, so I left. I wasn't kicked out. I drew a red line. I gave my word.
So you left on bad terms, though, because
No, I left on good terms. Kent gave me $700 the day I left.
He only gave you $700.
Don't you like how Praise is trying to tell Mark how his life happened? And so, there's this $700, there's this issue of a cabin, and there's this like issue of a PayPal. Like they always bring it up, like we gave Mark Stoney money, but yet like they had to give him this money, and yet this dude somehow paid $10,000 to the boy to lie on Chris Jones and Dinosaur Adventureland and Kent Hovind. Like so many different inconsistencies in this story, but like there was they did give him $700, and there was some kind of like $5,000 payment to his PayPal, but I think it was money he was owed or some shit. I don't know the details there, but again, like it's just Praise trying to like think Praise thinks he knows everything about it because he's been fed some lies by Kent Hovind himself and by standing for truth.
That's it? To help you leave? Only 7?
That's what Kent gave me, yeah.
He should have given you more than 7.
I mean,
and through the course of this, we've witnessed like 2-3 different flip-flops, and yeah, I mean the whole point of this, like this, we are watching a Hovind prop before us, like that's the thing that Praise doesn't understand about any of this is like Kent Hovind doesn't care about Praise. This is all about PR and damage control for Kent Hovind. This is a lot of Christians out there now are reading about this shit. They're finding out about this shit. They try to keep it in-house as much as they could. They try to character assassinate all the people that were talking about it, but it's out now. People are like, it's a national story. It's not going anywhere. It's out now. So this is all damage control for Kent Hovind. Nobody knows why his channel was taken down except for Kent Hovind and his crew. Nobody. Now, they could release that information. They claim they don't have that information. They could release that information, but no, they like the the innuendos. They like to say that it's atheist and false flag campaigns or these Christians and false flag campaigns. They can't really make up their minds who it is, if it's the atheist or the Christians, but it's one of us. It's one of us. It's not Kent Hovind's bad behavior. It's not, anything else besides that. Breaking terms of service. It's all intertwined. This is some grand conspiracy by atheists or Christians. We don't know who right now. The New World Order. Just like, get the fuck out of here. All right, we got about 8 minutes, and I'm probably going to be stopping the stream because I need to take my ass to bed. But in 8 minutes, like, P-Town just going to go, like, reprehensible, and we'll end with the reprehensible, I think.
I mean, that's your opinion. I don't think it really matters, but the fact is I didn't leave on bad terms. I left because I couldn't be there with my daughter around pedophiles and Kent's irresponsibility with these people that he lets come.
I'm calling Oz Rage now. What up, Oz?
Around, including Chris Jones, who is a convicted Tier 3 registered.
Are you one of those deadbeat tenants that won't pay his rent and won't leave the house until the landlord pays you something to leave?
No.
All right, so are you a deadbeat tenant that won't pay? All right, so here in a minute, like Dave's gonna claim like he brought Numonastic here on for because he used to be a paralegal and he's gonna have an unbiased opinion. and like we've got nothing but nonsense and insanity since he's entered, and it's like there's nothing you can say about any of the statements that we've heard so far from Numismatic King here that you could say is, I don't know, unbiased.
That's
No,
not true.
that's absurd. I didn't take a penny from Kent Hovind's ministry. I poured a lot of my own finances into that ministry, only to get basically just. It was so disrespectful, not just to me, not just to me and my daughter and my family, but to the rest of the families there, because it was everybody at camp that was saying, Kent, you've got to look into Chris. And not only would we tell him to look into him, we would show him the evidence. We'd show him Chris's appeal. We would show him all these problems that we had. And Kent would just bullheadedly push past everybody's objections and bring Chris Jones there anyway. And then Brady Byram, which I didn't even learn about Brady Byram until after I had left. Brady and I were actually good friends, I would say.
He seems like a decent guy from outside looking in.
I just want you guys to know one thing.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like so if he didn't rape his son, I don't know what kind of fucked up shit he did to his son to make his son want to say that his dad raped him. I would just stay away from statements like that, me personally.
Thing quick, I brought Numi King in here because he has some paralegal experience in real life, and they kind of request him to be an arbitrator, but he's not going to just jump in here and jump down your throat, but he's going to be unbiased. He might question you a couple times.
Yeah. There's Dave with that nonsense. Like, that's what Dave has to offer. Hey, this Numismatic King dude who's been completely biased since he's came in and said absolutely batshit crazy shit. He's here to be unbiased. Like, that's fucking Dave, the douchebag news unit for you.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get some context. I wanted to know if you were a tenant or what your relationship was with this guy. Why did he have to give you $700?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
$100, and you're mad about that. You know, they not typical. Does somebody give somebody $700? You know,
he didn't have to, and Mark was happy about the 700. That was that's all irrelevant.
The deal there, I had poured about $3,500 into a cabin that I was building for me and my daughter. And Kent, the situation's a little complicated because Kent Hovind was really pushing hard for Matt Powell to come to Dinosaur Adventureland. And Kent wanted to put Matt Powell up in cabin 5, which is the cabin that I originally had built in 2018 for me and my daughter to stay in. But then I decided to build a cabin out on another part of the property. And apparently I wasn't building fast enough, so Kent was really pushing hard for me to get that cabin built, get out of cabin 5 so Matt Powell could move in. And eventually it came to, and this is what I was told by another person at Dinosaur.
I know, I'm almost done. Like, I'm so tempted to just go to the end of it, but because I really should have been in bed an hour and a half ago. I'm going to be tired tomorrow.
Adventureland, that Chris told her that Kent invited me, invited Chris specifically so that I would leave because he knew that I wouldn't stay if Chris came back. So Kent Hovind invited Chris Jones, that I would leave the property to free up a cabin.
So essentially that's his theory. That's just like his guess, right? Like, you know, Kent Hovind really wanted Matt Powell down there, which we all know. Like, Kent Hovind was working to get Matt Powell down there for a while. Finally, Matt Powell went. Other people have documented that quite well. So his theory is, like, he had made this ultimatum to, like, Kent Hovind that, you know, if you're going to continue to bring Chris Jones back, especially after, you know, the whole incident with the kid, I'm just going to leave. I'm not coming back. So that led to a situation where Kent Hovind really wanted Matt Powell down there and he wanted a cabin. So his theory is the other cabin wasn't ready for him to move yet. He brought Chris Jones back just so Mark Stoney would leave. I don't know. I think that's giving that's like Kent playing 5D chess, and I'm not sure if he's really capable of that.
Is that where this is stemming from? Is the thought that he brought this guy just to push you away? Because this is just starting to sound silly, Mark.
I don't know. I don't know. That's what I was told by the lady.
Right, but now it's getting into hearsay territory. I mean, I mean, I'm sorry to push on you. I was
Well,
just
either
about to
way-
ask you, are you still in Washington? Because I live in Washington.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you
sure?
where? You don't have to tell, but like I would like to hang out with you if you'd like. I probably don't live that far away, but I'm sorry to push back on you. But
Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with you after. I'm just gonna sit here and just call you a fucking liar.
right there, it sounded like someone said something that made you upset. I don't like that.
And a witness has come forth. I'm not sure how Cheryl is involved, but she's saying that you actually
right here.
Him admit it
Still on
on
my
the
phone.
camera live.
We don't
And
care
well-
about rumors and
and
hearsay
let me ask
unless
you
there's a
this.
conviction. I'm sorry,
Hold
but
on.
it's
Well,
just
why is
armchair
it?
detective work.
Why
This
is it all
armchair
about the
detective
money,
work.
though? You know that saying they say follow the money. Why is Christianity always about the money?
I don't know. Ask Kent that one.
What are you talking
I think
about?
you're on the. I think you're in the
That
wrong
would be a
stream,
good question
Numis
to ask
man.
Kent. Why is Kent all about the money? That would be a good question
Look,
to ask him.
Can I just
Just
make
follow
my
the
point
money.
before I
You don't
get cut
understand-
off? Can I
you don't
make
understand
my
fact
point
finding.
before I
So
get
show
cut
us
off
the
this time?
conviction or
Let's
be
just
quiet.
say
Right.
let's just say that this Chris dude actually did touch that guy's wiener with a paper towel. Let's just say that, and all of these bad things
said
happen.
that he
Let me
even
finish.
did.
Can I make my point before I get cut off? Is
this
what I
is
was
bad.
asking. So let's assume that he did touch his wee wee with a paper towel, and all of you were just tremendously hurt by all of this. Does it still not pale in comparison compared to what Kent has done?
Wow, you're gonna make me sick.
Yeah, I mean, y'all heard that. Like this, y'all heard what P-Town just said, right? Like that's some fucked up shit. Let's hear it again. Let's go back. Let's listen to that again. Let's hear that fucked up shit again.
Kent all about the money. That would be a good question
Look,
to ask him.
Can I just
Just
make
follow
my
the
point
money.
before I
You don't
get cut
understand-
off? Can I
you
make,
don't
can I
understand
make my
fact
point
finding.
before I
Never be on stream.
before I
Show
get
us
cut
the
off this
conviction
time?
or
Let's
be
just
quiet.
say
Right.
let's just say that this Chris dude actually did touch that guy's wiener with a paper towel. Let's just say that, and all of these bad things happen. Let me finish. Can I make my point before I get cut off? Is what I was asking. So let's assume that he did touch his wee wee with a paper towel, and all of you were just tremendously hurt by all of this. Does it still not pale in comparison compared to what Kent has done?
Wow, you're gonna make me sick.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, fuck P-Town too. That's nasty. So if Chris Jones is molesting little boys, so what? All the other stuff, so what? That pales in comparison to all the great things that Kent Hovind has done. Like, there's no helping that. There's, like... Wow. Wow, man. So I've been streaming for over 5 hours, and I'm just like, I heard it, like, I heard it before the stream, like, kind of right before the stream, and I put it in the side chat. I'm like, holy shit, fucking P-Town just really said what you guys just heard him say. Wow. P-Town, you sick fuck. That was disgusting, man. I mean, God, I keep saying I'm going to do my mental health some justice and I'm going to stop looking at all these fucked up Christians, but I don't know, must be addicted. You know, I'm watching this like documentary series on HBO Max, and it was by Patton Oswalt's wife. And she got into this like serial killer. I actually read a book about this serial killer. I think I was a teenager, maybe early 20s. I used to get into the books like that, Helter Skelter, like true crime thrillers about real murderers or serial killers that never really got caught. And I think his name was like the Golden Gate Killer. And his first name that he was known as, and the name that he's known as in popular culture because he was never caught, is the East Area Rapist. And she's doing this documentary series on it, and she's talking about this addiction that she has with true crime. And I feel the same way because my algorithm feeds it to me because I've been watching it for so long. But I see the worst of Christianity, man, and I have the worst opinion of it. And I tell myself I'm going to do things to try to make that better. But like, I don't get any real examples of Christianity being this good, pure thing. Anybody should believe in. I get justifications. I get bigotry. I get hatred. I get disgusting shit like this. You know, I see Stephanie in the side chat the other night, you know, and it's we were in this conversation the other day, and you know, Will Kincaid was there, and then Dave had come in, and Orge was there, and Orge, you know, like Orge's really right wing, and Orge started to get in on it, but I think he sees at some point he needs to get the fuck out of it. But they all start just dogpiling on Stephanie, right? And these are all bigoted motherfuckers. Like, they all know how I feel about him. I just talked to Will why I think he's a bigot. I mean, you guys all know how I feel about every single one. I have watched hours of these people be bigoted. And there's a point, like, you know, I'm telling everybody in the room, like, these people are just being bigoted, you know, and people just don't believe me. They just kind of dismiss me when I say it. And it's like, I have watched these motherfuckers. I see these are the worst of the worst. You can't give these people the benefit of the doubt because they're the worst of the worst. And we see it time and time and time again. Now, hopefully one day they'll change. They'll reason their way out of it, this fucked up thinking that they have. But right now, like, no, when they're implying that they're bigots, they're fucking bigots. Like Dave, he's a fucking bigot. And he came with nothing but bigotry. And then other people were like, you know, kind of like, making it okay because, you know, it's stop joking, stop. It's not a fucking joke. Dude wasn't fucking joking. That's how these people are. It's ingrained in them. And then they're going to go around and talk about morality and how atheists can't have any. Are there good Christians out there that are nothing like these people? Yes. Yes. It is my belief that every single one of those people can potentially become like this, though. Because that shit's there, man. Like I said, you can think all you want that your friend is innocent of a crime, but when you own a theme park, when you're the CEO, when you're the cult leader, when you're in charge of everything, well, fundamentally you're responsible for what happens on your property. The thing with Kent Hovind is that'll be determined. You know, like this is pretty much like he did it. He enabled the dude. You know, like there's no denying that. You know, it's whether or not you're going to still accept his creationism, whether or not you're still going to accept him as, despite all the lies and the crucifixion of anybody that's coming out against him. Like it's a reflection on you now. Like the Kent Hovind thing is gone. It's done. It's poof. It's gone away. He, to me, is nothing. He's just another fallen con man, cult leader. But praise, like, you want to be this arbiter. You want to go around and tell atheists how we can't have morality when you seem to have some really fucked up morality is, well, it's funny. It's funny. And I'm going to probably, I don't know, do this until I die, man. So I hope you're ready for a lifelong of ridicule from the rage. Fucking dumbass, man. Like, how could you say half the shit you said in this fucking stream tonight? Like, dude, and we started this 5 hours ago with praise coming in all hot for Hovind. By the end of it was apologizing to all those, to this very same woman he just called like a porn star. You know, like the flip-floppity flip-flop of all flip-flops that happened, and praise and Olive, they just got downright awful and started justifying, like, 5 hours of me watching this fucking shit. I'm going to bed. I'm sure praise is livid. live talking about your boy. Have fun, Praise. Knock is going to sleep. Thanks for watching.